Jon returned to the feast hall, the music of bards echoing under the glow of artificial lanterns. Behind him, he left Nyra Sand in silence, her thoughts clearly unsettled. Yet despite the lingering oddity of their encounter, Jon couldn't help but smile as he surveyed the scene. His minister was engaged in lively conversation with the Dornish nobles, explaining the marvels they had brought from the north. Around the room, astonished reactions rippled through the well-dressed crowd. This is amazing," a Dornish lady exclaimed to her husband. "I've never felt anything cold before." "My throat, it tingles," said another man, swirling his cup of chilled wine. "Such a strange sensation, and yet refreshing." Jon listened to their marveling, his expression neutral. To him, ice was a commonplace resource, not a luxury. But in the blazing heat of Dorne, its impact was revolutionary. He didn't want to limit its reach to the elite. Ice belonged to the people as well. That would be a matter for the trade negotiations. He glanced toward the high table where Prince Doran was speaking with his son. Jon noted the disappointment in the prince's eyes. Nyra had returned from the balcony alone. Whatever she had intended to accomplish with Jon, it had clearly failed. Doran whispered something to his son before standing, flanked by guards and family members, signaling it was time to begin the talks. As Jon prepared to rejoin the discussion, Prince Trystane approached. "Lord of the North," he said with polite charm, "my father, Prince Doran Martell, wishes to congratulate you on the success of your creations. He's ready to begin negotiations." Jon nodded. "Of course. Let me gather my people." Trystane led him through the revelry toward the center of the hall. "You know," the prince added casually, "your sister is quite the rare beauty." Jon almost rolled his eyes. "Here we go again." "Well," he said dryly, "Arya's lucky she didn't inherit our father's looks." Trystane chuckled, unbothered. "Perhaps, one day we might be family." Jon didn't reply. That decision was Arya's alone. He approached his minister. "Minister Junley." The man turned immediately. "My king, Prince Trystane, I need you with me for the negotiation." "If you don't mind, gentlemen," Jon said to the nearby nobles with a disarming smile. Together, they made their way toward the open hall where the talks would be held. "Ygritte, will you join me?" Jon asked as they passed his wives. "I'll stay. I don't feel great," she replied, pressing a hand to her stomach. "Serena?" Jon asked. "I'll look after her," she assured him. Turning to his sister, Jon said, "You're coming." Arya rose with a nod, pretending not to notice Trystane's gaze as they walked. "Lady Stark," the prince said gently, "might I request a dance later?" "We'll see," Arya replied coolly, polite but detached. They entered a beautifully lit terrace beneath the open sky. Candles flickered, and Arctic ice shimmered in goblets of red wine. "You're already enjoying the northern touch," Jon said as he stepped in. "It's hard not to after the first taste." Prince Doran replied with a faint smile. His daughter Arianne, his sister, and Nyra Sand were seated beside him. Nyra avoided Jon's gaze. Jon sat opposite with Arya and his ministers. His guards stood tall behind them. "I've wondered all day," Oberyn Martell mused from his seat, "how your guards wear that armor in this heat." "It bothers us less than you might think," Jon said calmly. Oberyn chuckled, but Jon turned his attention back to Doran. "Shall we begin?" Wine was poured. Ice clinked softly. Jon requested whiskey, swirled it, and took a sip. "Our wine doesn't please you?" Trystane asked with a teasing tone. "I enjoy it, but for negotiations, I prefer whiskey," Jon replied. Doran nodded and began. "House Martell is very interested in your products. We would like to distribute them across all of Westeros." Jon raised a brow. "All of Westeros?" "I had in mind limiting distribution to Dorne's borders." "If you're offering Dorne exclusivity," Doran countered smoothly, "we'd be willing to negotiate." Arya's eyes narrowed, but she kept her expression still. Jon took another sip and nodded. "That depends. Will you agree to freeze the prices?" "Freeze them?" Doran echoed. "Our resellers may only mark up by 40%. That's non-negotiable. If anyone inflates prices, the Arctic ceases supply, especially of ice." Doran frowned. "Surely we can make an exception for House Martell." "No exceptions. Our rules are firm. This is a product for the people, not just nobles. Dorne leaned back, slightly perturbed. But we can sell to noble houses and luxury inns. There's profit in that. And you will still make profit, Jon said, steady and firm. Price is about volume, not margin. Imagine every tavern and home in Sunspear demanding it. A 5% markup will make you richer than 10 noble clients ever could. Surprisingly, Nyra spoke up. He's right. You'll make more from volume than exclusivity. Jon nodded. Our only true cost is logistics. The ice is plentiful, but transporting it requires investment, and brave men willing to leave their homes in the Arctic. They must be paid well. Still, Doran said, you speak as though your aim is conquest through commerce. Not conquest, Jon said. Connection, growth. Civilization isn't built on comfort alone. We want prosperity. Doran studied him a moment. You are well prepared. Let me show you just how much. Jon unfurled a scroll and slid it across the table. Doran opened it and paused. A port. A commercial port? Arian asked, confused. On Dornish soil? Doran added. Exactly, Jon said. A port will lower logistics costs. That savings will be passed to you. Your profit increases, the common folk gain access to ice, and trade expands. You've even chosen the location, Tristain observed. You studied our land? It's my first time in Dorne, Jon said, but I have my ways. He thought briefly of his eagles, sent to scout the Dornish coast from above. If you build this port, Jon continued, I'll guarantee Dorne the best prices in Westeros. Doran folded the scroll. We'll negotiate, but the land won't be free. It must appear earned. Naturally, Jon said with a faint smile. Let's begin with a 20-year contract. The talks progressed. They negotiated down to 15 years. Jon agreed to employ at least 30% Arctic workers, provided they only managed port logistics, not the trade routes. As for the earlier attack at the harbor, Doran added, we'll lower land prices for your buildings within the city. Jon nodded. Then he said, now I like something from Dorne. Beyond sand, Doran asked, intrigued. Iron, wool, livestock, as much as you can spare, loaded onto my ships. Doran blinked. That's sudden, but manageable, Jon said. You name a fair market price, and I'll pay in gold. No haggling. They quickly reached a massive deal. Jon agreed to pay over 200,000 gold for high-quality Dornish sand alone. Doran looked stunned. I heard you gave 400,000 to the Starks, he said, eyes narrowing. Rumor. Jon simply shrugged. Then Oberyn stood, placing a large basket on the table. Since you take so much from Dorne, he said, perhaps you'll accept one of our finest exports. He opened the basket and pulled out a serpent, a red and black sand viper. It is beautiful, Oberyn began, voice like velvet. Deadly, patient, like Dorne. He raised the snake toward Jon, who remained unmoved. This creature, Oberyn continued, embodies our soul. Not brute strength, but precision. We don't strike often, but when we do. The snake hissed suddenly, baring its dripping fangs at Oberyn. His eyes widened. His hand froze. The room tensed. Even the guards leaned forward. Then, as if obeying a silent command, the snake turned. It slithered across the table, straight toward Jon. Jon raised his hand. The serpent slid up his arm and coiled calmly around his shoulder. It stared back at Oberyn. Jon smiled. You see, Prince Oberyn, I know more about snakes than you might imagine. No one spoke. Even Doran leaned forward, unable to hide his astonishment. And across from Jon, Nyra Sand's lips parted, though whether in awe or unease, even she couldn't tell. Jon returned to the feast after his tense negotiation with the Martells, their eyes still wary and uncertain of what to make of the northern lord who commanded snakes and spoke in calm defiance. Whether they whispered sorcerer or warg, it mattered little to Jon now. His wives were still seated at their table, undisturbed, with Arctic guards nearby, ensuring no one dared intrude. You're back, Serana murmured as Jon approached. How did it go? Let's talk about it in our rooms, Jon replied, already weary. Please, Ygritte agreed immediately, clearly eager to be anywhere but here. Same here. If that sleepwalking prince tries to ask me to dance again, I might show him my blade, Arya added with a scowl. Jon gave her a dry look. Not enjoying Dorne, then? You think I want to live here? I'm staying in Artica, she replied firmly. No room for argument. Jon didn't press. He had no intention of forcing his sister into any unwanted alliance. He told his ministers to stay at the banquet and continue mingling. Their presence would help ease Dornish minds about their Arctic products, but he warned his guards to keep them from discussing kingdom matters if the wine flowed too freely. As they made their way back to their quarters, Jon could feel the day weighing heavily on him. Finally, Ygritte sighed once and sighed. If I had to hear one more minute of that blasted Dornish music, you'll have to endure it a bit longer, Jon said, unlacing his boots. We still have more negotiations in the days to come. Well, I'd rather try my husband than try another day of politics, Serena said in a sultry voice as she moved toward Jon. Feel free, Ygritte said, already burrowing beneath the sheets. Just keep it down. But before Jon could indulge his wife, he turned toward the far wall. We have a guest. A servant, planted by Doran to spy, had crept close to their quarters, hoping to glimpse something scandalous through a crack in the wall. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't noticed the red viper coiled in the shadows. I see naked women. Hiss. His words ended in a scream as the snake lunged, sinking its fangs into his neck. Ah! Serena turned toward the noise. Another spy, she said with disgust. Nothing but a rat, Jon said calmly, returning to his wives. The night passed with moans and laughter between Jon and Serena, while Ygritte tried in vain to sleep. At dawn, they dressed in Arctic-styled casual wear and made their way to the morning meal. The Martell family was already assembled, noticeably stiffer than the night before. Quentyn glared with disdain, clearly unaware of last night's events, while the rest of the family watched Jon like a hawk. I hope you rested well, Doran said with diplomatic ease. Very pleasant, Jon replied, taking his seat. Although, there's a smell coming from one of your walls. I'd wager there's a corpse rotting in it. The table went quiet. Doran forced a smile. Perhaps a rat. I'll have someone look into it. Arya, eager to shift the mood, leaned forward. Is it true Dornish women are fierce warriors? Of course, Tyene Sand replied with a touch of venom. Do northern girls know how to fight? I'm from Artica. I know how to fight. I want a match. Obara laughed from across the table. With a girl your age? Brave words. Jon remained silent, watching his sister with a mix of exasperation and pride. Prince Doran, Jon said after a while, I'd like to explore the water gardens today with my family. You're welcome to. My daughter can accompany you. No need. I wish to go alone with my wives and Arya. Arianne's smile faltered, and Doran nodded, hiding his disappointment. Later that morning, Jon led his group through the lush water gardens, enjoying the shade, the babbling streams, and the sweet fruit. From above, a raven launched from a tower window. Jon noticed it but thought little of it. He didn't know a maester had just written a letter. To the Grand Maesters, I report that a sorcerer walks among us. Jon Snow of the North commands beasts with his mind, travels with 2 pregnant wives, and brings magic from a land called Artica. He follows the old gods and denies the 7. He is a threat and must be eliminated. The raven soared into the sky, carrying the future of Jon Snow into the unknown. That afternoon, Jon and his company returned for lunch. As they took their seats, Oberyn leaned forward. Lord of Artica, he said with a smile. Care to join me at the training yard? Your sister seemed intrigued by our warriors. Let's show you more than just our gardens. Jon met his gaze. A pleasure. A short while later, they stood at the training grounds. Dornish fighters practiced with spears in a ring. Jon and Arya donned light leather armor provided by the Martells. From the sidelines, Nyra, Arianne, and Trystane watched. Do you think Uncle Oberyn will go overboard? Trystane asked. You know him, Arianne replied. That Stark boy will be on the ground in minutes. You have too much confidence in him, Nyra said, her eyes on Jon. You think someone who commands snakes will lose that easily? Before Jon could enter, Arya stepped into the circle. Is she really going to fight? Arianne said in disbelief. She's just a girl, Obara said, stepping in with her spear. Arya unsheathed her thin, Elden metal sword. I want a real match. Obara smiled. I promise to go easy. They clashed. Arya struck first. Obara blocked, but took a step back. Surprised murmurs rippled around the yard. Not bad, Obara muttered. Let's see what else you've got. Sparks flew as sword met spear. Arya moved quickly, her footwork precise, every blow calculated. Her strength belied her size, and her confidence grew. Within moments, she forced Obara back again, using her weight and momentum to knock her off balance. Arya swept Obara's leg and pressed her sword to her neck. Yield, she said. Silence. Even Oberyn looked stunned. She lost. Tyene whispered. Lucky shot. Obara barked, pushing away. Nymeria stepped forward. Let me try. But before Arya could retake her stance, Serena stepped in. Arya, stand down. I'll take this one. Arya hesitated until Jon said her name. She backed off reluctantly. Serena walked forward in a dress. Aren't you going to wear armor? Nymeria asked. Don't need it, she replied, lifting a massive hammer from a nearby crate and resting it on her shoulder. Everyone went silent. Now this would be a fight. The woman who needed no armor, the woman who slept beside the North Storm. And the training yard fell quiet, as all eyes turned to the ring. The Snake's daughters had provoked the North, and the North had answered.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
In the training yard at Sunspear, silence fell as a woman, known to all as being pregnant, placed the enormous hammer on her shoulder while calmly walking into the circle where the confrontation was to take place. Nymeria looked on with some surprise, wondering how the woman managed to carry it without any discomfort. Serena stopped in the middle of the circle, staring her down. The Dornish woman began to walk, albeit cautiously. Nymeria stopped a few meters from her opponent with her scimitar raised. We can start whenever you're ready, Serena commented calmly. Tisk. Nymeria did not like the arrogance of that remark at all. This can't be happening, Arianne commented, still distanced. I've heard from the Artican men that metal is unique and lightweight, but that hammer is too much for a woman to use. Is he really going to let his pregnant wife fight like this? Try staying. Naira did not comment, just kept watching. Unable to hold back any longer, Nymeria launched her attack against the woman, believing her speed would be much faster than the adversary with that giant weapon. Take this then. She shouted and launched a frontal slash. Serena saw it coming and aimed the hammer at the trajectory after calculating it. She simply pushed the hammer forward easily, making the opponent's blade collide and quickly bounce off the hard surface of the Elden metal. Tisk. Nymeria, though caught by surprise, clicked her tongue and started another attack from Serena's left side, who positioned the tip of the hammer once again with the sound of metal clashing against each other, and the giant didn't stop there. Dragging the hammer through the air and striking with the handle of the girl within her reach, Nymeria found herself being thrown to the side by the impact she received. She quickly fell to the ground as her sword escaped from her hand, leaving all the Dornish even more astonished. What are these women made of? Oberyn could not help asking with some caution. First it was a 10-year-old girl with some difficulty, managed to stop Obara, and now Nymeria was being toyed with by a woman with a hammer and pregnant. Nymeria, Ilaria spoke cautiously next to her, looking at her daughter on the ground. This isn't over. Just like what happened with Obara, Nymeria growled, getting up and grabbing her scimitar again. This time no one interfered, and Serena just nodded as if it was nothing, even with the hateful eyes of the Dornish woman. She launched a wild attack as soon as she ran towards the Artican, who responded by moving the hammer with grace and agility. Serena parried the furious attacks of her opponent with some ease. She began to push the opponent again to the opposite side, and it didn't take long for her to fall to the ground. Once more, Nymeria shouted and stood up again with a new face of anger. Serena just nodded as if she was dealing with a child. The other sand snakes saw their sister once again fighting against someone who seemed to be just playing with her. Hey, what is she doing? Tyene saw a strange movement from her sister as she attacked with one hand and placed the other hand on her waist. Jon also noticed this and widened his eyes as Nymeria took a throwing knife, Driven by the humiliation she was suffering, and threw it at Serena. Seeing it coming towards her, she quickly spun her hammer, blocking the knife from continuing its path while pushing the opponent's sword away. What followed was Serena, no longer content against her opponent. Spinning her body quickly, she delivered a hammer blow to the open chest of Nymeria, who flew through the air with the impact and force. She was extremely angry at the audacity of this Dornish woman, as she could not stop thinking about her child growing inside her. Nymeria flew like a rag doll. The pain of bones breaking with the impact of the hammer made her lose consciousness, as she fell unconscious more than 10 meters from the circle where the fight was happening. Nymeria, Ilaria screamed, looking at her daughter flying and falling to the ground as if she were dead. Her sisters looked on wordlessly, wondering how this could happen. Oberyn, on instinct, grabbed his spear, but someone stepped in front of Serena. Jon stood in front of the Dornish prince, drawing his thin Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, while keeping Serena at his back. This quickly turned into chaos. Dornish soldiers began drawing their swords as the Articans did the same with their Eldametal. "This is not good at all," Trystane said. "You go call my father right now." Arianne looked at a stunned servant by her side, who nodded after the order, running inside the castle. Everyone was looking at each other. Despite the Artican soldiers being outnumbered here, they showed no hesitation against the southern people, pointing their spears at them. However, the soldiers on the garden side soon began to move, while some guards looked oddly at the sudden movement of the Artican people as they shouted to each other in the ancient tongue, something they could not understand. There were wargs monitoring all the movements of Jon's family. They quickly saw what happened and informed everyone while they began to prepare for a possible war in this castle. This made the Dornish realize when the giants began to quickly equip themselves with sword and shield, since there was no time to put on their armor, leaving everyone swallowing hard nonetheless, who could fight with those things. The hidden snakes throughout the castle also did not stay behind. Jon had already issued an order for all to prepare. While they were positioning themselves all over the place, and would begin to bite Dornish in large quantities as soon as they started. Nymeria, Ilaria tried to wake her daughter on the ground. The other two, Tyene and Obara, prepared their weapons with eyes full of hatred for Serena. Arya also drew her sword, while Ygritte also kept her short spear while out of range of her bow. "You stabbed my daughter with the intention to kill." Oberyn growled, looking at Jon ready to kill him, taken by his desire for vengeance. "Your daughter threw a knife at my wife. You seem to forget that. I thought you Dornish at least would honor a small sparring, but you seem not to honor even that." Jon spoke sternly as tensions rose. "That sword." Oberyn for the first time looked at the sword Jon was holding pointed at him. It was none other than Dark Sister. "It does not belong to you." He spoke, accumulated with the anger of seeing his daughter flying. He took the first step against Jon. Jon saw him coming and stepped back to Serena. "Step back, and if you see any movement from another Dornish, kill them all." He spoke to his men, leaving the Dornish hearing this with even more anger, but they did nothing more. After all, this fight was of the Red Viper of Dorne. No one could interfere. "I will have my fight with you now, bastard." He spoke, and Jon sighed, seeing that he would not let this man get away unscathed from this fight. "Come then, Dornish." Jon spoke as everyone watched both of them approach each other, increasing the tension in the air. Nyra from a distance, along with his cousins, was nervous seeing Oberyn look with the intention to kill in his eyes at Jon. Oberyn began to spin his spear looking at Jon as if he were dancing in front of everyone. Jon just silently watched him calmly. "Used to beating children like you all the time. However, today, I am in a bad mood. It might not end well for you." He spoke as he walked around the circle without taking his eyes off Jon. "If you fight as much as you talk, then I should be worried." Jon spoke calmly. "TSK. So be it." He clicked his tongue and declared before lunging at Jon in front. But Jon just turned his body, dodging the attack. He could see with his gray and green eyes the small liquid that was on the tip of the spear. "Poison," Jon thought calmly. He spun his body and quickly launched a cut at Oberyn's opening, who moved his feet to catch balance on the impact and used his spear to defend. The two blades clashed against each other, making a metallic sound. "You really are better than I expected," bastard," he said with a malicious smile. "Pay attention, it's not worth that much," Jon said. Pulling his blade back, he launched another attack, while Oberyn defended, but Jon used his strength to start pushing his weapon away and kicked the man who seemed too confident so far in the chest. Caught by surprise, Oberyn was thrown to the ground, even leaving the circle. "Get up. If that's all you can do, then your title is worthless." Jon, also a bit irritated with this guy, decided to provoke him. While Obara and her sister snarled at Jon, and Ilaria helped her conscious daughter with the maester who had arrived, Oberyn got up holding his weapon more firmly as he returned to the circle. Jon decided to make it clear that he was the best there and launch his attack while the Dornish prince was already in a fighting stance. He began to move his sword at high speed, while Dark Sister glowed with the reflection of the sun on it. Oberyn found himself in trouble, stunned while being pressured by a child as well. With every step, Jon increased the pressure against the opponent. "He is defeating the uncle," Arianne murmured incredulously. For her, Oberyn was always an invincible person who would not lose to anyone, but now he was being humiliated by a boy the age of Squire. "What kind of fighting style is that?" Trystane said, amazed as he watched Jon's unique movements. "I don't know, but the way he holds that sword, it's like the Targaryens of old. I think Daemon Targaryen, brother of Viserys, had a similar style of holding the sword." Nyra spoke as she watched Jon dancing with the sword that should belong to his family. She was not foolish enough not to realize that this sword was the famous Dark Sister, and the fact that Jon came from beyond the wall perfectly matched how it was lost. "Uncle!" Arianne shouted when she saw Jon make a cut on Oberyn's face as he fell backward. Oberyn fell to the ground, surprised as a line of blood came out on his cheek. "Come on, Prince of Dorne, you can't even defeat a bastard from the north." Jon provoked him once again, and the people of Dorne hearing this were ready to intervene, while the Articans were already making movements in that yard and outside it. "You are really good, better than I imagined." Oberyn got up growling, "But do not underestimate a Dornish." He spoke and went back to attack, but Jon continued pressing against him, making the man miss his attack and act again while being pressured. At a moment while his spear was lost again, missing the attack, Jon delivered a direct punch to the Dornishman's face, throwing him to the ground again, falling unconscious. Everyone saw Oberyn fallen on the ground, while Jon seemed untouched and sweatless from this fight, which left all the Dornish quite impressed with a touch of astonishment. Unlike the Articans who already expected this kind of result, silence had settled in the place, until Oberyn's daughters decided to act. Attack them, making all the Dornish men begin to act. "We have to stop them," Nyra said. "Stop everyone. As the heir of Dorne, I want you all to stop this." Arianne, knowing it would not end well for either side, shouted. However, she was not her father. Her voice did not reach while Obara and Tyene were already advancing against Serena. Jon did not move and looked angrily, deciding to act. Snakes began to come out of places, and when the guards realized this, they were already flying at the necks of those who came launching attacks. Obara and Tyene were no different as snakes crawled against them and jumped on them, wrapping around their necks, falling to the ground before attacking Serena, who was already expecting the attack. The chaos had just begun, as countless Dornish were thrown to the ground trying to get the snakes off them, scaring all the others who did not know Jon's abilities, which made them even more afraid, seeing those snakes launching an attack against their own people as if they were being... The Artican men were still prepared for any attack as they watched the Dornish being entangled by dozens of snakes. "This can't be happening," Arianne said in shock. "They're coming after us." Trystane pointed behind them when he saw two snakes approaching, showing their fangs, leaving Arianne, Nyra, and Trystane quite frightened and stepping back. "What is this? Why are the snakes acting like this? If we get bitten, we don't have the antidote." "It's him." A soldier pointed at Jon being surrounded by snakes as they showed their fangs to everyone. "He's a northern sorcerer," a soldier shouted, scared. All the confidence they had until a short time ago was transformed into terror, for there were more than 5 snakes circling the men of Dorne in this courtyard, while no Artican was threatened by the creatures. Men were on the ground fighting against the snakes on their necks, which bit them without hesitation, There were at least 20 men on the ground, leaving everyone else frightened as more and more men arrived looking at the surreal scene. What is going on here? Doran finally arrived in his chair carried by servants. He quickly became alarmed. The courtyard was surrounded by snakes, men fallen on the ground. A scared maester looking at the snakes with much fear while trying to treat Nymeria, her sisters on the ground fighting against the snakes, asphyxiating them. Oberyn fallen on the ground unconscious, Ilaria screaming in despair, seeing her daughters on the ground. But the snakes wouldn't let her get close. The leader of Artica, looking at all the soldiers waiting for any movement from the newcomers and the remnants, while more than 12 shadows surrounded him, showing their fangs to anyone. It was a surreal scene and was broken by a servant arriving at Doran. "My lord, the giants outside the wall are getting ready for battle." He shouted, scared, and this alarmed Doran's heart even more. How all this could have come to such a thing, seeing that it was a mistake to hope that his brother could behave, knowing that this was caused by him. "Father, we must do something." Arianne shouted, looking at her father, while the snakes wouldn't let them pass. Doran tried to breathe, seeing that the snakes were not being aggressive. His gaze returned to the mine behind all this bizarreness, ignoring the servant with the report of the giants. "Lord Artican, I still do not know what happened here, but if I brought any trust between our agreements, I ask you to stop this madness." Doran spoke, trying to be as respectful as possible. His family was at risk of life there. It was enough that he lost his sister a long time ago. "Your brother and your daughters threatened me and my family after losing some fights. Do you think we have anything more after this?" "Prince Doran, when my family is in danger, I do not intend to spare anyone. And if that means saving my family, I will exterminate everyone here." Jon spoke loud and clear with magic, making people fear him at this moment with his voice and words. "I know we can reach an agreement, please. I do not intend to harm your family. We should not come to this situation," he said once more as everyone awaited Jon's response. "Remove Prince Oberyn from this place if you still want anything with Artica. If I see him here again, I will not hold back. You see, I can control any snake of Dorne," he said, and the snakes hissed in all directions while their fangs dripped venom. "I will kill him as soon as he touches the same ground as me and my family." Jon declared he was not an honorable man like his father now. He would act for the good of his family, even if it meant killing an enemy using just a snake in the dark. Doran was thoughtful. It was not an empty threat. Oberyn had ruined everything with his daughters. Perhaps he was a fool to believe that everything would be fine with Oberyn fighting against Jon with the hatred he harbored for the Starks. "All right, I will put Oberyn on a ship out of Dorne while you are here. He will not step foot in the kingdom. I only ask you to call off your snakes, spare the lives of the soldiers we can save with antidotes, and do not harm my children. I will not hold anger or seek revenge. I have realized that you are a man not to be trifled with or taken lightly." He spoke almost pleadingly, an ambitious player full of schemes, but knew when to retreat. Jon had proven himself to be far beyond anyone they could handle, and it was his mistake to think Nyra or Oberyn could deal with them, weakening any alliance they might have been forming in this place. "Fine, keep your word and we can still salvage something from our negotiations. Play any more games, and I'm leaving Dorne, whether by forging a path by force or leaving peacefully, you choose," Jon declared, before the snakes stopped showing their fangs and began to move away from everyone, entering holes in the courtyard, unraveling from necks, and moving away as the Dornish finally could escape that nightmare. "Bring the antidotes, quickly," Doran ordered as his children finally could breathe, even still frightened by what they had witnessed. Jon returned to his people. "I want you to join the people outside the courtyard and try to calm them down. I'm going back to my room, and I want my sister with me." Jon finally calmed things down. He had to organize the chaos his men had created with this near conflict and take care of his family. People nodded, while some Artican guards went outside. Men began to treat all those who had been bitten by the snakes and were suffering on the ground. Jon went back inside, passing by Doran, while everyone moved away from him with great fear. After all, Jon Artica would be remembered in Dorne forever after this day. Dorne had never been conquered because its people were always deceitful attacking from the dark, or being lucky enough to hit a dragon. But today they encountered someone extremely dangerous, someone who could launch an even more deceitful attack, who could use their own snakes to kill them. They would never look at snakes the same way again, while Jon Artica had his stay in Dorne. Some points people will argue about. Jon has a lot of snakes throughout the palace, but there's a difference between overhearing a conversation and reading a letter, or would the maester simply allow a snake there to read what he was writing next to him? Secondly, Jon is not omnipotent. He can't know everything. Is he going to watch all the ravens leaving the castle? That's madness. Third, Jon is an outsider. Artica is a kingdom under construction, unrecognized by anyone. I don't know why these people want Jon to be called king so badly, until he forces them to call him king in a land he doesn't control. Starting a war with Dorne will make him lose all chances of negotiation in Westeros, and even in Essos, it's not smart to do that so easily. Another thing, for me, Westeros will always be full of intrigues, so there will be schemes here and there, people wanting to gain things here and there. But Jon can't just go around killing everyone. If you think that won't have consequences, About Me was deleting this fanfic. Firstly, I never said I would abandon this fanfic. After all, 40% of my Patreon supporters consider it the best of all. Secondly, I really was going to abandon it on this site, because this is the only place where people complain, so I don't need to continue things that seem bad. Thirdly, I lost 1K followers, and I hope it's these people because I'm giving it another chance due to over 100 comments from people asking me to continue. Fourthly, if you don't like this story, you can stop reading it. Do us all a favor. Fifth, if you want to give hate, then I have one thing to say: go fuck yourself. Sixth, besides that, have a good read. Chapter size, 2,900 words. Third person POV. Dorne, 295 AC. Jon returned to his quarters after the commotion while Arya joined them. These people, they're so treacherous. Arya growled. We don't have much to do about it, just to take care of ourselves. Serena commented, also dissatisfied with what happened. I will talk to Doran later, and I no longer intend to participate in his games. So this was the last straw. Jon said seriously and went back to Ygritte. How are you? He asked, touching her belly using some magic there. I'm fine, she said. You're going back to the Arctic, Jon said, seeing that Ygritte was not in good condition. But, no buts, you won't be able to for the rest of the journey. I know you're feeling sick. I will leave Sarum so that your journey goes smoothly, Jon said, not wanting Ygritte to go through the rest of the journey's stress. He also wanted Serena to do the same, looking at her. No, I'm staying, she simply said and continued. You need one of us. I'm fine and can take very good care of myself, she said, leaving no room for discussion. Okay. He returned to Ygritte and touched her hand. I need you to be safe. It won't be the first journey, so I promise you will participate in the next one, Jon said, and she nodded, although reluctantly. What are we going to do now? Arya asked, sitting on the bed. I will talk to Doran soon. At this moment, he already knows he cannot deal with me easily, and he will have to think twice before trying something. My eyes are all over the castle, and I have made it clear that I would launch an attack as soon as we feel threatened, Jon said as he approached the window and stroked a sleeping red viper there. The snake just looked at him and accepted his hand while sticking out its tongue. Meanwhile, Doran was organizing the place with some apprehension. How did this happen? He growled in his chair to his daughter. Nymeria thought it would be smart to throw a throwing knife at a pregnant woman. It was not Arianne who replied, but Nyra. Doran was silent and looked at Nymeria, still being treated by the maester. How is she? He asked. My lord. The maester began with some apprehension. From what I could see, to start with, she has gone into a coma. There are rib fractures, the chest was broken, and I believe even her spinal column suffered a major impact. The internal injuries could be varied as well. He finished, leaving his sisters enraged by that. They will pay for this. Obara snarled. You tried once and almost died because of it. Doran mocked, already irritated with Oberyn's daughters. Do you plan to leave them in peace after everything they have done? Ilaria growled at Doran, and the atmosphere seemed very heavy. Your daughters caused this. Maybe teaching that you could try to kill a guest in my house was not a good choice. Doran spoke seriously to Ilaria. Ilaria was going to respond, but Nyra spoke for her. Have you seen what he can do? Do you want to kill yourself and the rest of your daughters out of revenge? She asked, who could deal with giants and an army of snakes roaming the entire city? Even she had to admit how afraid she was of the man from the north. That wizard. How can he do this, Maester? What the hell happened here? Tien sought answers from the man treating her sister. The Maester seemed lost, and even Doran was curious. Even though he had already asked about the event of the previous night, he was still interested in what the man would argue. I cannot explain this phenomenon. There are the wargs with blood of the first men, ancient legends of men who entered the body of animals. He said, entering the bodies of animals? A soldier beside commented a bit scared by that. But what we need today, the Maester continued. I have never read anything like it. No warg I read about in the Citadel could control multiple animals and still remain conscious. The man finished. This left everyone entirely a bit shaken. After all, who could deal with someone like that, seeing what he has already been capable of without losing a soldier on his side? What are we going to do, Father? Arianne asked with a tone of concern. We can't do anything for now. Let's just make Lord Arctic stay pleasant, he concluded. And your brother, he's lying on the ground. Ilaria commented, frustrated with Doran's words. How is my brother, Maester? He asked. He's fine. If we disregard the broken nose, he'll be all right. Much better than your daughter's condition, the elderly man spoke. Doran looked at his brother on the ground with a bleeding nose and another cut on his cheek before nodding. He turned his attention to Ilaria and her daughters. You've caused a lot of trouble. You will stay out of Dorne while the Articans are here. I will put you on a ship along with my brother. I will send a raven when you can return, he concluded. You can't be serious, Ilaria shouted, but Doran ignored her and looked at his daughter. Let's go inside. We have a lot to plan with our guests, you too, Nyra, he said, sighing with some relief after everything that happened. They began to leave to review how they would deal with John Arctic. At the castle entrance, the giants and Artican men began to calm down as the royal guards were explaining the current situation along with the wargs. The Dornish soldiers were fearing the imminent conflict and were relieved when they saw the creatures putting away their weapons. A few hours passed until Doran invited John again for dinner with his family. I hope our relations have not been too damaged, Doran commented as John approached. They attacked my pregnant wife unfairly. John spoke with a not-friendly voice. I don't know if that can be forgotten. Arianne and Nyra seemed to sigh at this, but Doran kept a neutral face. I can understand your anger. I ensured Oberyn and his daughters left the city, he assured. John nodded. After all, at this moment, while Oberyn was waking up with his nose bandaged and his daughters talking to him for the first time, there was a snake in a corner just watching them. Snakes may not hear as well as humans, but John could see their intentions, should they try anything. Then he heard the drama and the thirst for revenge against the Arctic family from those individuals, ready to act at any moment. Meanwhile, the dinner turned more silent. With the atmosphere a bit strange between the two families, Doran asked for current things without delving into the subject of recent events, and John nodded, answering all the questions calmly. I spoke with some large pasture owners in the desert and some merchants in the city. We could talk about prices tomorrow if you want, Doran commented. That's good. I'm bringing some ships to the harbor. They will bring the products we negotiated, John said. After dinner, both returned to their quarters, with Arya sleeping in an extra bed in John's room. And the next day, the meeting began with Doran and some merchants, one of them even from Essos establishing his own company in Dorne. What would you like? I have various animals that will surely be to your liking. The man spoke while clasping his hands, expressing his greed for a big deal. I want everything you have. John spoke while Arya was on the other side. His ministers smiled, seeing the other side of the table, surprised by that. I think I did understand well. I have more than 3,000 animals on my lands. The man spoke a bit lost. If you sell them to me at a fair price, I want to buy all of them, John spoke. He didn't mind buying something a bit above market price, just not being abusive. After all, he might be rich, but wouldn't throw money at people outside of Arctic. Are you serious? He asked, still dazed. Yes, I want all of them, he affirmed, and the man nodded, picking up a paper and starting to do the calculations. Now, on to iron. John turned to the man from Essos, wearing jewels. Your Excellency, I have the best price in the region, quality and quantity. You can take iron ingots, steel, and other metals, he quickly said, hoping to sell like the animal man. Give me your price. I intend to buy everything you have. John spoke again, making the man quite happy as he began to take notes. After they came back with their prices, John negotiated a bit with the animal man, who had been too greedy, and reached an agreement at a fairer price. For John, an offer is not an offense, but it didn't mean he would pay any price. The other man offered a slightly better price, and John didn't have to argue much to buy tons of metals. His gaze then turned to Doran. Do you have more people who can sell these things? I also need other materials, John said, leaving Doran somewhat at a loss. I can get more minor merchants in the coming days, he said. Can we now discuss yesterday's incident? He asked, and John nodded, with Arya and his ministers leaving with the merchants before only Doran and John remained in the room. As you know, Oberyn's actions do not reflect the intentions of House Martell, which is why we are willing to give 100,000 gold coins to help with your payments to the merchants, he said. That's interesting, though it does nothing for my wife's life or the child she carries. I won't blame you for something your brother and his daughters caused, and I think Dorne could be a good trading partner, but I believe you have something more, John said, sensing there was still more to come. Yes, you're right. I think we cannot have a good friendship after what happened just with 100,000 gold coins. What I propose, he said, looking at John, is a marriage. John looked at him for a while, but with a calm face, already expecting something like this. You know I am a man married to 2 wives. I think you are not someone who would accept having your blood as a 3rd wife, John asked before declining. No, I would refuse to do something like that, but we can make an exception for you. After all, Arianne would be a queen of the Arctic too, wouldn't she? He said calmly. You offend me by suggesting your daughter, John said with a tone of dissatisfaction. Your daughter has slept with various men of Dorne. Even her sworn sword is her lover. You shouldn't even propose her. John knew how people viewed Arianne. He would not accept such a woman, even if the deal was advantageous. Despite the refusal and even a certain offense to his daughter, Doran wanted this marriage. After all, the Arctic would be useful in the future for his plans, and he wanted to use John's army of giants and resources. We are willing to give a dowry of 300,000 more gold coins than we are already giving you. A tax exemption in Dorne and free trade, Doran said, trying to buy not just John with gold, but also trade advantages. Why Arianne? She is the heiress of Dorne. You know I would prefer Nyra over Arianne, don't you? John asked, curious to see the man's response. Doran seemed reluctant at the mention of Nyra. Nyra would not be someone suitable for your status, he said. Are you saying I am beneath her, Prince of Dorne? John retorted. No, you are not, but she is not in question, Doran said with a tone dissatisfied with John's questioning. I see, but I am not available to take a 3rd wife, so you will have to forgive me. Now, if you'll excuse me, my wives are waiting for me, John said, and Doran could do nothing but watch him leave the room with his failed negotiation. After all, he didn't have much leverage. Nyra, as much as John wanted to know Doran's answer, the man wanted to use Nyra for other political matters. After all, she could be the queen of Westeros in the future, or the person who would put his blood in power by marrying her to someone important. And although Doran had seen John's power, it was still a very unknown kingdom and far from the capital. For him perhaps not being the best option and doubting John Arctic would agree so easily to enter the war against the Baratheons while he is a Stark. John returned to his wives in the water gardens, spending the afternoon with them without caring about anything else. I'm going back to the room. I'm feeling very tired, Ygritte said in the late afternoon. I'll go back with her, Serena said, and John nodded, still wanting to stay a bit longer. He ended up spending time, ironically, with a snake and felt some heavy footsteps approaching. He looked to the side with a smile. Ghost appeared, walking up to his master with his tongue out. "Did you manage to get past everyone to get here?" Jon murmured, a bit incredulous that this giant wolf was wandering around the place without any issues, given that he had left Arya's wolf at the entrance with other animals. But recalling his memories, it was obvious that he did, and the guards just moved away in fear, not wanting to harm the wizard's wolf, as that could kill them all. Ghost approached Jon, licking him. "I missed you too, buddy, but it's only been a day since we saw each other." Jon commented, since he was supposed to see his wolf yesterday, but the commotion in the courtyard happened. He spent some time with Ghost, until he noticed a person not too far from him, picking some flowers. It was Nyra Sand, who hadn't noticed him until she turned around to see him holding a giant wolf by his side. She got a bit startled. "It's okay. I'll return him as soon as I leave here," Jon said calmly, though not appearing too friendly. She listened, lost in how to interact with this man. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her as she approached calmly. "I've heard stories about Starks riding their wolves into wars," she began. "I just never expected to see one in person. It reminds me of the Targaryens," she said while looking at Ghost, who lifted his head to look at her with his red eyes. "It's true," Jon admitted, as he was the first after generations in his family to possess such animals. "This makes me wonder," Nyra continued, now looking at him. "If the Starks can have wolves again, could dragons return as well?" She murmured. Jon looked at her for a while. "It's very likely. A lot in this world that people think impossible can happen," he said without revealing the existence of Aragon, his own dragon, or the dragon he felt in Skagos. "My dream has always been to ride a dragon." She let slip. Jon didn't respond, not quite sure how to react to this girl, as he still had conflicting feelings about her. Jon petted Ghost one more time and began to stand up as the night approached. "I hope your dream comes true," he said, and started to leave. "Wait," the girl tried to stop him. "What is it?" Jon turned around, already standing next to Ghost, who was taller than him. "I apologize for acting that way," she said with a sad look. "But there's something between us, isn't there? You can feel it too," she said with her heart racing. "There is, but you know what?" Jon began. "I spoke with Doran today. He wanted me to marry Arianne Martell." Jon started, leaving Nyra with a slight shock at her heart. "I refused," Jon said with a sarcastic tone. "I asked if I could marry you instead of his heir, but he refused," Jon told her, leaving Nyra quite surprised by this. Jon looked at her, and before she could say anything, he continued. "I don't know what you want from life, Nyra, but one thing I do know about you. You are a political tool for your uncle, and you will be used to achieve his goals," Jon said sternly and turned to take Ghost back to the other animals again. Nyra stood there, pondering his words, and it wasn't the words indicating Doran was her uncle, not her father, that left her so affected. "Good morning." Jon woke up to Serena looking at him. "Good morning, my wife," Jon commented with a smile, while his half-open eyes admired the woman by his side. Ygritte moaned beside him, waking up as well, while Arya was in a separate bed. Jon had no sexual relationship with his sister present in the room, so they slept peacefully and woke up with a light sleep. "You're already awake." Arya appears, approaching the other bed while scratching her eye and stretching. Jon got up and began searching for a suitable outfit for the day, opening the chest and putting on some simple formal clothes. "What are we going to do? Can we go train?" Arya asked, wanting to fight. Jon turned to her while putting a garment over his current one. "Not in the castle courtyard. You can go train with the Artican soldiers at the entrance," Jon said. "I see. I'll do that then," she said, opening a smile excitedly. Jon turned back to his wives, also getting out of bed. "Can you stay with her?" "I plan to go to the castle's library, only if you want to join me," Jon spoke, knowing his women were not very fond of books. "Yes, Ygritte needs some air, so I'll stay with her and Arya," Serena said, and Jon nodded. Jon left the room with his family and went to meet the Martells for the first meal, where he again saw them positioned at the table before they arrived and settled down with an initial greeting. Jon also noticed how Arianne was looking at him, thinking her father must have instructed her to try and seduce him. He just ignored her and went back to eating while exchanging a few words with Doran about various topics just out of politeness. Nyra seemed a bit thoughtful during the dinner, try staying quiet while his brother seemed to have some fear of Jon since the incident with Oberyn happened. They left the place as soon as they finished eating, and while some royal guards followed his wives and sister, Jon went to the library of Sunspear, which was not hard to find after a servant led him to the location. Some nobles, still being in Sunspear, greeted him, but there was always a fear. Jon was known for controlling various snakes, and everyone was so afraid that they did not protest him stopping to control something that could kill them at any moment. After all, none of them could even explain how he did something like that. He didn't care about the nobles, as it was his ministers who would take care of foreign relations. So he continued until he finally found the place. His guard opened the door and checked for any danger before letting Jon pass, who, as soon as he entered, found the maester carrying some scrolls while leaving. "Maester," Jon greeted him calmly. "Lord Artican," the man spoke, greeting humbly. Jon saw the man pass by him, but did not like at all how that man looked at him. It clearly seemed like he was his enemy, something more intense than Oberyn ever gave. "This guy, I must keep an eye on him," Jon concluded and looked at his guards. "You too. Do not let him get close to any of my wives or sister, understand?" Jon spoke sternly, and the men nodded. "Yes, my king. We will warn the others too," he spoke. Jon then looked at the library while finding where he could start and picking up some books that he was unfamiliar with, mainly about the ancestors of the Martells. As he read, his guard stayed with him, and he managed to get some peace until someone interrupted him by entering the library and approaching him. "Lord Artican, what a pleasant coincidence." A woman with slightly tanned skin and black hair and eyes approached calling for Jon. "Villia Gargalon," Jon said calmly, not liking to be interrupted by someone who had exchanged a few words since the dinner a few days ago. "Good to find you. I was wondering what a man like you would be doing now," she spoke, and Jon knew she had followed him, probably on orders from her uncle, who seemed very comfortable in wanting to throw his niece into his bed. "I'm reading now. Something I would like to continue doing," Jon replied dryly. The girl seemed disconcerted by Jon's attitude, but what more could he do? Jon had chosen to spend his day reading some books in this castle instead of with his wives, and he would not be interrupted by a noble from Dorne. She still didn't seem to give up. "I was wondering if you would accompany me for a walk around Sunspear," she insisted. Jon sighed, wondering if she didn't know he had almost killed all the guards 2 days ago. "Sorry, my lady, I cannot accompany you. Besides, I am a married man. Even though I have 2 wives, I would not like to wander around alone with a single woman," Jon concluded. The woman was speechless for a while until she nodded sadly. "I understand. Then I'll be going," she said, and Jon nodded to finally have some peace. "My king, should I prevent them from approaching?" the royal guard asked. "No need. We can't be so rude to nobles in a land that isn't ours," Jon said, and the guard nodded. He spent more time reading and finishing a book, moving on to the next before being interrupted once again, this time by Arianne Martell. "Lord Artican," she began, approaching as the guard just stood silently. She seemed to have left her guard outside. "Lady Martell." Jon greeted her, despite being displeased. "I didn't know you liked to read. Does our library please you?" she asked. "It's quite interesting," Jon admitted. "I like its history. There's great historical value here." "I'm glad you liked it," she said, noting Jon's displeasure at being interrupted, then continued. "I was wondering if you would walk with me later. I want to show you some sides of Sunspear that you haven't seen yet," she said, and Jon sighed once more. "Sorry, Princess Arianne, but I will be with my wives as soon as I leave here," Jon said, indicating he would not accept her invitation. "I understand." "All right then. Sorry to interrupt," she said before leaving the library. He continued reading his books, moving from the 2nd to the 6th book without stopping for lunch, while staying entertained absorbing all that information. Some people entered the library, even just to look at him in a corner focused on his tome with a royal Artican guard by his side, but no one else interrupted him. He only noticed one person in particular later, which was Nyra entering the place in a purple dress and going up to a section of the shelves and picking a specific book. She looked at him for a while and placed the book under her arm before leaving without looking back, head bowed. "A book about Targaryen dragons," Jon noted, watching the girl leave. It was late afternoon when Jon finally decided to leave the library. As he left the place and headed towards the exit of the castle to meet his wives outside. The areas where the Ardicans were stationed were quite spacious. They calmly waited for any orders, but usually they relaxed and drank, holding banquets every night. Of course, they didn't accept food from Sunspear, only eating the food they had brought themselves to avoid being poisoned or anything of sort. When Jon arrived at the location, everyone was in a circle while Arya fought against the dwarf. The girl seemed to have been doing this all day, as she was quite sweaty and dirty while wearing a small leather armor. Jon approached as everyone nodded their heads, even the dwarf fighting Arya at that moment, to show their respect to their king. "You've finally arrived," Serena commented. Jon approached his wives in a corner while Ghost lay behind them, as if protecting their children. Jon approached and petted Ghost. "I've had enough reading for today. How are things here?" Jon asked, sitting down next to them while his guard positioned himself with the others. "Your sister is trying to prove herself as a warrior, but she can't beat everyone," Ygritte said. That's just how she is, always in a hurry." Jon smiled and turned his attention back to the ongoing fight. "Come on, little Arya." The dwarf laughed as Arya, frustrated, attacked him. He defended with his shield, repelled her strike, and pushed her back. Arya lost her balance and ended up falling on the dusty ground. "You still need to plant your feet firmly to fight someone stronger than you." "Haha, I heard you defeated a human, but you can't expect a dwarf not to be stronger than that human you fought," the man said, laughing. Arya quickly got up and went back to the fight. They continued to fight until the evening, when Jon returned to the castle, while his wives went to clean Arya. Jon went to an Ardican soldier who kept some of the wargsbirds in the fleet and requested to bring back 50 ships to the harbor, as it was time for them to conclude their negotiations, and Jon would make the final one the next day. After lunch the next day, after Jon spent the morning in the library again, he went to meet with Dorne, seated in an open house like the first negotiation they had at the banquet. The man was with his guard while 2 Ardican soldiers stood behind Jon. "Do you play?" Dorne greeted him and asked, pointing to the board. "Yes," Jon said, already familiar with the rules of the board game. "You know I love this game. It has a strange name, checkers, but it always sharpens my mind like a whetstone," he said and asked Jon to play with him. Jon nodded and saw him make the first move with a piece. "I always feel good about the strategy of this game, and it helps me think a lot about the future of House Martell," he said. Jon said nothing and played his piece. The man looked at his move and made another. Jon moved another piece. Dorne moved another piece, pondering Jon's strategy. "I like to play this game mainly with other nobles. After all, I can always match my sharp mind with theirs," Dorne said. Jon moved a piece to the other side. "A game cannot define a mind," he said as he made his move. Dorne moved his hands before starting to shift the middle of his game. "It's true, but it's always good to see what kind of person you're dealing with." Jon didn't respond and moved another piece, trying to block Dorne's advance. "You're amazing, you know, Lord Ardican," he said, moving another piece, eyeing Jon's game. "You're incredible. There's no one like you in Westeros. You've conquered wealth, power, and status in lands beyond the wall. You possess powers I've never seen in my life and didn't even know existed. I also heard that you defeated my brother in single combat without him being able to touch you, though when you're only of an average squire's age. My brother was supposed to be one of the greatest warriors of Westeros and lost to you, a man half his age," he commented. Jon moved his pieces, captured one of Dorne's, and did not respond to his speech. Dorne just smiled as he played another piece. "I know you rejected my daughter, but I still want to be your ally. We can become strong for difficult times," he said as he played another piece. "Difficult times?" Jon asked, and captured another one of Dorne's pieces. "We all have enemies. If we don't have good strategies and good allies, we will always be overtaken and conquered. Like this." Dorne moved a piece and began capturing 2 of Jon's pieces, moving another into a position Jon hadn't noticed. "You may not know, Prince Dorne, but Artica has no enemies. We win our own battles with our own strength and destroy all our enemies," Jon said, and surprised Dorne by moving his piece, capturing 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8 pieces leaving Dorne with just 2 against a whole group. He frowned, seeing his pieces being destroyed so suddenly by a boy less than half his age. It didn't take long for Jon to win the entire game, leaving the prince with little to say, and Jon took the initiative. "Now let's negotiate," Jon said, and one of his guards brought over some papers he had asked to hold. "Here are all the contracts regarding our negotiations," Jon said, and handed them to Dorne, who began to read quickly. Contracts for ice, the port, and sand with the goods that Artica would sell to House Martell. Dorne nodded as he began to read, and seeing that everything was as they had negotiated, he started to sign. "I'm sure you haven't finished yet." "No," Jon said. "I want something else." He showed another paper to Dorne, who set aside the one he had signed and started to read. "You want this?" He looked surprised at what Jon was requesting. "Yes, I want your approval to bring these people to Artica," Jon said. "You really want to bring literate people to Artica to be stuck for 5 years without leaving the country, but earning some 1,000 gold coins and even an opportunity to live on your lands and settle there?" Dorne said incredulously. Jon had a plan to accelerate the intellectual development of the nation. He planned to bring in 2,000 new teachers from the south, literate people who could teach everyone in the common tongue. This would be an expense of 2 million gold coins, but Jon could easily guarantee this with the trade he was opening in just 5 years. Yes, they won't be able to leave the country for 5 years, but after that time passes, we can open our borders, or if they stay there as long as they do not harm the kingdom, or they can return with the money, Jon concluded. Dorne thought quickly and worked all this information in his mind, ending up accepting it. After all, he could send some spies, since Oberyn could not enter after all the hostility created. Jon was well aware of Dorne's plans, but didn't care much. After all, no one could leave Artica or pass information to the south during that period. "As for the books, I will provide them." Dorne also said about the other paper where Jon demanded a large quantity of books to take to Artica. Jon nodded, while letting Dorne think about his plans and everything he heard in that room. Jon continued his way until he stopped at the window with his guards. "Looks like our ships are arriving," Jon said, smiling as 50 ships were appearing on the sea horizon and coming towards the city's port. At the port, the citizens of Dorne were already starting to get used to the strange events in the city over the last few days. Giants appearing with dwarves as a group from the north came to negotiate, snakes crawling through the city strangely. And now the gossip was about how the man who controls the giants and all this new group is a sorcerer who can charm all the snakes in the city, making many fear him. The ships in the port with the people who hadn't accompanied Jon to the Martell castle had become a sort of attraction for the local people, who showed up every day at the port to watch the giants walking through the huge ship, while there were grumbling dwarves that scolded the people occasionally when they bothered them too much, but they ended up finding the scene amusing. However, today was different, and the people and fishermen soon noticed something as the ships in the port quickly made way. After all, another 50 Artican ships were waving their flag as they approached the port. "What? More ships?" Someone alerted. "They're not going to attack the city, are they?" Another murmured. More giants are coming." A child pointed to the sea next to his mother, while she swallowed hard. Jon saw all this through his eagles as he left the castle. After all, he had to organize the place with his men and the merchants. He approached Ghost, mounting him with some guards following. "I hope Dorne hasn't forgotten to warn his men. After all, the city is getting agitated with the presence of our 50 ships." Jon smiled and headed for the port. The ships began to anchor in the harbor, while Dorne's guards were already trying to maintain order in the city, announcing that there was no attack, just commercial boats setting up stalls in the harbor, as the giants lowered the sails and undertook the heavy task required to dock the ship and begin unloading their goods. At that moment, Jon approached the ships with his guards mounted on Ghost, as people moved away with a mix of fear and respect after what they had heard about the Wizard of the North. "My king," the men already on the ships that had come with Jon many days ago approached while displaying their Elden metal armors. "How are things going?" Jon asked. "The ships are docking and getting ready to start removing the goods," the man informed Jon. Jon nodded, and they began to move towards the ships, filling the entire harbor. "Prepare to unload and keep the products safe before the Dornish inspect the cargo for the merchants. "Do not let anyone else through," John said, and the men nodded as more soldiers came off the boat. Since a crowd was forming at the harbor, this would prevent problems. The ships that had just anchored began to come out and greet John. "Bring the goods to the front of the ship," he said, and the men began to do so, while the giants started to bring the heavier loads, and all the ships began to do the same throughout the harbor. John waited for the goods to accumulate, while only merchants began to arrive after getting past the guards who kept the crowd from approaching. John continued talking to them and instructing the men as they began to move the goods into the city. His ministers also soon appeared as they assisted him after the Dornish confirmed the negotiated goods. The giants present were much larger now, and the curious people just stayed there to watch them with curiosity and admiration, seeing men of 4 meters in their armors for the whole city. "What can we do with the ice?" asked a man from House Martell responsible for the ice in Dorne. "You can place them in Sunspear, at least until we build the storage, but I would recommend using it and distributing it throughout Dorne for everyone to know. After all, they may not last long," John said, implying that his storage would be made with a special material to hold the energized boxes by the Grand Weirwood even more. "Yes, my lord," he said, and began to leave and start asking for Martell men to pick up the boxes and leave for the castle. John spent some time in the harbor, finishing organizing his goods while staying until late afternoon as he emptied all the commercial ships and asked everyone to rest when everything was finished. After all, they needed the ships still in the harbors to start picking up the goods they bought. "Let's return. We have more work tomorrow," John said as they returned to his wolf with his guards before going back to the Dornish castle. "You finally returned," said Ygritte, waiting for him at the entrance with Serena. "Let's dine. I have a few more engagements," he said, and accompanied his wife inside. They dined with the Martell family, and John returned to his room with nothing much different than usual. The next day, he met with Dorne and began to organize the final points. He ended up closing the harbor while the ships were there, picking up the goods, and relocated any arriving commercial ship at sea to another area. "About literate people, can you help me with some of your men to speak to your population?" John asked. "Yes, I've already been speaking with some contacts in the city. We are organizing this," he said. "All right, but I need to filter these people, so we will be interviewing the candidates," John said. In short, he could not place just anyone in his kingdom, even if it was to be isolated. Dorne nodded a bit hesitantly. After all, he wanted to place many spies, but nodded, seeing that he could not go against John's logic. "All right, my men will be in touch soon to talk about this," he concluded, and John nodded, before returning to the city, as today would start the first shipment of items bought for the ships. And as expected, the first wagons began to enter the city, filling its streets with various animals inside them. After all, John had purchased thousands of animals not just from one trader, but from all who were able to negotiate. Throughout the rest of the day, John and his men began to organize the ships. He might not have been dealing with this, but he wanted to participate in the logistics process. In the end, they only managed to load 2,000 animals and arrange their transport on a few ships. After all, there were a total of 8,000 animals, and it was a lengthy process to get them out of the desert and onto the wagons. In the end, it took 4 days to fill a dozen ships with this part. On the 5th day, they began to bring in steel and iron ingots, tons and tons of them filling the ships over the next 2 days. "John, can this iron be used for building the army?" Arya asked excitedly. "Yes, but it's still not enough. We've only purchased 10 tons. We need to buy more on this trip," John said when Arya decided to join him one day to see the process as well. He had been talking to all the merchants and ended up creating some contacts, which he found even more important than the nobles residing in Sunspear. On the 7th day, Dorne managed to find someone who could make a large purchase of books, and John had bought more than 28,000 books as they filled the ship's storage. "My king, the ships are almost full," said a man responsible for the Arctic load. "That's good. Just one more thing left to finally leave the port," John said. "Should we organize our interviewers?" the man asked. "Yes, I want the literate and some wargs to interview the men Dorne is trying to place in our realms. The literate to prove they can read and have the capacity to teach, and the wargs to feel if they're lying through their animals," John said, and the man nodded. John looked over all the papers in a cabin with everything that had entered his ships and nodded. They were not exempt from problems these days. He found some tongueless children trying to sneak onto the ships and even listen in, but with his constant vigilance of wargs, none were successful. Attempts were also made to rob them, but the Arctic soldiers were quick to intercept them. The strangest thing, however, was people trying to get on the boats in the animal loads or hiding in boxes, but none passed the animal's scent. Dorne said he would take care of all of them, and John suspected that Dorne had placed some of them to try to get onto the ship, but John just wanted to laugh at their failed attempts. And at that moment, another similar situation appeared. A man entered the cabin after asking for permission. "My king, we've caught an intruder," he informed, and John nodded. "A Dornish man again among the pigs?" John laughed. "No, one of those children again," he said, and John thought. "Let me see him," he said, wanting to see the boy. He hadn't talked to any of them, so this would be a good opportunity now. They left the cabin and went to the deck where there was an 8-year-old boy, very dirty and barefoot, trying to get away from a dwarf laughing at him. While he looked scared and his fear increased when he saw John approaching. "What do we have here?" John began. "I doubt he'll talk to you, my king. After all, he has no tongue," the dwarf said with disdain. "Who would do this to a child?" said a soldier. "Someone very cautious, and that someone is behind the child," John said thoughtfully and turned his gaze back to the boy. "Answer me by nodding your head. Are you from here?" John asked, but the boy remained silent and didn't even respond with a head movement, just looking at him fearfully. "HM, you may not speak, but you certainly have to pass information to your informant," John began, looking intensely at the boy. "So at least you know how to read and write the basics," John said, and the boy averted his gaze at that moment. He turned to his men. "Try to find out where this boy keeps the ravens and bring them to me," John said, now knowing what kind of situation he had here. He was tired of finding children with their tongues cut in the last few days and didn't think they would be from Dorne. John saw that it was late afternoon and decided to return to his wives. "I'm going back. Remember, we're finding spies every day, and it's not just the Dornish who want to extract information or get on the ships. Limit talking in the city and discuss plans only inside the ship's cabins. Be careful even when talking to children and do not trust the prostitutes, understood?" John demanded, and his men nodded quickly. After that, he started to return to Sunspear. Instead of meeting his wives as expected, the maester appeared at the door, which made him a bit suspicious. He was about to approach, but the Arctic guards stopped him. John had already instructed to be cautious of that man. The maester stopped, a little startled by the intervention. "Lord Arctic," he began, greeting him. "I apologize for interrupting you, but your wife felt ill this afternoon due to her pregnancy," he said, and John already knew this as soon as he felt his animals alerting him in his mind, but she had been attended by a woman who had studied medicine with John in recent years and was stationed in Sunspear. Now, he did not understand why the maester came to approach him at this moment. "Yes, she's being taken care of, as far as I know." John spoke with a severe tone. "Yes, my lord, but I could have a better look at her, if you would allow me," he said with a weak voice. John looked and knew of the malice this man emitted. He held himself back from drawing his sword from his waist and killing him right then after he made that request. But it would not be wise, and the man had not done anything. Then, taking a deep breath, he turned back to the maester. "I appreciate your concern, but she will be fine in the hands of my healer, so do not worry," John said. "But my lord, these methods are questionable. It's much safer for someone who has been trained at the Citadel," he insisted. "You, my king, maester, the queen does not need you." The royal guard spoke this time, also not liking this insistence, and seeing that his king could kill this man, seeing him holding back from it. "I've already spoken. Maester, we do not require your service. If you would excuse us," John said, passing by the man while he was left a bit stunned. John had spoken in a hostile tone and continued walking, trying not to draw his sword from his waist. "My king," the guard tried to advise him, but John did not let him finish. "If something happens to Ygritte here, I will kill the entire Martell family and burn this castle down," he simply said, and the guard felt a chill seeing his king at the peak of his wrath. They followed in silence to the room where Ygritte, Serena, Arya, and the healer, Anna, were while Jon entered the room alone. "How are you?" he asked, approaching Ygritte. "My king." Anna greeted him with respect. "Jon." Ygritte spoke a bit tiredly. He looked at her fondly and turned his attention to Anna, waiting for a diagnosis. "She's fine, but a bit troubled with the pregnancy," Anna informed. "Understood." "Did that maester try to approach?" Jon asked, and Serena nodded while Arya was a bit angry. "He kept insisting to see Ygritte," she said, crossing her arms. "If he tries to approach again, kill him. Do not trust anything he says or eat anything here outside of our meals or something that did not come from our ships," Jon said. He would keep an eye on the kitchen with his animals. Any abnormality would be a declaration of war worse than any so far. They nodded. Staying a while longer, they went to dine with the Martells. Jon looked at the family as they sat at the table. Some things had changed. Trystane did not approach Arya, nor did Arianne approach Jon. After all, he had made it clear he was not interested in her. His youngest son was still afraid of Jon, and Nyra. They had not spoken in the last few days. She seemed to be avoiding him. "So everything's ready to bring in the gold tomorrow? You also have interviews with your lecturers, right?" Doran asked, though he already knew all this. "Yes, we'll transfer all the money to the castle first thing in the morning and spend the entire day interviewing candidates," Jon said. "It's a pity that our days are ending," he said in a sad tone, but Jon did not know if he was being sincere. "Our paths may cross in the future. For now, we're heading to the other side of the continent," Jon spoke. "I understand. The Reach, I hope the Tyrells treat you well. After all, we know what happens when they don't." Doran laughed at his own joke and turned back to Jon. "I heard your wife fell ill. The maester sought me out to ask if you wouldn't need his services," he said, noticing Jon looking at him with a hostile tone, giving the impression that the green part of his eyes was glowing. "If you're wise, Prince Doran, it's better to keep your maester away from my family." He spoke with a tone of threat greater than any before, causing Nyra and his other children to choke, never having seen Jon so threatening before. "Understand," Doran said, maintaining his calm, but knowing there was something behind this. The rest of the dinner was silent after that episode. Jon returned to his room, and the next day, a huge cargo, even guarded by giants, moved through the streets of Dorne as they headed to the Dornish castle. Jon had brought it to pay for all the purchases made, as he had bought more than sold. With all the discounts Doran had granted him, he carried 500,000 gold coins and ingots. There were no problems, and the money was in the Martell vault in less than an hour. For the rest of the day, his men began interviewing future instructors in the Arctic. Some were skeptical and did not accept, while some were hopeful in a realm that lived with giants, people, and dwarves. They seemed very wealthy and would earn 1,000 gold coins at the end of the 5th year, which was much more than they could earn a lifetime. Even a farmer could be content with 1 or 2 gold coins each year from a bountiful harvest. Of course, there were many people wanting to go to the realm as well. Even some with good intentions like bards wanting to tell stories and gain inspiration, but all were denied. The Arctic would not be open for 5 years, and even then, it would not be a mess to enter, as everyone thought. Out of 4,000 interviewed over the next 3 days, 534 people passed. Although less than Jon expected, it was still a number with people who would be easier to trust, while others left for various reasons, from lying about being able to read to having ill intentions. The ships finally began to leave the port, but a part of them did not return to the fleet, but went north, where Doran had organized an area for collecting desert sand as they filled the ship storages. Thus, the ships departed and spent 5 days collecting sand until they filled everything they could. It was fast thanks to the giants, and Jon had finally come to the end of his journey in this realm, without any major incidents. Doran seemed to have received Jon's message and kept the maester away from them. However, Jon noticed a letter falling in his room the night before. "What is this?" Arya asked, seeing the letter in Jon's hand that was thrown at the window. "It's that, Nyra." Ygritte spoke. "Her perfume makes me sick," she admitted, feeling the scent on the letter. Jon opened it and began to read. "She wants to meet me tonight," he said, closing the letter and burning it with his small flame magic. "Isn't she an enemy?" Arya said, confused. After all, she already considered the Martells enemies. We shouldn't speak of them like that, Arya. We're on a diplomatic mission, and all who try to harm us are either exiled or kept away from us, Jon said. He had to be honest. Even though he didn't like the Martells and saw how ambitious they are and like to play games, he also couldn't blame everyone when no one really got hurt here. What are you going to do? Serena asked. I'm going to talk to her, Jon admitted. He wanted to talk to her one last time and see what she wanted. Then he left the room and went to the water garden with a guard, who asked him to wait away while he went to the center of the place and saw Nyra sitting in a gray dress reading a book, the same one she had taken from the library weeks ago. You came, she murmured, almost in disbelief as she saw him approach. You like this book, from what I've noticed, Jon said, looking at the book. This. She returned to normal and heard his observation as she turned back to the book. I like this book. It speaks of the Targaryen dragons. My mother used to read it to me in my early years, she said with a sad tone. I admire many dragons from this book. One of which I'm most impressed by is how Caraxes faced Vhagar fearlessly in the eye of God, Jon said, and Nyra seemed excited by that. You've read it then, she said. I've read a lot about the battles. It's a shame that the dragons have gone extinct. Sometimes I think that the dragons from the dance, who fled, are still out there, she said in a hopeful tone. Perhaps they might surprise us one day, Jon said, recalling the dragon he felt in Skagos, that surely was cannibal, making him question why that dragon had been sleeping in those mountains for hundreds of years without anyone having reports of it. I hope you're right. After all, what we want doesn't always happen, but we might end up with something we desire in the end, she said and looked at him. Do you believe we can be free if we wish? She asked suddenly with a melancholic tone. I believe so. I am proof of that. I thought I was a person trapped, but not by someone or by a set of iron bars, something worse. I thought I was trapped by destiny, the destiny of being a nobody, a bastard who tarnished his father's image, Jon said, and Nyra looked at him with admiration. Seeing you makes me feel the same way. Maybe I can choose my own path one day and not what people impose on me. Sometimes I just wish for peace, to live a calm life without political games or the worry of a new war coming. She spoke without caring about giving valuable information to Jon. After all, he already knew she was a Targaryen. You can have that, but are you willing to pay the price for it? I'm a powerful person, but I had to pay some things. My own blood hates me out of envy. Not that I regret it, but everything has a reaction. Jon spoke, and Nyra shivered a little. I can't abandon my family, Jon, she said, calling him without titles and knowing what he meant by that. So you'll be a puppet? Jon questioned with a raised eyebrow. No, stop. I don't want to talk about this anymore, she said, tears starting to flow from her eyes. Jon remained silent. She wiped her tears after a while and looked at him again. I may not have the life I could wish for, but the moment I saw you, I knew I would love you after so many days, she admitted, being in love, feeling a kind of connection she hadn't felt with anyone. She saw how Jon was a powerful leader, unbeatable on the battlefield, and would do anything to protect his wives and sister. Nyra was envious of Ygritte and Serena. She stood up after seeming better and looked at him with her purple eyes internally. I don't know about my uncertain future, and believe me, I would love to run away on that ship with you, but I can't. The only thing I can do is give you what's most precious to me. I want you to be my first man, and if one day you can take me with you, I want that. Nyra spoke sincerely, not minding giving her virginity to Jon in the hope that if one day she marries according to her uncle's plans, she at least experienced love in her life. Jon looked at her approaching and listened to her words. He knew he loved this woman too despite their turbulent relationship during Jon's stay in Dorne. He wanted her and would marry her if he could, but it seems he cannot do that. Not now. Still, he let his desire take control of his actions as he accepted Nyra's approach and started to move towards her lips while beginning to take off her dress right there. At the same time, with a mental command, he made all the snakes drive away anyone nearby, so he would have that place. The stars in the sky began to disappear as the light of dawn approached the Dornish lands, but only with a small glimmer on the sea horizon. Naira gently opened her eyes while lying on a fabric she had spread out as she spent the night in that garden without anyone knowing. Since Jon had ensured there were no interruptions, keeping any drone guards away and telling his guard not to come close. Both had been carried away by the passion they felt for each other. Naira had lost a significant political bargaining chip by giving her virginity to this northerner, but she would not regret it, doubting there was another man like Jon in the world, or one who made her feel such intense emotions since she first saw him. She still remembered, while moaning with pleasure, that Jon wanted to take her as his wife. Even now, facing some difficulties with trade relations, he would in the future. Naira wanted to deny this. After all, she also did not want to run away from the family that saved her life when she was just 3 years old in King's Landing, where she would have been brutally killed by Lannister men. She took a deep breath and saw Jon with his eyes closed while he held her in his arms, her breasts pressing against his body. She looked at him fondly while gently running her hand through his hair, experiencing something she had long desired, and was emotionally happy for it, storing all the memories of that night in her mind. "I have to go," she thought with some regret, beginning to move Jon's hands away from her body, starting to get up and put on her dress before the sun rose. She approached Jon one last time and kissed him on the forehead as she started to move away towards a discreet entrance that led to her room, as she had left yesterday. After all, Dorne would never leave her unguarded and walking alone in Sunspear. It wasn't long after she left for Jon to open his eyes, seeing the silhouette in a dress leaving the place. He had been awake the whole time she was conscious, but did not open his eyes because he did not want to make her departure difficult. Now alone, as the first rays of the sun began to appear, and Naira's soft fragrance lingered in the air, he decided to return as well. He got up, putting on his clothes and burning the fabric with a bloodstain, letting it burn as he walked away from that place. His guard was on watch in the same place as he had settled yesterday, and saw his king greeting him. "You must be tired. Rest a few hours before we depart," Jon said to him as they returned to the castle together. "Yes, my king. You scared many Dornish who patrolled the area last night," he said as they continued on their way with a smile. "You can say that. At least I kept some eyes away," Jon admitted with the confusion he caused last night. After all, many sentinels had to deal with hostile snakes, and when they called more people to see what was happening, more snakes appeared, preventing the guard from approaching the water garden. Of course, Dorne also knew about it, but knew it was Jon somehow, and let the man use that space without approaching, something that would change if he knew his niece was sleeping with Jon that night. They returned to the castle, and Jon went towards his guard, while his man went to rest in the Arctic field and change shifts. Jon opened the door and found Serena and Ygritte waiting for him. Ygritte seemed comfortable while naked in bed, while Serena changed her top clothes. "Good morning. Where is Arya?" Jon asked. "She left as soon as she woke up with your guard to train in archery with the rest of the people," Serena said, while not even looking at Jon changing clothes. "And you, Jon, spent the night fucking that Dornish woman? You reek of her perfume," Ygritte said, dissatisfied and nauseated by that smell due to her pregnancy. Jon sighed, not hiding anything. "Yes, I was with her," he said without any tone of apology or guilt. Serena stuffed her breasts with an Arctic fabric before turning to him. "I'm not surprised by this. After all, it was quite obvious you wanted her since you saw her, and don't get me wrong, I'm not mad at you. After all, we knew you would have more than one wife," she said, looking at Jon, while he maintained a firm gaze. "Just don't fuck prostitutes. If you slept with her and she seems suitable, you should bring her with us," Ygritte said from the bed at this moment. Jon shifted his gaze from Serena before turning back to Ygritte and sighed. "You're right. I intend to take her as my wife, but not now. If she truly waits for me, I will do so in the future," he said. After all, he was having his first commercial contact with Dorne. It wouldn't be wise to interrupt this when the fault was his own, but being sure it could change in the future. Serena approached. "If that's what you plan, then I will support my husband," she said softly, hoping to be a wife who supports her husband in his decisions. "So be it, but let's talk to her first when the time comes," Ygritte said in bed before continuing. "Anyway, take a bath. I can't stand this smell, and let's enjoy while your sister is not here after a week. I want to sleep a bit with my husband before not seeing him for moons as soon as I return, she said. Jon smiled and did so, entering a bathtub while Serena herself scrubbed him. Jon returned and spent a few hours of that morning having sex with his women. Arya had returned from her training a while later while they remained packing their bags. "Pack your bags, Arya. You have to be ready before we have our first meal with the Martells," Jon said, and Arya nodded, storing her bow. After getting ready, they went to the Martells, having a quiet meal and talking about common things and about the trip. Jon exchanged some glances with Nyra, but remained neutral as they finished the meal. "We will miss you, Lord of the Arctic, but our paths are to follow opposite sides. However, I hope we can have some visit from you and can have a strong friendship," Doran said at the end. Jon just exchanged a few words knowing that this was just politics. He never intended to step here again after everything that happened, and neither would Doran like to have him again. After all, he could easily conquer the whole castle. Thus, Jon left the place with his people and went to the castle entrance with the Arctic group. For the rest of the morning, Jon dedicated himself to organizing his things for the departure from Dorne. He and his men began to pack their belongings and picking up some products to buy in the kingdom. They mingled with the city, exploring the place, and many tried to seduce and bribe them for information, but were quickly denied by the disciplined men of the Arctic. The armors were polished and carefully packed, the books acquired protected against the wear of the journey, and the gifts and souvenirs distributed among the boxes, ready to be transported to the ships still anchored in the port. The activity was constant as Jon's men prepared to depart. Some said goodbye to Dornish people after making some friendship among them. Despite what happened, everything seemed fine among some, and Jon was not bothered by this. As noon approached, Jon knew it was time to say goodbye to the Martell family. He dressed appropriately for the occasion, putting on his armor that entered Dorne for the first time. After all, he was not just a noble, he had to represent power beyond wealth. Accompanied by Serena, Ygritte, Arya, and his two ministers, he headed to the hall where the Martell family waited for the final farewells. Prince Doran, supported in his chair, offered them a welcoming smile, while his children, Arianne and Trystane, expressed a mix of respect. His last son seemed not wanting to have come. Nyra was also present. Her expression was a complex mix of emotions, trying to convey as she kept her eyes on Jon last, with the chance of never seeing him again. "Prince Doran, it was an honor to be in your land," began Jon, his voice firm, carrying a diplomatic and respectful tone. "I appreciate the hospitality and the partnership we have built. I hope the ties we formed here continue to grow, bringing prosperity to both Dorne and the Arctic." Doran nodded, his expression serious. "Lord of the Arctic, you have brought many changes during your brief stay with us. Dorne and the Arctic are now connected in ways I never thought possible. May the winds guide you and your ships safely back to your home. We look forward to your men coming to start the construction of the port soon." Arianne and Trystane offered their farewell wishes, each expressing their respect and admiration for Jon. Nyra, in turn, approached with hesitation, her words an almost inaudible whisper. "I hope our paths cross again, Jon," she said, the promise of an uncertain future shining in her eyes. As Doran was conversing with his ministers diplomatically, Jon passed a note to Nyra, and she hid it in her dress. With the farewells said, Jon mounted Ghost in his armor after the dwarfs dressed him. His entire group was at the forefront with types of curious onlookers, watching the giants, men, and dwarfs of the Arctic lined up as a powerful squadron ready to face any threat. Jon saw the nobles who had stayed since he had arrived, even a man who tried to push his niece towards him with a look of loss. "Let's go to the port." Jon gave the order, and his entourage made their way back to the port, where the ships awaited them, ready to set sail. They took the same path through the port while the city stopped to watch them, and arrived at the ships quickly, which were now loaded with goods, Dornish and Essosi teachers, with various resources from Dorne. "Settle in before me. I will organize the men before we depart," Jon said, and his family nodded, heading to the largest ship, the flagship. Meanwhile, he was already preparing the last details. "How are the other ships?" Jon asked those who were collecting sand. A ward responsible for the fleet's communication approached. My king, they have already joined the fleet and are waiting for us. There has been no attack at sea during this time, he informed Jon, and Jon nodded. That's great. Now on to our last matter. Take me to the ravens you caught from the hidden location after following them. Jon requested one of his men. They had successfully tracked those tongueless children, and, as Jon suspected, they knew how to write and were sending letters to their real recipient. He hadn't bothered with this before, but now it would be a good opportunity. My king, we will bring the ravens here, he said, and left, returning with a cage with 3 ravens. Jon looked at the ravens and quickly accessed their memories. His memory came from a large city with a grand castle, King's Landing. He saw the raven going to one of the windows of the Red Keep, landing with a scroll, and a bald man picking up the scroll and reading it before sending the raven back to the south. This must be the master of whispers. Jon considered getting to know the bald man further, remembering having seen him while in the green vision watching Ares. This man was with him. Jon began to forget about it. After all, there was nothing he could do now except, let's pay a little visit, he thought, thinking he could be a better spy than cowardly cutting children's tongues before teaching them to write to make them spies. Jon also wanted to know what the people of King's Landing were like. His father always said Robert was like a brother. Jon had told him to send a decree on his ass, but never got to see the man as he is now. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Jon opened the cage and released the 3 ravens without his men questioning him, watching them fly away with satisfaction. Let's head to the ships. Release those captured children. After all, they didn't see anything compromising. This is the end of our stay in Dorne, he decreed, and his men quickly nodded in agreement. After boarding and Jon heading to the main ship, he found Tormund in a bad mood. Finally, you had me stay here the whole time while you were in that huge sand castle, he complained, and Jon shrugged. You're the guy who spent every day drinking and partying, Jon said. You're right, but hearing about all the things you did there, the people in the city call you the Wizard of the North, he said, laughing. Jon left him and went back to the captain. Lead this boat to the fleet, the man nodded upon hearing this. Thus, the ships began to leave the port in the middle of the day, the wind blowing favorably, filling the sails, taking the sturdy constructions out to sea while the giants pushed the huge masts with their strength. Jon remained on deck, watching the coast disappear on the horizon, thinking of the highs and lows of his time there, hoping he would see Nyra again, and even contemplating if he would ever return to Dorne one day, with luck for the Dornish that he wouldn't be their enemy at that time. Jon's thoughts were interrupted as he heard a sound calling his attention from above, being 2 eagles approaching. So you finally arrived? Did you enjoy the desert? Jon asked his loyal companions, Phoenix and Bluefire. Both seemed quite dissatisfied with the heat, preferring the north, but remained calmly flying through the desert after Jon had released them to do as they pleased. He already had many snakes to control and be his spies. Besides, he took many of those snakes, placing them on his ships to have their species. After all, their venoms could be used to make medicine and even as alchemy. Jon continued talking with his eagles while the ships cut through the sea to meet with the fleet. Back in Dorne, from one of the windows of Sunspear, Nyra clutched Jon's letter while feeling her heart break with his departure as soon as she left the castle. But not completely, for the letter was filled with these words, "Wait for me, and I will come for you in 1 or 2 years." Even in conflict, she still remained with some hope, remembering Jon's words about being used as a political instrument by her uncle. I will wait for him, she admitted in the end with the uncertainty of the future. Jon's ships finally approached the enormous Arctic fleet, completing 200 ships again with 50 of them being military. No force at sea could combat him there, and even the ships that passed nearby quickly avoided them, cutting their route to not approach the fleet. Jon began to organize his plans with the other captains. After all, part of the fleet would head north until Sarum appeared showing its tentacles. Jon greeted it and instructed that it would go north protecting 50 ships that would return to the Arctic. After all, there was something much more precious on these ships that Jon needed to protect. Jon returned to his room at this moment while his wives waited for him. Ygritte, began Jon, his voice soft but firm, you know this is for the best. The Arctic is the safest place for you and our child now. I promise I will be by your side before our child is born." Ygritte nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I know, Jon. I trust you, and I know you're doing what's best for us. Just don't take too long," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Yes, Sarum and Ghost will be with you to protect you," Jon said, and she laughed softly. "You're very protective, going to send even Ghost." She knew about Sarum, but the wolf was news to her. "Yes, after all, I can trust him to protect our child," Jon said as he kissed her forehead. Jon also hugged her. "I will do everything in my power to return as soon as possible. Take care of yourself and our child," he said. She nodded as she sealed her lips with his. "You are my heart, and a part of me will stay with you, no matter the distance," she said, and they started to leave the room to accompany her as she was transferred to one of the ships that would return to the Arctic. As Ygritte said goodbye to Serena, asking her to take care of their husband, and Arya to kick some Southerners, Jon went to Ghost. "Take care of her, buddy. You know what to do," Jon said softly, and Ghost, despite moving away from his master, understood the importance of taking care of his child. Ghost was also the protector of his lineage, like all the wolves that had accompanied the Starks in the past. After that, Jon watched as Ygritte boarded one of the ships destined to return directly to the north. The ships began to move, and Jon glanced at his wife on the deck looking back at him alongside Ghost, who would not leave her side. Jon finally turned his attention to the fleet. "Let's organize the rest of our journey south," he declared, and the ward began to work on all the ships, giving orders to the Arctic sailors. As the Arctic ships moved away, dividing between those returning home and those following Jon, the sun set on the horizon, marking the end of the day. They continued southward, gaining speed with the evening wind as the dark sky was filled with bright points. His only order to everyone there was, "Raise the sails." Heading south, we'll skirt around Dorne and sail towards the west of the continent. Follow the flagship to our next destination, the Reach, ruled by the Tyrells. In the sea ahead of Dorne, the massive fleet divided, with a quarter of it turning north with 40 carracks and 10 warships, galleys, heading back to pass through Stepstone. The fleet was much smaller now, and this could attract many greedy eyes wanting to attack the fleet. However, they would only underestimate the arcane power, and anyone who tried their luck would be surprised by a huge kraken in the sea before their ships were destroyed by it. Jon had loaded many items he acquired in Dorne, including the sand from Dorne, along with hundreds of scholars. The captains leading those 50 ships carried scrolls with orders from their king to start utilizing everything they carried for Artica. Meanwhile, the other fleet was cutting through the deep waters heading south, aiming for their next stop across the continent. Jon intended to unload the gold and goods before loading new products that the Reach could provide. "Hey, Jon, what are you thinking about?" Arya approached after her training on the deck, seeing her brother looking north from the rear part of the ship. "Nothing much, just thinking." Jon spoke calmly, and Arya didn't believe him, but seeing that her brother wouldn't talk, she let it go. "Let's go to the cabin. I'm hungry. I'd like to eat with you and Serena," she said, and Jon nodded, moving away from the bow of the ship and heading inside, but not before taking one more look back. He wasn't exactly thinking about his woman who left him, but rather the crows as they headed north. Jon had never had such a long connection, so he wanted to stay alert in case he lost contact with them, but so far they were not out of his reach. The group of 3 crows continued on their opposite course, following the instructions of their new master without stopping for the last 3 days. They flew high above the blue waters, passing by coastal cities and crossing the border of Dorne, entering the Stormland and continuing along the coast, only stopping to rest a bit and feed before continuing their long journey, with days passing and the crows moving from one coastal city to another. Another week had passed, and they finally crossed the second border, entering the Crownlands and heading towards King's Landing, which took only a few more days. Finally, seeing King's Landing, the grand capital of the 7 kingdoms, one morning. Jon, finally seeing through the eyes in real time without losing the connection despite the enormous distance, saw the capital for the first time not through green sight. He had to admit that when he was there, it was a bit different. To begin with, the smell was much more horrible than before. After all, the green sight could not have accessed it 15 or 16 years ago. The crows flew over the city walls while some guards patrolling there, known as the City Watch of King's Landing, were just watching the walls while noticing the trio of crows passing in the sky. But none paid it much attention as they continued with their activities. It was the early hours of the day, and at that moment Jon was in his bed with his naked wife beside him. So he just lay in bed watching all those scenes while the ship cut through the south of Dorne. This city, even seeing it through the eyes of these crows, I can feel how heavy the atmosphere here is. He murmured as he continued over the red rooftops, a bell of the great sept ringing at that moment, seeming like the High Septon was going to speak something to the people at that time. But Jon guided the crows towards the largest structure, but not without passing by one of the most iconic places in the capital, the Dragon Pit in the middle of the city. Its history always intrigued Jon, with the people themselves coming together more than 200 years ago to kill the dragons chained there during the dance. Jon didn't know what to feel about it, since he had mixed feelings. He really didn't appreciate the idea of killing a caged animal in such a cowardly way, but it was total war, and times were different. Jon could also see in that space where dragons used to dance in the sky in their time, the Blackwater, which stretched from the city's harbor to the open sea, with many ships coming from these and other parts of Westeros entering the harbor, while an equal amount were leaving. The crows also flew over the poorest part of King's Landing, Flea Bottom, where people were not hygienic at all. Sewers cut through the streets while the people themselves defecated in the middle of the place. Its streets were infested with beggars, and low-standard prostitutes looked for clients while children ran around looking for food. This is totally different from Artica. Jon couldn't help but think, not even in the north with his father was there so much poverty. Turning his attention back to the city, as he flew over the pit and looked at the abandoned and quite destroyed place, he followed to the Red Keep in the middle of that atmosphere boiling with intrigues and power games, where one wants to gain advantages over another, where one wants to kill another, where one wants to set one against another, all to have power in their favor. After all, Jon used to say to himself while visiting King's Landing at various times, when it comes to the game of the Iron Throne, regardless of who you are, either you win or you die. Turning attention to the streets below the crows, in an even richer neighborhood, there were numerous merchants circling the streets. Some pickpocketing children fled from guards trying to catch them. There were much more patrols here than in other neighborhoods. Some nobles also walked through the streets being surrounded by guards with the coat of arms of their house. Seeing the last streets, Jon finally saw himself entering near the gate of the Red Keep, as he guided them to circle the place. His piercing gaze watched the comings and goings of courtiers, soldiers, servants, and one or two white cloaks. Jon could say he was looking at the place with his eyes, while focusing on everything he watched in his brain. The Red Keep was an imposing structure, with its towers reaching for the sky like spikes, but nothing compared to his castle in Artica, which will be even bigger. Jon decided to split them, and the crows quickly departed in 3 opposite directions. The first went to the gardens, landing in a large place, where there were many nobles, mainly women, talking about things Jon did not pay attention to because they were useless, as they were gossiping about Prince Joffrey and the king. The others continued mapping the fortress. The second followed behind the fortress and saw a large window on a wall. There was the Baratheon symbol affixed to the place, and seeing one of the entrances open, he decided to explore. Passing through the hole, Jon saw himself in a place he did not believe to find so soon, which was the Iron Throne in a huge place that could accommodate more than 100 people in an audience or trial. The crow landed gently on the continent's most desired chair, and it startled a servant by the side. Seeing a crow approach, "Are you all right?" said a servant girl approaching the one who had fallen. "Yes, they left the window open. Now there's a crow on the Iron Throne," he said sarcastically. "Shoo!" The woman tried to scare the crow away, making Jon fly upwards. There were many servants cleaning the place before the day officially started. Jon tired of staying there, and although he put a clause on the Iron Throne, he was not seeking a throne, but rather the knowledge of his possible spies and what they seek. The crow left the servant still trying to scare him off, and again passed through the open window and continued gaining altitude by the fortress, going to the higher windows with the intention of catching an important room. He continued to the highest and found the crown prince, who was picking up a crossbow and shooting at an apple on the other side of the room, smiling every time he hit it. "I don't like that smile." Jon looked at the boy and had the impression that that boy did not have a good personality. Leaving the prince's side, he moved to the next window, where there was a younger boy playing with some objects innocently. This must be Tommen Baratheon, the youngest. Leaving the second prince, he found Princess Myrcella, combing her hair by the window, who soon saw movement that morning. She noticed the crow and was surprised by it as it landed in front of her, tilting its head like a curious bird. "Who are you, little friend?" she said softly. "Caw." The crow simply emitted its normal sound in response. "Do you understand me?" The girl seemed fascinated by this thought. Jon was laughing in his bed, wondering if it would be all right to deceive a child with a bird. "Jon, why are you laughing?" Serena beside him placed her chin on his chest and looked confused at her husband, laughing alone early in the morning. "It's nothing, just guiding those crows in King's Landing. I got there, you know," Jon said, and although Serena was curious, she knew her husband was in the middle of a task and just stayed silent, feeling his body heat. Meanwhile, the crow, under Jon's mental command, nodded its head, leaving the little girl enchanted by it. But before she could say anything, the crow took off, flying to another side of the Red Keep, leaving Princess Myrcella a bit sad about it. Jon continued exploring each of those windows, trying to mark where each of its residents stayed. Most of their rooms were empty, except for one large room with 3 women sleeping in it, which must be where the king slept, and those women would be prostitutes. "Where is everyone there?" Jon wondered as he moved to the rooms below. He did not limit himself to seeing if there was a resident. The crow entered the room and saw scrolls on top of the tables, reading all of them with maps and some quite compromising things, but nothing so important to Jon. He entered rooms where there were also visitors, listening to their conversations in whispers. His question of where the residents of the main rooms were was answered by the last crow, exploring the central part of the castle. While there were many open areas like courtyards, small gardens, the crow found something quite interesting. In an open area, but protected so no one could approach, there was the council chamber. It was in this place where the main decisions of the 7 kingdoms were made, where the people closest to the king should discuss important matters with him. But it seemed that Jon had a very ideal view of what it should be, because this king was not as responsible as he imagined, seeing that his father saw him as a friend even though he had offended him. The first thing the crow heard as soon as it landed was the king himself in a bad mood, entering the place thundering. The crow perched in a spot near the ceiling unnoticed, and the place seemed already filled. "Why was I pulled from my fun before even the first meal? I was sleeping with my horse," he roared, clearly annoyed at being pulled away from his carnal pleasures as always. His demeanor was that of a man who preferred the company of wine cups and prostitutes to the responsibility of the throne. "Is there something that justifies this interruption, or was it just to ruin my day?" he growled. Cersei, the queen of the 7 kingdoms, with the Lannister appearance that the crow was seeing, trembled at the mention of prostitutes, as Jon could perceive, seeming to not appreciate the humiliation and her husband boasting about sleeping with paid women. Jon then looked to the oldest man in the place. He seemed the calmest of all and quite disappointed with the king in some way. Then it was easy for Jon to realize that this was the hand of the king, a man who was supposed to control the kingdom after the king. There were many other people, but Jon first paid attention to the main ones. In fact, he was quite disappointed with what he was seeing. It was the first time he saw the king of Westeros, and the man already had a belly, nothing compared to the stories of the rebellion against the Targaryens or the Greyjoy rebellion. Jon could see that this man was nothing like the ideal of a king he aspired to be in Artica. First, Jon didn't even have a hand of the king to delegate decision-making responsibilities for the kingdom. Another thing was seeing how the hand seemed more like someone trying to balance Robert's extravagances rather than the kingdom's needs, with the king himself not even wanting to be there, preferring to stay in his room with prostitutes than to discuss kingdom affairs, according to his own words. The older man cleared his throat, shifting his face from disappointment to one of seriousness. responding to his king's inquiry. "Your Majesty," he began, with a calm voice that sought to soothe the monarch's fury, "we have urgent news from the south that demands your attention." Robert gave a disdainful look to the man in front of him, still clearly reluctant to exchange immediate pleasures for state affairs. However, the mention of the south seemed to pique some interest. "What news are these that cannot wait until I am properly inebriated?" Robert questioned, crossing his arms, appearing irritated and resigned while waiting for a satisfactory answer. The hand of the king sighed before continuing. "Reports have arrived from Dorne, Your Majesty. It seems that an ancient icon from the north has returned and made significant moves in the region, involving trade alliances and even reports of witchcraft," he said. "What are you talking about? Witchcraft?" "An icon from the north." John spit it all out at once. Robert seemed even more irritated by this strange conversation. "The fleet that all the ports are talking about, where you yourself wanted to know who they were and what their objective was, heading south with 200 large ships," he began, and now Robert appeared to have a keen interest in the matter. "Continue," he said, moving to a table and grabbing wine. After all, this was something he wanted to know. In case they were enemies, he would face them, having fought against 500 ships of the Ironborn many years ago. "First, we didn't know what their flag meant, but a few days ago, we discovered they're the same flags that appeared in the north in Winterfell. We confirmed this with our spies coming from the south. That fleet belongs to Ned's son, Jon Snow. The boy has returned with a formidable force after spending years north of the Wall, and our Master of Whispers can say incredibly unbelievable things about what he did in the south." Jon Arryn spoke with a heaviness, not knowing whether to believe everything he heard. "What?" the king exclaimed in surprise. "Ned's son has returned, after he had taken his sister north of the Wall. Why didn't you tell me all this before? Now tell me everything." "Your king commands," he shouted, immediately setting aside his drink and turning to Varys with an intense look. Jon, from a distance, listened attentively. This is going to be interesting, he thought, paying close attention to that last crow to hear the entire conversation that would follow and how Westeros would deal with Jon and his fleet. "Tell me about it, quickly," the king demanded once again. While the rest of the council remained silent, Stannis was silent as Renly Baratheon maintained a look with a glint of expectation as he waited to hear the news. Littlefinger kept a tight smile awaiting the good news. After all, he had some information from his spies in Dorne, but it was still limited. Cersei wore an arrogant look while her brother accompanied her at her side. Maintaining a neutral look, Ser Barristan Selmy, the commander of the Royal Guard, was beside the king as his guard. Jon Arryn remained calm, but his eyes betrayed a concern with the received information. Pycelle stood in a corner with his hands trembling, awaiting the meeting to start, while everyone kept their eyes on Varys, who cleared his throat before beginning. "My lords, your majesties," Varys began with his calm tone. "As you know, coastal cities across Westeros on the eastern continent reported a large fleet at sea heading south. Their flags were white with a not very known blue symbol. But now we know it means a snowflake. After all, it was a symbol used by Jon Snow on his visit to Winterfell and the Wall," he said calmly, but Robert seemed a bit impatient. "I don't want to know about these things. Tell me about Dorne and what Ned's son did there," Robert demanded, drinking a glass of wine he had served for himself. Jon Arryn sighed as Varys looked at him, asking for help. "Come on, Robert, these things are important. Let the man speak everything," he suggested, and although still reluctant, he grumbled and poured another glass of wine. "Back to the matter," Varys resumed. "The first sight of the fleet was in White Harbor, which leads to the conclusion that the fleet came from the north, but there hasn't been any sighting of it yet. But I personally believe this could have happened if they went around Skagos." He spoke before continuing, as everyone paid attention to him. "Their first closer contact was in Stepstone, with fewer ships passing by the place. Some closer passing by the fleet saw men in bright green armor, with the leading ship being larger than others. But on all the ships that could be seen, there were men 4 meters tall handling the ship, which leads to the conclusion that they are giants," he said. "So those savages built ships?" Cersei commented with an arrogant tone and a bit surprised. "Now about Dorne," Varys commented, seeing the king almost losing patience as he gave his introduction without talking about what he really wanted to hear. The fleet made contact with the Martell family in the main city of the kingdom, which led them to enter the city with a few dozen ships. Prince Doran Martell asked his brother to receive them. What ended up being revealed was Jon Snow, the bastard son of Lord Stark, landing in that port with his sister and his 2 wives. Varys said, making many look at him a bit surprised. Meanwhile, the Crow, listening to the whole conversation, had a forward-leaning look listening to it, while Jon was curious and found himself in a funny situation listening to all of it. At least what he heard so far was no lie. "The sister he kidnapped, you say? How is Lord Stark's daughter?" Stannis asked with a severe tone, but having empathy for the news that Ned Stark lost a daughter to the bastard brother taking her to the other side of the wall, as a father of a sick daughter, he could understand his pain. "Catelyn always sends me letters asking the king if he can do something." Littlefinger commented with the letters he received from the north asking, in the name of their friendship, if they could do something to rescue Arya from the hands of the wildlings. But nobody paid attention to him as they waited for Varys to answer Stannis' question. "That's how he thinks when I brought Arya to the Arctic, but I shouldn't be too surprised. After all, that was what I expected," Jon admitted as he listened to the conversation. "Better than ever, I would say," Varys admitted, leaving many surprised with that. "Her appearance has changed a lot. I always heard about the girl being the opposite of her sister, not liking to be a lady and neglecting all the activities her sister practiced, being quite criticized by her septa and mother." He spoke. "A wild one, indeed," Cersei commented softly. "However, even though she still looks the same, she had no flaws in her activities as a lady. Despite being very skilled with a weapon and putting one of Oberyn's daughters on her knees with it, she shows herself to be a blossoming beauty, considered by many to be the most beautiful woman in Westeros when she grows up," he concluded. Cersei shivered at that, finding those words absurd, while Stannis and Renly had a surprised look at this declaration. Littlefinger stopped his mocking smile, while paying a lot of attention to Varys' words, as the royal guards maintained a neutral look. "Wait a second!" The king suddenly shouted, and everyone paid attention to him at that moment. "You said he has 2 wives? Tell me about that now," he ordered, completely ignoring what Varys had said about Arya. "Yes, Jon Snow, or, as he now calls himself, Jon of the Arctic, has 2 wives, both pregnant, as my little birds have told me," he said. "How'd he do that? I would have liked to have had 2 wives too," Robert exclaimed, while not caring about offending Cersei, who was angry, and her brother beside her also seemed offended. "The boy was not married in the faith of the Seven, so we cannot consider him married by us," Jon Arryn warned. "If you recall, the Northerners follow the old gods, and they are also our subjects," Renly commented to the hand. "But 2 wives is an affront to the gods," Maester Pycelle commented. "The gods of the North allow having more than 1 wife. Just because no Northerner has done it today doesn't mean they are forbidden in the faith," Stannis spoke in a neutral tone. "Anyway, continue with the story," Jon Arryn commented. "There was a commotion as soon as they arrived at the port. Jon of the Arctic ended up offending Prince Oberyn, and they almost started a fight," he said, leaving everyone curious about what happened. "Really? I hope they killed each other." Cersei, "Did the snakes hurt Ned's children?" Robert asked with some anger. He was a supporter of the Starks, with Ned leading the house, whom he considered his brother, better than his 2 in this room. So he would be enraged if the Dornish hurt Ned's children, even though Jon was accused of stealing his sister. Robert heard she was better than ever, so he dismissed that thought. Even Jon was surprised by this, seeing through his crow. No, a daughter of Doran, Nyra Sand, appeared and managed to calm down the conflict that would start and convince Jon of the Arctic not to leave Dorne without talking to Doran Martell, he said. "Nyra Sand? I didn't know Doran had a bastard," Jon Arryn commented with surprise. "She is the daughter of a Lysine lover. She has Valyrian features with her eyes and a bit tanned appearance like the Dornish, but not too much," he said. "Definitely knows her real identity. Is he lying to his king?" Jon saw Varys' behavior and saw a liar, a skilled one at deceiving everyone there, but still a liar. Jon didn't want Nyra to suffer any wrath from his king, but surely the fact that his master of whispers was lying to the man he was supposed to tell everything to intrigued him. and about the fact that he is known as a wizard. Pycelle commented, wanting to know about this absurd fact. I'm getting there. Dorne received his guests very well after that. Jon had paraded with giants through the entire city and caught the attention of all of Dorne. In the negotiation, it seems they briefly talked about something and would be having dinner later, Varys said before continuing with an intriguing part. In the interval from the banquet and Jon going to his room, there was something strange happening in Dorne. Snakes not just throughout the city, but outside the walls, began to move strangely, heading towards Sunspear, while entering through various places and remaining hidden, he said. Snakes? How is that possible? Renly asked with a raised eyebrow, as everyone had the same question. You will know later, Varys commented with a tone even somber. Since he hated magic, began to hate it since he had his genitals cut off and thrown into the fire by a red priest. Jon also felt his hostility in the tone, despite not knowing his real reason for it. The banquet took place, and Jon Arctic showed up to display new products to the present nobles. The same products he had given to the Watch a few years back, plus some new and more developed ones, but the biggest product he showed that night was ice. He brought ice from the north, Varys concluded. Wait, he brought ice from the north and took it to the Dornish? Robert asked, stunned. Yes, he seems to have a special box for that, capable of keeping the ice's temperature without damaging it for a while, Varys said. Can we get those boxes too? Cersei inquired. New products and the sale of ice. This would certainly fill the crown's coffers. Littlefinger couldn't help but comment. Baelish was a greedy person, and having a profitable business was always his focus. I believe that's not possible from what I've heard. Varys continued. It seems that the magic in those boxes and only in Arctic can work. Arctic is the kingdom Jon Arctic founded. Varys finished with the same tone of hostility toward the word magic. Magic? That's absurd. Magic is nothing but children's stories. Pycelle also exclaimed with hostility. Either way, the Dornish have ice, and I'm here drinking your warm wine. I want that ice here too. Speak to Ned's son, Robert demanded. Let's see about that after the story, Robert. I think we should hear it in full, the hand suggested. Then tell it. Robert wanted to finish with it to ask for his ice again. There was a negotiation while the nobles were sampling Arctic's products. It seemed to be a success. After all, Jon Arctic managed to negotiate all his products with Dorne interested. Moreover, Jon Arctic managed to place a port in Dorne and buy tons of desert sand, he said. He managed to place a port in Dorne? What nonsense is this? Cersei immediately snarled, as some also had that thought. The Arctic Company intends to make a distribution center to serve Dorne and the south of Essos, Varys said. They really have entrepreneurial minds. Renly began to laugh at such commercial aggressiveness. It's not funny, Prince Renly, Jon commented. They could harm the commerce of Westeros with this, he said. My father must know of this immediately. He certainly won't allow something like this. Cersei said, they're very protectionist. Jon thought, listening to their thoughts about the news. After all, everyone wanted to protect their own family businesses, but Jon noticed how Catelyn's friend, from what he heard the man had received letters, looked at all this with a greedy eye, clearly wanting what was Jon's, but he just laughed inside, and the same could be said of the others. After all, it's normal. No one wants to lose money in market. We should see about this later for now. Let's hear the rest of the story, Jon requested while Robert just remained silent. There was another incident the next afternoon. Oberyn got into a fight with Jon Arctic. Did he humiliate the bastard? Jaime inquired curiously next to his sister, hoping Oberyn could have given a good beating. After all, he had heard a lot about the Red Viper of Dorne while Jon was just a fantasy story from the north. He had beaten his brother and the Greyjoy heir, who never recovered his hand movement after what happened in Winterfell. Negative, Sir Jaime Lannister. But let me tell you how this started. Arya Stark fought first with one of Oberyn's daughters and lost. It was a girl of 15 years against another of 11. Yet the Stark proved herself a warrior at this age, he said. What? Ned's daughter kicked an older Dornish girl? Ha, that's great. I bet she could even beat up my son then. Damn Ned. What does he give to his children? Robert started to laugh and drink while speaking. She must be very much like my sweet Lyanna, he said with a melancholic tone, as Cersei trembled with anger in her corner. disliking everything about it. Varys continued the conversation. After that, Jon Arctic's wife, named Serena Arctic, started the fight using a giant hammer and moved it with such ease that I imagine it's due to the metal called Elden metal, he said, and the king immediately raised an eyebrow. Hammer. She uses a war hammer, he exclaimed with some expectation. Yes. Varys confirmed as the king started to laugh. I would like to see that. In my time, I was unbeatable with my hammer. I hope I can see a woman fight with it one day, although I don't believe she will be very skilled, he said. The fight continued with another one of Oberyn's daughters, and Serena proved to be quite capable, as she was humiliating the girl. That was until the Dornish decided to throw a throwing knife at the pregnant woman, which triggered a conflict in that place. Varys spoke as everyone became very interested in what happened. Pregnant woman, those damned snakes. Robert spat on the ground upon hearing this with disgust. So as you know, Jon started a fight against Oberyn, and if everyone was expecting Oberyn to win against a young man half his age, they were mistaken. After all, Jon Arctic won the fight wielding Dark Sister and knocked out the Dornishman. He announced leaving Selmy, and the Lannister quite surprised by this. He really did that? He's what, 15 years old? Barristan Selmy commented. Ha 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 ha. This is what I like to hear. Robert exclaimed joyfully. Ned's son has always proved capable. It's a shame he had to say such a thing. He murmured in the end. After all, he still wanted to beat Jon for what he said about his summons to King's Landing a few years ago. So you mentioned him being a sorcerer? Stannis asked. Yes, but not because of the fight, but because of something that happened afterwards. Varys spoke and began. As soon as Oberyn was knocked out, the soldiers of Dorne launched an attack, but were surprised by snakes coming out from everywhere. Jon Arctic proved that he could control all of them, while only the Dornish were bitten. All the snakes that moved through the city, it was by his order, leading to the belief that he is a warg, and just that was enough for him to conquer Sunspear. Keeping the somber tone, he concluded, "This can't be real. It's absurd." Everyone had a look of disbelief. After all, they had never heard of someone using such abilities. Even Robert frowned. You might not believe it, but that's what happened, and you can ask anyone who was there. They say that Jon Arctic is a warg, a man with the ability to enter the bodies of animals. Although Jon seems to be an anomaly even among them, Varys said. Are you saying that the wildling bastard is also a sorcerer? We should kill him, Cersei exclaimed, while Jon listened to this with an eyebrow raised at such gratuitous hostility from that woman. Tell us what happened after, Jon Arryn requested with a furrowed brow. As soon as the conflict was neutralized by the snakes, Prince Doran appeared and talked with Jon that they would still be at peace and with the trade agreements. But as long as Oberyn left Dorne while they were staying there, Varys spoke and continued without anyone interrupting him. The days passed without many problems with Jon there until the end of their stay. It seems that Prince Doran wanted to push his daughter towards Jon Arctic, but he refused, he said. He wanted the Princess of Dorne to marry a northern bastard? Cersei raised an eyebrow in disgust. A very rich and powerful one at that. Renly retorted with a smile after everything he heard. Anyway, Jon Arctic negotiated many products from Dorne during that time, buying thousands of animals to take to the north, books, and even hired people from Dorne to teach north of the wall, Varys commented. He wants to teach the people to read and write. Stannis seemed surprised. Yes, he managed to get more than 500 teachers after his men interviewed thousands, Varys said and continued. There was nothing else beyond casual conversations, but Doran always seemed quite cautious with Jon, despite the boy being only 15 or 16 name days. He certainly knows how to lead and negotiate, a quite unique skill for someone who lived beyond the wall for years. I believe 6 or 7 years there. Varys spoke with even some admiration. After all, who could have done so much with 16 name days? This boy is really from another world. Sometimes I wonder if Ned is really his father. Robert had to make that comment after hearing everything in full. Where are they now? Jon inquired. They are leaving Dorne at this moment. Their ships are laden with Dornish products, such as metals, animals, and others, including the sand they collected in the desert. Varys said, I wonder what he wants with sand. Stannis mused to himself. Where are they heading? Jon Arryn asked again. It seems the fleet will be divided. one part to the south and another to the north, being only 1/4 of it from what my spies could overhear from their men, Varys said. So they listened to that. Jon murmured internally, hearing this important information about his fleet with the fleet. I have to talk with my men later while they leak such vital information. Jon noted mentally as he listened to the other part of the conversation. Now, my lords of the small council, Aeron began to speak again. How shall we deal with this threat? He raised the question. After all, for most of them, Jon, his fleet, army, and wealth were things they wanted to control, and all had a greedy look at this moment. As soon as Jon Arryn reported, the room fell silent, while everyone had a moment to themselves to think after all they had heard. Some were already aware of this group and some of their actions, even the information that the fleet would divide with its own spies, but certainly there were more details with the accounts from Varys. Threat. Ned's sons are not a threat, Robert exclaimed angrily. My king, I think you should see the situation as a whole. A fleet emerging beyond the wall is concerning. Pycelle advised. The boy was just negotiating with those snakes. I don't see what the problem with that is, besides him not bringing the products and ice here, of course. Robert spoke firmly, believing that Ned's sons were not evil or a threat, despite everything. The bastard offended you some years ago when you demanded him to come here, Cersei said, not wanting a northern bastard wandering around taking Westerosi trade, which could be bad for her family and her father. Yes, he deserves a beating, and I'll give it to him when I see him in front of me, but that doesn't mean I see him as an enemy. Robert spoke, still not wanting to see Ned's blood as a threat. I like to see that, Jon thought, looking through the Raven calmly while listening to the conversation. After all, that fat man no longer had the ideal weight to hold a hammer as he claimed to carry. Even so, my king, many might think otherwise. Catelyn Stark certainly declares Jon Snow as a wild kidnapper. Since Jon took her daughter to the north of the wall, many nobles began to see her in a better light, while Jon Snow, who was once cheered in the north, is highly criticized after the kidnappings. Besides many northern houses now supporting Catelyn, the Rivellins support her in seeing the bastard as an enemy and a kidnapper. The same can be said of our Hand's wife, since her niece was taken. Baelish commented calmly with a small smile. That's true, Robert. The nobles of the Vale take this as a very delicate matter after the amount of help requested by my wife's sisters sent to whoever she could. Jon Arryn spoke, while Baelish gave a small smile. After all, he was trying to pit all the Vale's nobles against Ned's bastard son. But Arya Stark is better than ever. The boy's capture of the girl is a farce. Robert said, yes, but many in Westeros will not think so. We have to do something. Otherwise, the houses of Westeros will see us as a weak power. Varys commented, giving his opinion. This guy hates me, but it must be something to do with my magic. Jon thought, but certainly it wouldn't be very nice to attack the fleet without a good excuse. After all, they are closing a big deal with Dorne. What kind of image would we convey if we attacked them openly? Renly commented, trying to appear rational. After all, it's always better to have a friend than an enemy. They can control giants. They have wealth and goods. Think of what we can gain from this. Cersei said, do you want me to start a war with Ned's son? Just out of greed, woman? Robert retorted, Your Majesty, the crown's coffers are empty and debts are rising. Getting our hands on these resources that Lord Stark's son has could relieve us quite well from our situation. Littlefinger commented with a cunning tone. Robert seemed to think a bit about this. So they think they can just take my things? Jon said internally, with a bit of anger now. Robert seemed to debate between his loyalty to his friend or having an ideal lifestyle for himself if he could get more money. He looked at Jon. What do you think about this, Jon? He asked. Certainly, many nobles in Westeros do not look kindly upon Jon Snow after what happened with Arya Stark. However, if the news from Dorne reached them, they would be displeased at not being able to have those products. Even if I wanted to seize the fleet, we cannot attack them unless they commit some crime. Jon said calmly. After all, if they had done this before the negotiations with Dorne, there surely would be no obstacles to them starting an attack against the fleet. But after the negotiations with Dorne, things get more complicated. Why wait for them to commit a crime? We should attack them. Cersei spoke as her brother looked at her with a furrowed brow. She seemed to be making a significant decision for herself. It's not so simple to organize a force to face such a force, even if it's more than half the size of the Greyjoy fleet we faced a few years ago. Stannis commented with a stern tone. Didn't you hear? The fleet is dividing at this very moment. We can deal with a quarter of it, and he has a wildling wife of the bastard. We can use her as a hostage. Cersei said, What is this bitch suggesting? Jon got angry hearing that, making even the raven let out a sound. A raven, Ser Barristan commented, looking at the raven while many others did the same, curious about the animal's cry in the middle of the meeting. Jon! Serana looked surprised by Jon, feeling his anger in her embrace. Jon looked at her and sighed a bit. Calm down, Jon. It's not as if they could get past Sarum and ships that can launch wildfire with harpoons that only giants can handle. Jon tried to be rational despite the words of the Queen of Westeros, certainly still enraging him. I got angry about something I heard, but I'm calmer now, Jon said, kissing Serana's forehead as he returned to listen to the meeting. I will not attack a pregnant wife to make her a hostage. I am not a damn Targaryen to kidnap women. Robert growled in the room, referring to Rhaegar taking his Lyanna. They didn't pay much more attention to the raven. I mean, almost everyone, because Varys glanced at the raven while frowning. Jon, seeing this, decided to remove the raven from there, so as not to look suspicious, and placed it in a point early from Varys. I agree with Robert. We cannot start an attack on them for free. We must wait for them to commit some crime, so we can justify this action. The Hand of the King commented, Yes, we won't attack them. Not until it's justifiable. Robert concluded while Peter Baelish, Cersei Lannister, Pycelle, Varys, and even Jon Arryn seemed dissatisfied, though the first two already had their minds working to change the situation. I'm heading back. My whores are still waiting for me in the room, Robert announced, while the others nodded since now they would be discussing less important matters. Jon still kept his raven there, while Robert left the place with Ser Barristan Selmy accompanying him. Shall we eat something? Jon on the boat asked his wife for them to go have their first meal. Yes, Serena agreed, getting up from him, and they began to leave the cabin after dressing, going to have their first meal. Jon continued listening to the meeting about some matters and the business he did with Dorne and how the Martell family would impact with these products. After the small council meeting, Jon had already guided the birds to follow the people he was most suspicious of trying to cause something with him and his people. So one of the ravens followed Cersei, another Baelish with the last following Varys. He can't be here, can he? Varys walked through the red, keep looking up to see if anything followed him. He saw how that raven looked at them in the meeting, and it was enough for Queen Cersei to threaten one of Jon's wives for that bird to seem enraged. Varys had noticed everything here as the master of whispers that he was, and everything he heard made him have this quite worrying thought of a man who could control animals and who should be at the southern tip of the continent, now spying on them in an important meeting, and if it were true, his fear that Jon could go to extremes. After all, he found someone who could get more detailed and faster information than him, feeling threatened. He can't also attack with those animals, can he? I'm becoming paranoid. Varys was sweating as he quickened his pace, looking back and at the windows for any animal. The raven just stayed in a safe place, watching from afar. It was a shame that Jon couldn't control animals from such a distance. He could maintain control over the one he had sent from Dorne, but he couldn't take over the minds of animals from this distance, which would be much more useful to him as he spied on the Red Keep and its secrets. Maybe I'll send a clandestine ship with rats next time. He thought about this idea. As Varys continued walking, he finally reached his room and, instead of stopping, he went up to a wall, pressing a crank, and a secret entrance appeared as he looked one last time to make sure there wasn't anything. Damn, my bird can't enter there. Jon thought, frustrated, as the animal hid behind the window, seeing Varys manage to escape. Maybe I'll have more luck with the others, he thought, watching Baelish head out of the castle without caring to look back or up at the sky for a ward following him. After all, he wasn't a man as paranoid as Varys about magic and didn't believe in this nonsense. Even with reports from Varys and some prostitutes affirming it in letters with what they heard in the city. He followed through the wealthy district of King's Landing, surrounded by city patrol guards with a middle-aged and fat man named Janos, a corrupt man who easily accepted bribes from Baelish while Jon watched them. Baelish went into one of his brothels and entered, greeted by all the women in the house as the boss. He entered a room which the Raven entered unnoticed, landing on top to see everything the man would do. Baelish went to the window and closed it, leaving the room dark with only a lamp. He took a parchment and a quill and ink and began writing a letter to Gulltown. Dear Lord Gerald Grafton of Gulltown, I hope this missive finds you in good health and prosperous. The purpose of this letter is to discuss matters of urgent importance and potential mutual benefit to our respective positions in the Kingdom of the Vale and even in the noble politics of Westeros as a whole. As you well know, the stability of our kingdom and neighboring kingdoms is of utmost importance, not just for peace, but also for the prosperity of trade and the security of our lands. However, we have been observing, with increasing concern, movements at sea that threaten this stability. Reports have reached me of suspicious activities on the Arctic route, suggesting the possibility of raids on ships passing by there. Therefore, I propose that we take measures to ensure that such reports not only are confirmed, but also become widely known, especially to the eyes of our king. Such action, I believe, will serve as the necessary catalyst for a direct intervention by the throne, uniting the kingdoms against a common enemy and, consequently, strengthening our position. To this end, I suggest that your lordship organize a controlled situation in which a small number of our own ships are attacked and raided on the Arctic route. These acts, although regrettable, would be merely a stage to draw the king's attention and ire, leading him to take the measures we desire. I assure you that this plan will not only create a common enemy, but also allow us to maneuver the pieces of our political board in such a way that we benefit from the situation. Our influence will grow exponentially as we position ourselves as the defenders of the kingdom against this new threat, real or not. I understand that this request is of great magnitude and not without risks. However, I assure you that all details will be meticulously planned to ensure the success of the operation and the safety of all involved. Furthermore, I will personally guarantee adequate compensation for any inconveniences or losses that may occur. I ask that you consider this proposal with the urgency and seriousness it deserves. I firmly believe that, through our cooperation and ingenuity, we can turn the tide in our favor, solidifying our position and influence for many years to come. I eagerly await your response, hoping that we can discuss the next steps of this potentially fruitful partnership. With the highest regards, Peter Baelish, Master of Coin. He looked at the letter with satisfaction, imagining the gears turning in his head. Getting the king to take action against the Arctic route could create a certain chaos from which he could profit and set his plans into motion. After all, he had only two goals: the Iron Throne and having Catelyn by his side, or her daughter, who is the spitting image of her mother. Jon was unaware of this man's real motivations, because he would laugh at him, but he certainly saw the letter while the Raven was perched on a wooden beam above Baelish. So this is what he wants to do. It doesn't matter to me, but I will surely eliminate this man if he causes too much trouble. It's a shame I couldn't do it, since I already have how to put a knife in the bird's claws. Jon thought calmly, already knowing this man would be a problem, but unable to deal with him now. After Baelish rolled up the scroll and took a raven from a cage hidden in his office, he placed the scroll in its claws and let it fly into the sky as soon as he reopened the window. Jon saw the man summon someone as soon as the raven flew. The door opened, and a red-haired woman appeared. "Take off your clothes," Baelish commented to the prostitute, who nodded, taking off her clothes and standing naked in front of him. "Why does this woman remind me of Catelyn?" Jon seemed shocked, since he didn't know the depth of Baelish's ambition for Catelyn Stark, and this shocked him quite a bit. "I don't want to see this," Jon thought, and commanded the raven to leave the room unnoticed, while Baelish laid down with the prostitute wearing a Catelyn Tully cosplay. The last raven followed Cersei Lannister. She entered the room, while her brother followed her to the door. "You stay here. I'll be alone," she said, and started to enter while he looked disappointed. Cersei didn't stop in the room, because she entered a secret entrance in it and began to follow the corridors. Jon was quicker this time, and as Cersei didn't expect to be followed by an animal, Jon entered with her through the secret entrance and followed her silently as she walked holding a candle lantern to see in the absence of sunlight in that passage. She went to a door, putting on a cloak to cover her head, and looked like a servant without showing her queen's dress under that cape. She walked through the corridors as the secret door closed and entered a room. There was a young, blonde-haired man. "Who?" The young man was startled by the door opening and saw the queen with wide eyes. These people are more cunning than the next. Jon didn't know who was the most scheming person after seeing the last three, but he didn't finish watching the queen approach. "Queen Cersei," the young man exclaimed. "Be quiet," she hissed, and the boy, who looked like a coward in Jon's opinion, kept quiet. "What can I do for you, my queen?" he asked, stuttering as she closed the door behind him. "Very simple. I want you to send this letter to one of the royal guards. They will know what to do." She spoke, sitting at the desk and handing over a letter. "What's this?" She already had a letter ready. Jon wondered in surprise. After all, he had followed her here and knew she hadn't stopped to write any letter. What he didn't know was that the queen was already aware of the Artican fleet with some spies. She was ready to act as soon as her spies told her of the movements. She just had to add a few more things, and seeing that the fleet would pass an open sea in front of King's Landing, it was time for her to act soon. "Yes, yes," he said, a bit frightened, getting ready to leave, but Cersei stopped him. "Not yet, Lancel," she said with a seductive smile. "You will do this for me, but not for free." She spoke. Lancel Lannister was Cersei's cousin and the king's squire, alongside another cousin, Tyreek Lannister. He didn't seem to be seeing the queen for the first time as she removed the cloak that made her look like a servant and then her dress, standing naked in front of the boy. "I want you to fuck this queen, cousin." She spoke with a small smile. Lancel nodded as he took off his clothes. "What's this? They sleep together like this. Is the king being cuckolded by the queen's cousin?" Jon was a bit surprised, but also increasingly disgusted with these people. Betrayal and schemes were something that filled the atmosphere of this fortress. Jon didn't pay more attention as the two had sex, focusing instead on eating with Serena and Arya at a table set for him on the boat. It was only after the act between them that Jon followed Lancel while Cersei dressed and left the room. But before following the boy who had sex with the queen, Jon wanted to take a little revenge for what she had said in the meeting, and his raven flew close to her while dropping poop in the air. The queen couldn't react before the poop landed on her face, leaving her disgusted and dazed looking up for the culprit, but the raven had already gone following the boy. Jon followed the boy until he delivered the letter to one of the white cloaks who read the letter and nodded, pocketing it. Jon wanted to know what that was about, so he left the queen and the squire aside, focusing only on the man. Nothing else happened while Jon did some activities on his ship. The two ravens stayed flying over King's Landing, getting familiar with the city. Meanwhile, the last one followed the man until the end of his shift, who, while changing places with another white cloak, left the Red Keep and went to the harbor with the letter. Jon followed the man until he spoke with the city patrol. It was almost wolf hour at this time. "Should we summon some pirates to attack these ships with giants?" The man seemed surprised. "Yes, this is the queen's order." The white cloak spoke. "Ser Marin Trant, this seems mad. You know that, don't you?" The guard spoke. "You just follow orders, without question." Ser Marin Trant spoke with a stern tone. "All right, we'll send 30 pirate ships. That's all we can." The patrolman spoke. Ser Marin Trant bid farewell, and the man returned to his patrol, keeping the letter. "So they think they can attack 50 ships with 30. Sarum will take care of them, and I will be in his mind at that moment," Jon said with a bit of anger as he prepared to sleep with Serena, who was waiting for her husband to return to bed. Jon was angry. After all, Ygritte was the target of this attack, but he knew he couldn't do anything right now and had absolute confidence in his strength to protect his queen, not to mention his kraken that could devastate any force at sea. The 150 ships continued heading south until reaching the very tip of Dorne before heading west. While the 50 northern ships passed through Stepstone, but not without problems. After all, many opportunists saw a chance to attack the now reduced enormous fleet. What they didn't expect was the defense of that company. "Captain, we're seeing the fleet, and it's as we were informed. 50 ships, mostly commercial," a pirate said to his captain, who nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Let's attack," he announced, looking at his men in the port. "Prepare all 20 ships. We're going to loot everything they have." The bearded man spoke in a stern tone. "Have you heard they have giants on the ships? Can you believe that?" said a man. "Can we handle them?" asked someone cautiously. "You idiot, will knock them down at sea. It will be quite simple," another spoke. "I'm going to fuck a female giant if I find one," another pirate laughed. They armed all the ships and began to leave a port city that housed many pirates among the Stepstone Islands, setting off to intercept the Arctican fleet on its route as it headed north. "Captain, I'm sighting the ships." Many days later, the man announced from his mast with a spyglass. "That's good. Let's grab the oars and catch up to the fragmented fleet." The pirate captain shouted, and all the men quickly began rowing towards the location, as the 50 ships grew larger and larger from that side. "Strange, they've stopped sailing. They're not running away," said the man on the mast. "Let me see that," the captain said, moving to the front of the boat and looking at the fleet, not seeming to flee, but stopping its advance as if it were waiting for them to catch up, which was quite strange. "Whatever, they're just commercial ships." The pirate murmured and looked at his men. "Let's go. If they want to stop to wait for us, we won't let this chance slip away. Get them," he shouted as his men forced their oars, and the 20 ships moved towards the 50 ships. They were even somewhat thankful for this, given the rumor that these strange ships were faster than anything at sea, so they wouldn't miss this chance. Before, with 200 ships, it seemed intimidating, but 50 was much easier to attack. They continued forward, and the ships were getting closer and closer. However, it was when they were 300 meters away, while their men seemed all excited about the possible loot, that something happened. The pirate captain saw a strange movement from that distance, while seeing figures much larger than anything he had seen before, because even at 300 meters away, he could see them moving, while these figures were on some type of harpoon aiming at them, making the pirate captain's eyes widen. Even never having seen that type of equipment, he had a foreboding of what would happen. They can't shoot from this distance, can they? The captain thought too late. After all, there was an explosive sound from the 10 ships on the side of the small fleet, throwing those harpoons flying towards them. The pirate captain saw small lines fly from that distance into the sky and start descending in their direction. While 2 harpoons fell into the sea, 8 ships were pierced by the huge pieces of metal in the hull, and on a ship, a man being pierced between the deck with a harpoon. They can launch these weapons from this distance. The pirate captain seemed incredulous, seeing his ship being pierced on the side with the harpoon like many others. "This is madness," he murmured with some fear. After all, this distance could be dangerous, but he was confused, as it would be a good idea to launch objects that would burn their ships and not launch metallic objects. "Captain, we have a problem. There's a strange object with liquid attached to the iron harpoon," a pirate shouted, looking at the harpoon stuck in the wood of the ship. The pirate captain quickly ran to the location to see the object. He saw a cylinder with blue liquid and a fuse burning. At that moment, he froze. "Put it out," he immediately shouted, but he didn't stay to watch his men attempt to extinguish it. After all, his instincts told him to run as fast as he could from there. While running, it didn't take long for him to hear the explosion, as his men hadn't had the time to put out the fuse, and the wildfire exploded, the explosion emerging from the cylinder spreading in all directions, consuming the ship quickly as it exploded, with the men turning to ashes while they just let out a cry for mercy before being consumed by the green flames. This happened on all the ships that had the cylinder, and even those that missed. After all, the harpoon that fell into the water returned to the surface, and as soon as the nearby flames hit it, they too exploded, consuming an entire line of pirate ships with their captain turning to ashes in the main one. Boom, 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 boom. 10 explosions consumed more than 15 ships, since even those not hit by the weapon were still caught by the explosion, making 5 of them watch their companions being decimated so easily and starting to turn in despair to avoid the green flames burning on the sea. "Retreat! Retreat!" the survivors shouted on their ships. But would the Arctican ships let this happen? Harpoons began to be launched, and this was not exclusive to galleys. But even the Carracks had this attack system with the Giant. The ships began to explode without the fleet needing to chase them, hitting them from 500 meters away, eliminating the last ones. Some survivors managed to jump before the sea, knowing they could not escape, and saw their ships being exploded from a distance. But this moment of survival did not last long. Huge tentacles began to grab and lift survivors as they screamed and were thrown into the sea, leaving those who saw this scene even more desperate, seeing that death had not stopped until it eliminated the last of them, completely finishing off those who moments ago had malicious thoughts towards the small Arctican fleet. "That was a good extermination," a dwarf shouted, whistling from one of the ships. "Joel, you owe me money," a man exclaimed to the dwarf. "Damn, you beat me this time, you bastard. Take these gold coins." The dwarf spoke grumpily. They still had an attachment to gold, and losing put them in a bad mood. "It's always good to bet with you, Joel." The man laughed at the dwarf, feeling the sack of coins he won, learning in Dorne a bit more about the concept of exchanging this metal for goods. They had bet on how long it would last, with the man winning. You see, they lasted faster than the last ones. The man laughed. It was the third attack they had suffered since leaving the main fleet, as the pirates began to see them as easy prey. However, no one survived once an attack began. They waited for them to reach 300 meters before starting to attack. After all, even with them fleeing and distancing after the first attack, they still had a margin to attack the ships while they fled. Even if there were some survivors, Sarum would eliminate them, as there could be no witnesses, always having the element of surprise, and that was something they themselves sought. The fleet continued its journey, finally emerging north out of Stepstone after a week being attacked 3 times while navigating past the place. But with no damage to the fleet after all, now they would sail in open sea until the freezing waters of the north, of course. There would be another attack coming from King's Landing, but that wouldn't be any problem for them as long as they had weapons that could eliminate anyone who attacked them. 2 weeks had passed since Jon had left Dorne. As the 50 ships headed north, Jon faced a storm in the south at sea again, while his ships cut through the massive waves, but staying firm in the face of the sea's challenge. News about them emerged not only in King's Landing, but all over Westeros, with a scroll landing in the hands of the old Queen of Thorns, receiving it in her room as she began to open it to see the news of the kingdom. In the west, the Old Lion also received the latest news from the south of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the north was not left out, but with a different scroll from the last 2, as instead of spy news, something the Starks did not have, there was yet another marriage proposal landing on the Crow's Tower of the Maester. A moon ago, a scroll arrived from the Mandalese about an unexpected visit from them, with quite urgent news. Lord Stark nodded to this, and waited until the men from White Harbor finally passed through the gate of Winterfell, as they approached to greet Lord Stark and his family with Arya absent. Wendell Manderly dismounted his horse and proceeded to greet the Starks, waiting for his arrival along with the retinue of his house. "Lord Stark," he greeted with due respect. "Lord Wendell Manderly, it's a pleasure to see you here in Winterfell." Ned spoke with a small smile, despite seeming like a tired man here. "Always a pleasure, my lord," he said, and greeted all the other family members before turning back to Ned again. "Could we talk in private?" he said, giving a covert look towards Catelyn. After all, he knew how sensitive the woman was to this subject and wanted to talk to Lord Stark first. "Of course, come to my solar," Ned spoke as he asked the man to follow him after accommodating his men for a stay at the castle for a few days. They went inside after that and finally reached the room, keeping the same old organization of Lord Stark from the last time Wendell had appeared here. "Tell me, my lord, what do I owe your visit that made you personally come to Winterfell?" As soon as they entered and closed the door, Lord Stark asked as he settled into his chair. "For this, my lord," Wendell said nothing more as he took a piece of cloth out of his pocket, wrapped up, and placed it on the table. Lord Stark looked a bit suspiciously at it, while calmly picking up the piece of cloth and starting to unwrap it, leaving him stunned. After all, there was a drawing of a ship, but what caught attention was the sail, more specifically its design, one that he knew very well. "This?" he asked, alarmed, looking at Wendell. "Where was this seen?" he inquired, since his nephew who had cut off communication a long time ago used this flag. A ship seen by sailors from White Harbor could only mean that these ships had emerged from beyond the wall and sailed south. Not that he found it impossible. Jon had shown up with armors never seen before. What was a ship built by him? "You are mistaken, Lord Stark. It's not a ship. This is just one of them, passing in the open sea in front of White Harbor, seen by many merchant ships coming and going from Essos. What surprises me was that I received the news of these ships and not from any house in the north, which means they passed unseen." He spoke in a serious tone. "How many?" Lord Stark wanted to know the number, even knowing he wouldn't like the answer. "A fleet of 200 of them," Wendell said. 200 ships passed beyond the wall without anyone seeing. "I remember I was here at that time when your son was hosted, and I didn't pay much attention to him saying he was a king of the kingdom beyond the wall. Now I see how blind I was. Your son has a gigantic fleet sailing the sea at this moment." Wendell recalled from that time. 200 ships. Jon created all this. Lord Stark was alarmed, unable to imagine that Jon had created such a large fleet of ships in just a few years. "Do you know their destination and objective?" He turned his attention back to Lord Wendell and asked, hoping he would know. "No ship dared to approach those ships, Lord Stark. We only know they are heading south." Lord Wendell said, "What Jon is planning? 200 ships is not a small thing. The kingdom may see this as a threat and treat him as an enemy, especially after." Lord Stark was going to finish, but stopped, and Wendell completed the sentence for him. "After he kidnapped your daughter?" He lifted his head. "He didn't kidnap her. I mean, he could have brought her back instead of returning beyond the wall, but Jon did no harm to her. Of that I am certain." He spoke. "That's not what everyone thinks. And you know the South does not look kindly upon this after seeing many letters from your wife speaking with her family, and even sending letters to King's Landing." Wendell spoke. Finally, even being a northerner, there were always merchants arriving at his port and telling stories, and a very famous one was of the bastard stealing his true sister. "Don't even mention it. I've been arguing with Caitlin about this for years, but she's always talking about Jon, and we haven't slept together in moons." Ned admitted these last years had not been easy, with Caitlin even blaming him for Jon stealing Arya. But he believed Arya was in good hands, though he preferred her here in Winterfell rather than being away from home for years without seeing her. "You don't look well." Wendell spoke cautiously to not offend him after what he had shared. "You are right, my lord. But now I need to know everything about Jon and this fleet. I want to know if Arya is on those ships, and I need Jon to send her home. Unfortunately, he cannot set foot in the north, but he can send Arya." Lord Stark spoke with a serious tone, wanting to see his daughter again. "I will stay informed of any update I receive from them, my lord, but we need to see how the lords will deal with this news. No one is going to like that wildlings have a fleet of ships traveling south, whether it's your son or not. The lords of the north will not see this with good eyes," he spoke. "You are right." Lord Stark already saw a new headache coming for him, and the cause was Jon again. He listened to Lord Wendell as he provided more details, until he left a few days later. Days passed, and news of the fleet began to spread through the north. Letters from all corners of the north fell on Winterfell, demanding they prepare for a wildling attack, and asking if his son would be attacking the north. Lord Stark had to ask for help from Maester Luwin to reply to all the letters and demands throughout the north. His headache truly began when Caitlin finally discovered about the fleet. A fleet. The bastard has a fleet of 200 ships. She seemed hysterical. "He first takes my daughter. Now he plans to attack Dorne and steal Winterfell." She spoke with evident fear in her voice. They could never conquer the north like this. Lord Stark spoke. After all, the north had the entire army stationed here. It was impossible for an invasion of 200 ships to last very long. "He's preparing to launch an attack, I'm certain." Caitlin spoke with her paranoia. "He's got my Arya. He could use her as a hostage," she murmured as if Jon was really a cunning man using everything to his advantage with no morals. "For heaven's sake, Cat, listen to yourself for once. You're speaking nonsense." Ned tried to argue. "No, It was you thinking like this that he took my Arya," Caitlin exclaimed. Ned sighed and let the woman live in her paranoia. When it came to Jon, she became a very difficult woman to deal with. Days passed, and neither of their children, except for Bran and a questioning Rickon, knew who Jon was. After all, Jon was not an easy topic to discuss within the family, and Caitlin made sure Jon was non-existent to little Rickon. While their other children didn't have much sympathy for Jon, and Theon had a hatred for Jon, after all, every time he looked at his maimed hand, he remembered his nephew with no fondness. After days, weeks passed until a raven arrived from House Martell. "Lord Stark, this is quite unexpected." Maester Luwin entered his solar with the scroll bearing the Martell sigil. He hadn't opened it due to it appearing important and not wanting to be bold in looking at the content before his lord saw it. Ned took the scroll from the maester's hand and looked at the seal of origin, frowning. He expected any news of Jon continuing his journey southward, but seeing a Martell scroll meant that Jon was there and something had transpired between him and the Martell family. He broke the seal and began to read, finding the contents of the letter unexpected. Dorne had written about how Jon's son was educated and intelligent at a high level, leading them to forge very fruitful agreements between Dorne and the Arctic, which already surprised Lord Stark. But what came next left him even more stunned, as there was a proposal for a possible betrothal between Arya and his eldest son, Trystane Martell. Dorne had not written about any negative events that had arisen. Instead, Dorne was looking to see if he could secure an alliance with the Starks, as this would bring the Arctic closer to them, noting Jon's care for his younger sister. "What is this?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Is it something I should know, Lord Stark?" Maester Luwin asked curiously. "See for yourself." Ned handed the paper to the older man, who also frowned after reading its contents. "This is more unexpected than I thought. The young Jon negotiated with the Martell family their products, which is quite impressive. I wonder how that boy managed to do this. But your daughter being so praised and asked to marry his son, even gaining the status of a princess. After all, the Martells have this princely status along with those they marry," Maester Luwin commented. "This seems very surreal." Lord Stark seemed lost. The last thing I would imagine hearing about Arya in the first news was how she was becoming a rare beauty, intelligent and skilled with bow and sword, coupled with a marriage of this scale. Even Dorne says she was an example of a lady, which makes me wonder if it's really Arya. Not even Lord Stark could imagine such a thing. "What should we do?" Luwin asked, wanting to know what his lord would do. "First, I must talk to my wife, and it won't be an easy conversation," he said, not knowing how she would react to such news, hoping that at least she would be proud. After all, a great house like the Martells was so impressed with Arya that they wanted a marriage between the two families. Lord Stark did not immediately speak to his wife. He spent the day, as usual, while asking Luwin not to comment on the matter. It was only after dinner with his children, as always in the main hall. It was only at bedtime that she approached with the letter from the Martells in hand, preparing for the dialogue with Caitlin, which would not be easy. Her resentment toward Jon was well known, reaching a limit when Arya was taken. He saw his wife preparing for bed without looking much at him. With a sigh, he called her. "Caitlin," he began, his voice breaking the silence of the room. She turned, her gaze looking at him with a neutral glint, and he continued. "We've received news from Dorne about Arya." She immediately opened her eyes upon hearing such a thing, not expecting this from her husband at this moment. After all, there had been no news of that fleet of ships since it passed by the White Harbor Sea. "Arya? Is she all right?" Hope shone in her eyes, wishing her daughter was safe and sound. Ned nodded, moving the letter and handing it to her. "She's more than all right, Cat. The Martells are impressed with her. Even a marriage proposal was mentioned," he said, seeing her almost trembling as she touched the letter, lifting it to her eyes to unfold and read. Caitlin read the letter quickly, her eyes trembling slightly. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief that escaped her lips, knowing that her daughter is fine after all. But, as quickly as she had been relieved, a grim face covered her right after. "That's wonderful. But that bastard. He has no right to decide Arya's future. He needs to bring her back, Ned. Arya belongs to Winterfell, to her true family, not to the sands of Dorne or to the whims of his son. Ned, who was hoping to have something pleasant from his wife with their daughter was a bit disappointed as the woman quickly turned her attention to Jon, whom she seemed to have some kind of obsession with. I don't know what Jon has to do with this, but Arya is fine, Cat. Try to see at least that. Dorian Martell says she participated in negotiations while Jon's wives were kept out. Ned said, trying to see the situation from a more positive perspective, although he would certainly prefer Arya here rather than traveling through the south. You don't understand, Ned. He shouldn't have a right to negotiate with a great house like the Martells. He should be imprisoned for stealing our daughter, not using her as a political game to arrange allies. We will not marry Arya into that family so that the bastard can succeed in his plans, she exclaimed while Ned was even dazed at how his wife could think this way, wondering if after all these years, he really knew her after all. Cat, I don't think Jon has interfered with this, and there's no reason for Jon to want to conquer Winterfell with the support of a house from the other side of the continent. What the Dornish can do with us, even Robert and the North wouldn't accept something like this. Why do you insist so much that Jon wants Winterfell, from what you read in the letter? Jon has everything he wants from the place he built beyond the wall. Ned spoke. He had placed Jon in a better position after knowing that Arya was better than ever. You don't understand, Ned. He's a bastard. All bastards are greedy. How can he achieve so much with that wildling? It's not fair. He still has our Arya. Demand that they bring her back. She demanded of him while he sighed wearily, wondering why he would still be surprised with the conversation reaching this point. I understand your pain, Cat. Arya will always be a Stark, and we will do everything in our power to bring her back home. He spoke trying to calm her, as it was being difficult at this moment to argue against her hatred. Catelyn looked at him. I just want my daughter back, Ned. I want my whole family safe and secure under this roof. She spoke with a shaken tone, and Ned hugged her. After all, despite being a difficult woman and having her faults, he still loved her. And so it shall be, Cat. I promise you, we will do everything within our power. I will write to the king, he said. While Winterfell faced its own internal conflicts, news of the Arctican fleet and Jon Snow's actions also reached the western side of the kingdom, in the ears of Tywin Lannister, the Lord of Casterly Rock. He was sitting in his solar, reading the latest scroll from Dorne, while reflecting on the events happening in the south at this time. Tywin was not a man to show surprise easily, but the actions of the Stark bastard and the magnitude of his fleet could not fail to impress him. His eyes scanned not just this scroll, but he laid out all the others on his table, rereading all the information received in the last weeks, so as not to miss anything while his mind worked on it. A knock on the door called his attention. Enter, he said, and the door opened with a man slightly younger than Tywin, entering with his Lannister appearance of blonde hair and green eyes. You called for me, brother, he said with respect to his elder brother and head of their house. Kevin Lannister, Tywin's brother, could not help but glance at his desk. More news from the south? He asked, approaching the Jon Snow, Tywin began, or should I now say, Jon Arctic, as they call him in Dorne. He spoke without taking his eyes off the scroll in his hand, before turning to his brother for the first time. The Stark bastard who traveled beyond the wall and built a kingdom there, achieving what many lords in Westeros could only dream of, an army of giants, a fleet of 200 ships, wealth, and unique goods for trade, with the first results being a trade alliance in the south with Dorne. He said, and there was a rare hint of respect in his tone. Kevin looked thoughtfully for a while. That boy who went beyond the wall, how is it possible for a child to develop all this in years? Were there reports of magic in the letters still? Kevin asked, thinking the whole story of the boy could be summed up in mystical events. After all, no one grows up that way or even starts creating a kingdom from the age of 9 named days, which was absurd. Yes, they still say the boy is a sorcerer and put the entire Dorne castle under his feet just by controlling snakes, as reported weeks ago. He spoke in a quite peculiar tone. What do you think? Kevin asked cautiously. If that's true, the boy is dangerous, but on the other hand, he's certainly creating alliances with Dorne and is at this moment traveling to this side of the continent. He spoke, even with the supposed sorcery, he couldn't deny that the boy had very good products according to his spies and even sold ice, perhaps an opportunity to catch a secret. After all, ice is a big business for the West. Kevin pondered his brother's words. And what do you suggest? How do we deal with him if this fleet comes to Lannisport? Kevin asked. First, we need more information, as there's still a time loop until news arrives here. We'll continue to monitor the movements of this John Arctic and his fleet. Secondly, we should prepare to receive them. There are more advantages in this Arctic than disadvantages. Tywin's mind was already weaving plans, trying to take advantage of any situation. And what about the throne? Can't King Robert and his council see them as a threat? Kevin asked, wanting to know his brother's opinion on this. Difficult. Robert loves the Starks. Even with that story of the little girl being kidnapped years ago, she seems very well in the letters, and apart from some greedy fools in that council like my own daughter, there's no reason for them to attack or treat the Arctic and Company as an enemy. Of course, unless they plot something. Tywin spoke, beginning to store the scrolls from the table. And if the Iron Throne treats them as enemies until they get here? Kevin asked. Then we'll deal with them in the best possible way while trying to capture all their secrets. Tywin spoke in a dangerous tone. I understand. Kevin sighed. Is there anything else I need to do? He asked, as he would be returning to Lannisport soon, where he managed the city. I want you to take Tyrion. Lannisport needs a repair on its sewers in the coming moons. Take him and make him useful for once. Tywin spoke with a tone of disgust, remembering his dwarf son, the shame of his life. Yes, I will take my leave, Kevin spoke, and Tywin nodded his head as he returned to reading other reports on different matters. In the gardens of Highgarden, sunlight filtered through the tree canopies. In this part of the castle, there was an extension of plants and forests around the paths of the place, which enhanced the beauty of the place with countless colors and aromas. It was in this unique setting that Olenna Tyrell, known among friends and foes as the Queen of Thorns, was sitting in a structure that protected her from the sun in the middle of the garden while receiving news from Westeros beyond the green fields of the Reach. A man approached Lady Tyrell. He said, placing a letter on the table. She looked at it and then said, You may go. With that, the man quickly withdrew, but not before hearing one last command. Call my grandson, she said, and he nodded, moving away. With the letter there, Olenna frowned as she unfolded the parchment, her sharp eyes quickly scanning the written lines. She spent time reading and rereading, like the last report she received from Dorne in the last weeks, as Tywin with his spies. It didn't take long for two well-dressed people to approach. Marjorie Tyrell, her granddaughter, accompanied by Willis Tyrell, the heir to Highgarden, approached after their grandmother demanded their presence. We are here, Marjorie announced as she approached the table, holding her dress and sitting in a chair. Willis also joined his younger sister in front of their grandmother. What do the news from the south say, grandmother? Willis asked, already knowing what the parchment was about just by the seal, and it wasn't the first time their grandmother had called them to discuss what was happening in Dorne. Olenna lifted her eyes from the letter, showing a cunning expression crossing her face. Ah, my dear grandchildren, it seems the Stark bastard was doing more than building snowmen beyond the wall. Jon Snow, of all beings, has not only emerged alive, but at the head of a fleet that would make any of our admirals blush with envy, as you already know. Are there news of him still being a sorcerer? Marjorie asked, curious about the quite peculiar letters her grandmother received. Not much, but his fleet must be dividing at this moment, and a part coming here. Willis, always the more cautious one, asked, A fleet, grandmother? Is that concerning? For us? Not yet. Olenna flipped through the letter again, her eyes shining with a face of interest and calculation. But for the Lannisters and the throne, it very well might be. Snow has made alliances in Dorne, something that not even the most diplomatic of our lords have managed without causing some kind of scandal. Marjorie, curious, asked, And what does that mean for us, grandmother, if he comes to our ports? Olenna smiled, always proud of her granddaughter. For now, we watch. Snow may be a bastard, but if he's managing to move the Westeros board in his favor, then he's a bastard who deserves our attention. And more importantly, he's a wealthy bastard. We won't let an opportunity like this pass. He bought thousands of animals to take to those frozen lands. So if he's coming here, it means he's not satisfied and intends to spend more money," she said, putting the letter aside and looking at her two grandchildren. "He also has that ice. Drinking cold beverages in our kingdom would be a tremendous success." Willis commented. "Exactly, my grandson," Olenna said with a calm tone. "That's why we have to welcome this young man from the north, sorcerer or not. He certainly is beneficial for us. Besides, I would like to lay my eyes on this unique figure and have a little chat with a boy of 15 years who created a kingdom in that place. It will certainly be an interesting conversation." She spoke with a tone of great interest. "So, should we extend a hand to him, grandmother?" Willis questioned, pondering if his grandmother was indeed favoring this John Arctic. "A hand, perhaps, but we'll keep the other behind our backs, with a rose between the fingers. If John Arctic wishes to dance with the snakes, let's see how he handles our gardens, but we won't be as easy as the Martells were, and we will make him know that our thorns can also wound." Olenna folded the letter, decided. "Prepare a raven. I wanted to report the arrival of this fleet at any port in our realm when it decides to disembark. We have to prepare our tournament this moon as well. It might be an ideal opportunity to meet our future guests." With that, Olenna concluded her meeting with her grandchildren, while elsewhere, not too far, but hundreds of kilometers away, a private meeting was taking place at this moment. In the ancient city of Old Town, a secret meeting was being held away from everyone's eyes. In the heart of the citadel, where the archmasters secretly gathered to decide some important points in Westeros. Almost nobody knew, but there was the place where the most changes in Westeros happened. After all, they had the ears of all the lords, and when they decided something, all their maesters received instructions to suggest certain decisions throughout Westeros. After all, their maesters had loyalty to the citadel above everything. Of course, there were a few who did not think this way, and they were ostracized by the order, like Maester Aemon, for example, who was sent to swear to the wall and rot in the far north. This room was illuminated only by candles that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, like the bodies gathered at this moment. Archmaester Vorian, O.C., was a man of medium stature, with hair that was once black, now peppered with gray. His eyes, however, remained piercing and full of an inquisitive glow. He is often seen with a brooch representing a closed book, symbolizing his commitment to knowledge and caution against dangers to the order. Vorian was not just a man among his distinguished group, but the one who led all the discussions and commanded all those archmasters, being the regent of the citadel. He looked at all the men around him, reflecting wisdom after years of studying the art of the mind. "Brothers, we are gathered here in the face of a threat that arose many years ago, but we would not ask to do anything against it until this moment, and this threat has gained strength, sailing through the waters of the continent while we are here discussing the threat we received weeks ago." He spoke, pausing before continuing. "John Arctic, known to many as Jon Snow, possesses powers we cannot ignore. His ability to manipulate magic, something we considered relegated to the past, represents a danger not just to the order of the world, but to our very existence. Our ancestors fought to rid this continent of dragons, magic, and Targaryens. Now it's our time to act against this force." The other maesters present exchanged looks, each aware of the Citadel's stance against magic and everything it represented, in favor of this faction. Those who would be against it were not present, as they were not brought into this type of circle. "And what do you suggest, Archmaester Vorian?" asked Maester Eleanor, an equally old man. He had a hatred against magic and was in a natural history, so it was in his interest to destroy John Arctic. "Unfortunately, our maester in Sunspear failed to cause any illness to his pregnant wives, but he provided information to the pirates of Stepstone to attack the ships heading north at this moment. He said, I just hope it's successful. After all, if they reach the north, it will be out of our reach." He then resumed speaking. "We must consider all options. This boy's magic is to control animals like the wards we have always studied and have the ability to build a kingdom, which seems to be involved with magic. Isn't he dangerous? Should we eliminate him?" A maester said, Yes, but we must act carefully, Archmaester Galen. After all, we cannot face a fleet with 150 ships and giants. Vorian countered. Giants. I'd love to study them. Archmaester Baylor commented. Patience. I will talk to the High Septon and the High Towers. We can lure them in smaller numbers to the city. Vorian suggested. Putting Jon here inside with few men, they can simply capture him and close the city so that his fleet cannot enter. A good opportunity to destroy him. That would be great, but we need to clear the animals from the area. After all, we cannot let him use his powers. Someone suggested and Vorian nodded. Exactly. That's why we'll start our plan. Vorian, in the midst of the sea to the south of the continent, the journey of the Arctican fleet continued, encountering some storms along the way, while passing by merchant ships coming from the west that avoided getting close to them, following their route. It's a pity I can't map an underwater path as I was doing with Sarum. Jon couldn't help but comment to himself at one end of the ship. Jon! He heard a voice calling him and saw Arya approaching. Yes, sister? Jon asked. You've been here all morning. Come train with me. She requested, and Jon, turning his gaze back to the sea, where everything was empty, nodded, seeing that there was nothing more to do there besides think and murmur to himself. Let's go, Jon said, starting to leave that side of the ship. Serena was resting in the cabin at this moment, so he was outside to get some air and see how things were going. The journey hadn't encountered any problems since they left from Dorne on this side. There were still 150 ships ready to face any threat at sea, so besides the storms, which they passed easily, by the way, they continued their journey peacefully. Jon joined Arya in the largest space on the deck, while some fights were already happening there. Come on, you dwarf. Tormund Giantsbane was in the middle of a fight against a dwarf opponent at this moment. Shut up, you damn firebeard. The dwarf growled as he used his hammer to hit the man. Ha 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 ha. Come on, you damn bootlicker. Tormund continued taunting the dwarf while using his axe against the heavy hammer. Take this then, the dwarf exclaimed, changing his tactic, hitting the hammer on the ground, making it crack with the wood of the deck, and Tormund having an imbalance as he tried to return to his fighting stance. But the dwarf took this chance to throw his hammer like a spear into the man's chest, making him fly backwards while falling with his armor a bit dented. Now who's the bootlicker, you damn redhead? The dwarf cursed while spitting on the ground and starting to laugh. Many who were watching the fight began to laugh at this moment as Jon approached with his sister. You got you good, huh? Jon approached. Tormund wasn't weak, but certainly very naive to provoke a dwarf who could use anything to his advantage. The big man sighed while looking at Jon. I let my guard down, he simply said as he tried to stand up. Anyone else want to fight? Jon asked the small crowd of men, dwarves, and even giants watching the fight. No, we're done here. You can use the space. The dwarf who defeated Tormund said, knowing that his king would train with his sister, as he always did. All right, let's go, Arya, Jon said as he aligned in the middle of the place with Arya. Using his small, thin sword made of elden metal, Jon drew Darksister, and they both began to train fighting each other, while Jon helped Arya to refine her current skills. Keep your stance, Jon said as Arya tried to work with her feet. You were lucky to face and find an opening against that sand snake in Dorne, but there's still much to learn. Jon spoke, putting pressure on the girl as he tried to defend from her constant attacks. Arya at one moment fell backwards under this onslaught of attacks with the Valyrian steel sword, tripping and falling. You must always hold firm on your knees and position. That's why you end up unbalancing and falling, he said, looking at his sister on the ground. Now get up again and let's continue, Jon requested. After all, he wouldn't go easy on her, since this could save her life one day. Arya didn't complain. After all, she chose the path of a warrior, replacing the sewing needle with a sword in her life, as an Arctican warrior, which she wished to become. Could I be as strong as you when you kicked the butt of the Prince of Dorne? She asked, getting up and preparing to continue their fight. You can, just keep dedicating yourself and becoming a powerful warrior, Jon spoke, maintaining a tone of pride before continuing. Anyway, let's keep working, he said, and they resumed fighting a moment later, as Jon made sure to train Arya to her limit, making the girl have impeccable muscle memory, learning from her mistakes. The day passed quickly as Jon asked his ship's cook to bring something for him to eat with his wife in their own cabin. He went there at this moment and found Serena lying on the bed while she kept her hands on her belly, which was quite voluminous. "Are you okay? You're not having the same symptoms as Ygritte, are you?" Jon asked with a tone of concern. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. He's making me quite anxious as he grows here," she said, pointing to her belly. So you know," Jon asked with a small smile. They had not yet discussed the gender of the children, though Jon could already tell. After all, it was a part of him inside Ygritte and Serena. While Ygritte was carrying a girl, Serena was having their first son, but he was surprised that the giant woman knew it was a he. "Don't underestimate a mother, Jon. I can feel him. I wonder if he will be as restless as his father, as I can already feel him moving." She spoke with a tone of love. Jon approached and touched his wife tenderly while sitting by her side and kissing her belly. "I hope so. I'll even prepare a dragon for him. After all, Aragon needs more of his kind, and I would like to have a companion in the sky, just like my daughter inside Ygritte," Jon said softly. "Do you already want to put him in danger before he is even born?" Serena asked jokingly. Jon just laughed. "You know that even if we don't want to, I doubt they'll stop from exploring all of Artica as soon as we take our eyes off him." Jon joked. They talked a bit more until someone knocked on the door. "Your meal. As for the queen, my king," the royal guard announced, and Jon went to receive him. They spent some time eating while Jon stayed with his wife until she fell asleep. The routine continued like this while Jon trained Arya and organized. A few more days had passed, and Jon found himself in a peculiar part of the south of Dorne. He had sent his 2 eagles to scout the region, and even being at high sea, they could explore the continent and return due to their enhanced stamina. He then, looking at the map, discovered he was near Starfall, the home of the Danes, something that brought conflicting feelings for him. After all, there were many rumors circulating about him being the son of Ashera Dane. I could go there, try to find answers, Jon thought while again on an edge of the ship alone where he liked to stay thinking. But I feel I will regret it, that something even worse will be uncovered. I should think about this after these voyages. I'll first make sure to succeed with my trading company, then I will look into my origins. Jon reasoned, not wanting his mind to be taken over by worries he should not have right now. His priority at the moment was helping Artica to be self-sustainable. Then he would make sure to look into other personal matters. Deep down he knew there was something very wrong with his origins, but not even the gods helped in this aspect, and he would avoid this topic for the time being. However, he could not help but look at the castle through his eyes. The Danes are known for their incredible skills that their descendants generate with fencing, giving many powerful names over the years. Arthur Dane was at the forefront. Everyone says that Jon's father had defeated him at the Tower of Joy, but it was very hard to believe that had been done with a name feared by everyone in Westeros at that time. Unfortunately, he also could not access the vision of the fight due to a block in the green sight. His eagles continued flying over the castle, where it seemed to be bustling with activity that morning. Its towers were tall as they flew. There were rumors that the castle was built thousands of years after a huge stone fell from the sky. The Danes were direct descendants of the first men, like the Starks, some houses in the north, and the Blackwoods. But they certainly do not possess ward powers like some with that blood have. Jon thought as he flew over the castle. He noticed that in his green sight, only the Starks and the Blackwoods themselves, who are currently in the Riverlands, have stronger warg abilities in their blood. Phoenix and Bluefire continued to circle the castle, while in the courtyard, there was a boy Arya's age training with a local master-at-arms. The eagles could see his features even from a distance. He had light hair and purple eyes, but they were no less piercing than those of Nyra Sand. Jon saw a woman looking at the boy from a distance, with the same features, a possible aunt of his if Ashera proved to be his mother indeed. But Jon didn't want to think about that, especially since he learned at Sunspear about the suicide of his own possible mother. Jon had a lot to ponder, but he didn't want to, his connections to people with Targaryen blood, or even having his own dragon. But he didn't want this headache now. He might seem cowardly, but he knew it would leave a very bitter taste as soon as he found answers to these questions. And as he had already thought, He didn't want that kind of thing at the moment. Leaving the prow of the ship, he went to lie down with his wife after ending the connection with his birds while letting them fly around Dorne as much as they wanted before returning to the ships. Days continued to pass, and nothing out of the ordinary happened as the fleet sailed between the Arbor and the continent, a large island structure in the south of the continent. However, the same could not be said for the other part of the fleet because at this moment they were near the Sea of Kinglands, and 30 ships appeared coming from the continent with an aggressive action towards the 50 ships. "These guys, they never give up," murmured a captain. "Haha, let them come after all. We've been without fun since we left Stepstone," said a dwarf beside him. The news of ships being decimated should have spread through the region by now, but it seems our new friends don't know that we could destroy them just as easily. Another Artican commented, "So be it. Let's just destroy them." The captain commented, and he looked at the birds, waiting for an order. "Slow down and prepare to exterminate all of them," he said while the birds didn't move, but quickly all the captains of almost all the ships who had their eyes rolled back in warg mode returned to normal and began issuing orders. "Prepare for battle, slow down, and giants, ready the harpoons." Jon also joined in this game, taking over the mind of Sarum. After all, he himself wanted to destroy that fleet following the Queen's order, believing they could harm them without retaliation. As for the pirate ships approaching, there was that man who spoke with the royal guard and prepared the 30 ships, seeming madness after hearing all the rumors about this fleet, but the payment was still good enough for him to risk, besides the types of loot they could get. Noticing the fleet slowing down in the distance, he frowned, and when they got close enough to the range of the harpoons so they couldn't flee, they saw the first projectiles falling on the ships and exploding immediately, as had happened with the last pirates who tried to face these 50 ships. "Gods, what is this?" The same man, who was further back, saw half of his fleet being destroyed with wildfire and wasted no time in issuing the order for them to turn back. However, it was already too late for them. The harpoons kept falling on the fleet and exploding more and more ships, making that captain fall into the water with many men. But when he saw his men starting to be pulled into the water, his hopes had already been lost, leaving only regret for having accepted this madness in place. A tentacle grabbed him and pulled him into the sea. Even with his instincts fighting to try to breathe, he knew he would die there. And when he spotted the huge monster appearing in front of him in the water as it opened a round mouth with several teeth, throwing him inside it, he had already accepted his fate. "Looks like this one ended as quickly as the last, but this time I won," the dwarf said on one of the ships, betting again with the last man he did in Stepstone, but this time winning the bet. "Damn, lost everything I won," complained the man, but handing over the bag of coins to the dwarf. The fleet went back to raising its sails and sailed north while leaving this sea with smoke raised, with no one having survived it. Returning to Jon and his ships, they were passing by Old Town when a ship approached them with a white flag. "What should we do, my king?" a captain asked. "Let approach. Let's see what they want." They were in a region with many commercial ships, but none had approached them until now. The ship approached them while maintaining its non-aggression intentions, getting close to the fleet while turning to follow the ship's side, as the fleet simply did not have a break to stop quickly. "Who are you, and what are your intentions?" a royal guard shouted to the ship alongside. There was a group of common sailors. It seems they were paid to approach this dreadful fleet, and everyone could see the fear and caution in their eyes. An elderly man dressed in black with chains around his neck, something that was easy to identify as a maester, approached the edge of the ship. "I would like to speak with Jon Artica." He spoke with his elderly tone. "I am here." Jon went next to his royal guard. Looking at the maester with a cunning look, he did not like the order with the exception of Luwin, who never did anything to make Jon suspect him. "Lord Artican, I am here on a mission from the Citadel." He spoke. After all, they had sent him with the risk of being attacked by the ships with a common ship after paying a lot for these city sailors to have the courage to come here, even with a peace flag. "What does your order want with me?" Jon asked directly with a not very friendly tone. The man, despite seeing a bit of hostility in Jon's tone, continued confidently. "The Citadel invites you to the city. We want to meet a man like you and your endeavors in your kingdom beyond the wall." The man spoke, and Jon knew there was something strange there. "Sorry, we're just passing through. I have no intention of visiting the Citadel at this moment." Jon spoke. He was going to visit the city on this trip, but he did not want to do it now, and did not like a maester inviting him to some kind of trap. "But my lord, you could buy many books. Lord Hightower is in Highgarden at the moment in a tournament, but he would certainly be pleased with your presence in the city." He tried to insist. "I'm not interested in that right now. Return to your city, maester. I will continue my journey and perhaps visit your city in the future, but not now." Jon spoke and turned back to his men. "Let's continue the journey," he said, leaving the maester and the sailor surprised by this, and when the man tried to argue once more, Jon's ship began to gain more speed, leaving them behind while trying to avoid the fleet that was coming behind. Jon no longer cared about that maester. He first had business with the Tyrells if they would receive him, but he was surprised by the information he received. There was a tournament in Highgarden, which means they would have a bit of fun while traveling back north. It took a few more days for them to approach a small port city in the Tyrell territories. There were Oaken Shields and Old Oak as the biggest in the region, but they would not be the most viable to reach Highgarden. So they chose the city, known as Little Oak Garden. Raccoon here dash. Little Oak Garden is a city I decided to create based on the port cities of the region. I didn't find anything more viable on the map to get to Highgarden. I had done this with Old Oak in my first draft, but it's so far that I created a new small city. After all, Westeros has many cities to house millions of inhabitants, and we only know the main ones, which gives margin for the creation of new ones, as I did with Frostroar in the north. Jon never had a conversation about the gender of his children. I don't clearly remember this, but I have doubts. If anyone remembers, "My king, we are all ready to approach Oak Garden," said the ship's captain as he approached Jon. The Artican king was standing at the edge of the main ship, as always, his eyes fixed on the route towards the continent. Jon turned to him calmly and replied, "I understand. Tell everyone to start heading to the continent. Oak Garden is a small town, and it wouldn't be wise to send many ships. Just 10, but prepare them well, because after all, we will be traveling to Rye Garden as soon as we receive confirmation for the Tyrells, and we need a certain force on land." Jon spoke calmly, as the man nodded, preparing to give the order to the other ships. Jon sighed as he kept his gaze on the horizon, with his birds, Phoenix and Blue Fire, arriving in the town. He had a view of them circling the place. It wasn't a large town. There should be at least about 20,000 inhabitants, and it was ruled by a small noble vassal of the Tyrells. This was the reason he was sending few ships, but with a powerful guard with a good number of giants. It would be the best option. His wife approached him at this moment. She wore a black dress that matched her hair, and her blue eyes shone prominently. Jon felt her get closer as he took her by the waist. "My love," she began, as she looked at him intently with her blue eyes, contrasting with Jon's green and gray eyes. "Serena, I want you to avoid any master who tries to approach you. If someone tries to do that, let me know. Don't let anyone get close, and don't consume anything that isn't prepared by our men. These guys are plotting something, and I don't like it at all." Jon spoke despite this. He still had to open his trade with the nobles and buy resources that only the Reach could provide him. Jon had spoken with a bit of anger. After all their actions made him distrust them, and it seemed they had malevolent intentions. "Okay, Jon, I will do as my husband wishes," she said, sealing their lips. They stood at the prow of the ship alone, while their men did the rest of the work. The ships began to move as the men became agitated in 10 ships from the entire fleet, moving sails, tying ropes as they began to detach from the rest of the ships. There were 9 carracks and 1 galley leaving the fleet. The ships began to travel towards the continent at high speed. Meanwhile, in the town, everything seemed peaceful. The Tyrells had already sent messages to all the coastal towns about the unknown flag appearing on the high seas. There was no merchant boat that returned after encountering them at sea. Of course, in all the ports where the ships found the Artican fleet, a message of the flag's passage with the 150 ships was sent to the Tyrells in Highgarden. But there was still a time loop until the Raven could approach. This city belonged to House Florahart, a small vassal, but with some money, like all the houses of the Reach, since this kingdom revolved its economy through its vast green lands, providing food for all of Westeros. There were the Riverlands that also produced food, but the reach was stronger in this aspect. Jon knew how rich this kingdom was, perhaps only losing to the west with its gold mountains. The church was also very influential here, more so than any other kingdom. They had much larger lands for planting than Artica, but that didn't mean they could produce the same amount as Artica. After all, Jon had made his lands so fertile that they hardly needed methods of agriculture. Yet there were still all the most modern methods to have a better food production, and his fields didn't need to worry about pests and problems during the harvests. Very different from the lands of the south, Jon was confident that Artica could produce so much food that its fruits, vegetables, and greens would soon be sold, maybe starting to negotiate this when going to Essos. "The place is so green," Serena commented, looking towards the continent appearing on the horizon, with the hills full of grass, making the small town they were heading to look like an ant. "It's true. The Reach stands out among all the kingdoms. We will see much more vegetation than any other place here," Jon said. He had to admit it was even greener than Artica, but that was understandable given its size. "At least we won't see just sand anymore," Serena said with a small smile. "But there's still heat here, not like Dorne, but it's warm," she admitted. "Another reason for them to buy our ice," Jon said with a smile. "You've really turned into a merchant, haven't you?" She looked at him with an amused smile. It didn't take long for the fishermen and people at the port to begin spotting the group of ships approaching. Seeing those vessels, they became cautious, as no sailor recognized the ships approaching the port. An order was given to the soldiers to convey the information to the Florahart family, or at least some members of the family who were still present in the city, which was Lord Florahart's wife, who stayed due to her pregnancy of a few months, and her third son, who didn't seem to like the tournament much and chose to stay with his mother. The rest of the family was at Highgarden at the tournament held by the Tyrells, gathering almost all the nobles of the kingdom for a competition among them. At this moment, the city quickly became bustling, and an older woman frowned as she heard the news of the ships with the flag approaching, knowing her husband had already warned about them, and they should notify their lord as soon as possible. Send a letter to the Tyrells about their arrival. She immediately asked her maester, who nodded and left the place as she spoke with her present son. As the ships neared the port, a crowd began to form with curious looks. The third son of House Florahart had to intervene with his soldiers to welcome these strange and giant ships, while his mother was bedridden, and to welcome the visitors, due to the order of the Tyrells. The first ships approached the port as they began to slow down to dock. The young Florahart swallowed hard with the soldiers when they saw a giant pulling the sails on the deck. Even though the ship was tall, the man was so large that they could see him, wondering if what he was seeing was real. The Tyrells were aware of the giants, as were the Citadel and many great houses of the region with good spies working for them. But this could not be said for the common folk, and for most of the houses, being medium and small in size. "What in the world is this?" A soldier couldn't help but exclaim at the side. "How can there be a man of that size?" Another said, "Calm down. Let's first see their real intentions." The noble Florahart tried to maintain calm. They, as a small noble, had few soldiers. He didn't know what would happen if they had to fight against that monster, and there were more ships, according to the Tyrell's letter, at sea. The ships began to dock smoothly at the port, filling it with all the still available places with the Artican ships, taking up to 2 places of the common ships. As the port was filled with curious and cautious looks with the Artican men working to secure the ships, Jon had gone to his cabin. His wife remained in the same dress, while Jon changed his casual clothes for something he had designed in his kingdom. When Jon came out of the room, he found Arya waiting for him while wearing a gray dress. She looked at him with eagle eyes. "Jon, are you going to wear that?" she asked, looking at him, trying to understand the strange clothes he was wearing. "Yes," Jon replied, while adjusting his clothes. "Do you like it?" he asked with a smile. "I've never seen anyone wear something like this. It's strange. Are you sure you're going to wear that?" she asked. "Yes, after all, it's a very important negotiation, so I'm wearing this special outfit." He spoke as Serena walked out beside him. Jon, wearing an outfit he designed in his kingdom, aiming to invent a new fashion, created something that reflected elegance, wealth, and power. Thus, he constructed an outfit that included a white shirt worn under a dark suit jacket, matching trousers of the same color on top. He called this ensemble traditional tuxedo, which exudes an aura of distinction and authority. Besides the outfit, he wore shoes and a tie around his neck, leaving Arya and Serena confused by this type of clothing. After all the nobles of Westeros wore expensive dresses. Not that the fabric of Jon's clothes was bad, quite the opposite. This outfit had the best quality that Artica could produce using ice spiders and dyes extracted from certain trees. How can you wear this? It looks so strange. Arya couldn't help but comment again. It suits me well. Now let's go to the port. We have to meet our hosts before contacting the Tyrells and asking for permission for a meeting. Jon spoke, and Serena approached, taking his arm as they began to walk out. They started to leave the inside of the ship while their men waited for them. I'm going this time. I want to see the land of the Kneelers. Tormund was among the soldiers, wanting to take part in this negotiation. You can go as long as you don't do anything that might compromise us. Jon said, nodding. I'll just drink and hit some Southerners. There's a tournament of theirs happening, isn't there? Tormund declared as many people nearby just smiled at the outrageous big man. Anyway, let's go. Lower the bow. Jon ordered as the plank was placed on the port, and he exited with his wife and brother while their royal guards protected them. On the spot, he could see the young man staring at him with a cautious look while surrounded by some soldiers, poor in comparison to the armor that the Artican men were wearing. He approached, without letting any giants out yet. After all, it was easier to deal with in case there was a battle, and Jon didn't want to scare the young man who was all ready as he came out with some soldiers. Hello, I'm Jon Artica, King of Artica. Jon took the initiative to speak on his own, as the man still seemed paralyzed by him. HM? I am Junran Florahart. The boy stuttered a bit. He was a bit younger than Jon, so the Artican king didn't blame him. A silence took over the atmosphere as the young man who should have asked about Jon's intentions and what he was doing here remained silent. Serena looked at Jon, while he sighed, as the guards on the opposite side looked at their young lord expecting him to speak. I'm here for business. I would like to get in touch with the Tyrells, asking for permission to go to High Garden with my men. Jon took the initiative, while the boy was still processing the part about Jon claiming to be a king. Yes, I can take you to my mother, who will be able to help you with that, he said nervously, glancing at the ships full of Artican men and possibly more giants than he had ever seen. Seeing this, Jon tried to calm him down. You don't need to worry about my men. They will not leave the ship, and I will speak to your mother just with my 10 guards present, my wife and brother, Jon said as the boy nodded in the end, not wanting to deal with it and hoping his mother could resolve this. All right, let's go, he said, stuttering, while the whole town looked at the ships from a distance, commenting on the contrast of the armor that the Articans wore in relation to what the Florahart soldiers wore. Jon nodded and began to follow the man and his soldiers as they walked through the city on foot. The place wasn't large, so reaching the mansion in the city didn't take much more than 10 minutes walking under everyone's gaze. The boy, who should have taken this chance to get to know his guest better, remained silent, seeming not to want to be there, but forced by the absence of his father and older brother. They continued walking in silence, which was broken by Arya, asking questions alongside Jon about the kingdom. Sansa always said she wanted to visit the Reach, and kept saying the prince would take her here one day. Do you believe that? Arya asked. I don't know, and we should be careful with our words. Arya, some people might take them as an insult, Jon said, not wanting to start a misunderstanding over a supposed marriage of Sansa with that boy he saw in King's Landing, which was widely talked about in Winterfell. Still, look, I'm getting to see more places than she is, Arya exclaimed, seeing she might be better than her sister in something. Understanding this, Jon couldn't help but comment, You're better than her at everything, Arya. Still, she's your sister too, Jon said. She's yours too, she accused, and Jon shrugged. He hadn't felt anything for Sansa in a long time. Even in Winterfell on his last visit, there was a distance between them, and Jon simply had feelings for her like any other now. They finally arrived at the place, where there was a large house with guards opening the gate and Jon and his group entering. I'll see how my mother is doing because of her pregnancy and will ask for you to be allowed in where she can receive you," he said timidly, entering the place after Jon nodded and stayed in the courtyard waiting while the guards watched them cautiously. It was only after a while that the boy returned with the same tone of nervousness and addressed Jon. "You can come in. My mother will receive you," he said, and Jon nodded, going with his wife and sister with 2 guards inside the house, while the boy guided them to a room on the 2nd floor. Upon arriving, he met a woman sitting on the sofa, holding her pregnant belly, with a man who seemed to be the master-at-arms of the place, and a middle-aged maester wearing clothes and chains with 2 links beside her. "You must be the Lord of Artica. Sorry, but I can't call you king." She spoke calmly, waiting for her son to sit beside her. Jon stared at her for a few seconds before nodding. "There's no offense in that. After all, we're not in Artica. Miss Florahart," Jon commented softly. She nodded. "So you want to get in touch with the Tyrells? I sent a raven to them as soon as we spotted you. But we can send another explaining your intentions. However, I cannot allow you to enter the Reach without the consent of my sovereign lord," she said. "That won't be a problem. We can wait a few days for his response while we remain on our ships. We've been at sea for 2 moons. A few days won't be anything." Jon spoke. "That's good. My husband is at the tournament I couldn't attend due to my condition, so I apologize for the meeting." She spoke in a quite respectful tone, and Jon nodded. "No offense was taken, my lady. We'll wait for the Tyrell's response," Jon said, noticing her large belly, which wouldn't take more than a moon to give birth to that child. "Thank you. I see your wife is also expecting a child. I hope her condition is better than mine at this stage. After all, I can't even move," she said after making an effort while getting to the place where she could receive them. "I hope so." It wasn't Jon who responded, but Serena touching her belly. "Anyway, let's return to our ships. We await the response until then." "Thank you for your hospitality," Jon said as the woman nodded gratefully. They began to leave the place, with the youngest son leading them out and back to the ships. "What was that? It was so quick, and we didn't do much here," Arya said, dissatisfied. "Yes, in the end, this could have been handled by a messenger," Jon admitted. "But that would be an offense. We must meet with the authorities of the cities we enter, even for a useless conversation. That's noble etiquette." Jon spoke calmly. After all, he got dressed and prepared his men for a 10-minute conversation and returned to the ship, but this was the right thing to do. "At least she was kind, right? I was expecting something like what happened in Dorne," she murmured, and Jon just smiled. "Don't be mistaken, the woman clearly despised us, but was polite due to fear of retaliation from us. After all, we could easily destroy the town," Jon spoke, knowing the woman was just wearing a mask when receiving them. It wasn't a surprise to Jon either, since they must be known as wildlings beyond the wall and who served different god from the 7. It was common for people of this kingdom to look at them with this type of behavior. Remember, Arya, people are very deceitful, and some are very skilled at hiding their real emotions. You will learn this very well before we leave this kingdom. This will be your learning here," Jon said as his sister nodded silently, still thinking about the woman and how she hid her emotions, as her brother said. They returned to the ships and resumed their usual activities, waiting while Jon and his men would remain on their boats in the coming days. The ravens sent by the Florahart family finally saw Highgarden in the distance, flying towards the place. Meanwhile, there were 2 eagles playing in the sky above that space. Jon wanted to see where his hosts lived and saw a large city full of trees and forests, with the Tyrell's huge castle with large gardens and a vast area filled with trees like a small grove for the local nobles. Jon was surprised to see a heart tree there, but he should also know that as a family oriented towards that, it would be normal for them to have a sacred tree along with their collections planted on their lands. What caught Jon's attention was not just the large number of people walking around the place. While servants and knights attended back and forth with large families, surrounded by nobles entering and exiting Highgarden, but the huge number of tents positioned next to the site, there were at least 300 tents. "So this is the tournament. Let's have a look," Jon thought as his 2 eagles went to a huge site that had been set up for the games among the nobles. Meanwhile, The raven with the Floraheart message landed softly on the maester's tower. What is this? The maester, responsible for filtering all messages, took the scroll from the raven's feet and began to unroll it. This is curious, he said, taking a blank scroll and writing another letter with a raven from the citadel. He placed it on its feet and sent it flying to notify the order that John Artica is in Oak Garden and wanted permission to come to Highgarden. After watching the raven head southwest, he returned to the scroll he received and began descending the Raven Tower, going to see his lords, heading to a special room where Olenna liked to have her tea, often alone. He approached the door and saw that Lady Olenna was arguing with her son at the moment. You want to use all of our best wine for all the guests. Don't be foolish. Waste it only on the great houses, you fool. Olenna snarled at her compulsively ostentatious son. But what will they think of us? Mace argued, unable to meet his mother's eyes due to always being intimidated by her. Sometimes I wonder if you really came out of me. She murmured. The lesser nobles serve only to be our vassals. We need to worry about pleasing houses like the Tarleys, Redwine, Hightowers, Oakhearts, Fossaway among others small vassals. We don't need to worry about spending too much from our coffers. She complained. But Mom, he spoke, but was immediately cut off. Enough. Stop being so foolish and leave if you're going to waste my time, she said, asking him to leave. The famous and portly Mace Tyrell, leader in name of the house, had to lower his head and withdraw with his mother dismissing him. She returned to her tea at the table, while her face continued to be covered with a scarf removing her frontal part. After all, she had her own style. As soon as Mace opened the door, he encountered the maester with the scroll in hand, but he didn't care, which could not be said of Olenna, raising her gaze. Enter Maester. I hope you come with good news, especially about the Northern Fleet. I heard their ships freeze the sea. Do you believe that? She asked in her unique and bold way. He ignored the man who was supposed to be the head of the family, and entered to see the real head behind the Tyrells. I did not know of this, my lady, but I know they are in a coastal city at this very moment, he said, already aware of how thorny this woman's tongue could be, making her raise her eyes to that. Oh, that seems quite interesting. Let me see, she said, and took the scroll from the maester's hand. She took it calmly and unfolded it, while she quickly read its content and cracked a smile. It seems our guests have finally arrived, she murmured, and as I imagined, they want to negotiate. This is good, she spoke, already aware of the good business opportunity the Martells managed to get. To her, this bastard was not just militarily powerful, but also rich with innovative products. Thus, wanting to enrich herself, she nodded in satisfaction as she turned back to the maester. You may leave me alone, but ask a servant to call my granddaughter and my eldest grandson, since we will have a long conversation here, she said with a smile. He nodded and began to exit, leaving his lady alone and finding a servant who could call Lady Marjorie and Lord Willis. The castle was bustling that morning like the last few days. After all, there was a tournament happening calling everyone within reach, and Highgarden was receiving many important guests while the hosts had to give attention to many of them were the most important guests. Olenna was silent for a while looking at the scroll on her table, until the door opened with Marjorie entering wearing a red dress with some roses printed on it, leaving her granddaughter impeccable. A queen as always, Olenna said with satisfaction as Marjorie curtsied with a smile and laughing. Thank you, Grandma, she said, approaching and sitting down after adjusting her dress. Great. Now let's wait for your brother to arrive so we can have a little chat, she said, and it didn't take long for the door to open with Willis appearing dressed appropriately to represent Highgarden as the future heir as he walked with his crutch, an accident that happened with Oberyn Martell many years ago in a jousting dispute. Very busy with our guests, she asked her grandchildren as Willis sat next to his sister. Grandma, Willis greeted her before continuing. It seems they all decided to show up this morning, he commented. The melee happened yesterday. It's normal for them to be busy. Marjorie commented and looked at her grandmother. Why isn't Loras coming? He never missed a tournament, she asked, dissatisfied. That must be because a man's sailing the waters of Westeros, she commented. The Artican fleet? Willis asked. Yes, I've heard dark news coming from Stepstone. The sea has become a graveyard for pirates. There are wrecks all over the place in some areas of that place. Possibly pirates tried to attack the 50 ships going north, but all were destroyed. Fascinating, isn't it? She commented, as Willis's eyes widened. Isn't that worrying? Marjorie murmured. Of course, it is. That's why Loras isn't here. The news already reached the capital. Renly Baratheon had to remain in the capital while they discuss about the fleet. Without Renly, there's no Loras. You know that. She clarified. I understand. Willis commented. Anyway, I called you here because I received this. We have guests waiting for us at Oakgarden. She spoke and showed the letter with the news from the coast. A part of the Artican fleet docked on our lands. I know it was in front of the Citadel some time ago, Willis commented, reading the news and knowing the reports that the Maesters had passed on to Lord Hightower, which he talked about yesterday. Yes, they landed with 10 ships in that small town and are waiting for our response to visit us, she commented with a small smile. And we will take this opportunity to do business as they wish. She said calmly. Can we receive them in the middle of the tournament? Marjorie asked curiously. Obviously, my granddaughter. After all, they are very rich people we cannot refuse. After all, money is money, no matter where it comes from, she said, with a smile for her granddaughter. It won't be a problem, but how will the others react to this? They are people from beyond the wall and serve the old gods. I don't care much about that, but our guests. This tournament gathered many people. Willis spoke cautiously. It doesn't matter what those fools think. We are before the opportunity for House Tyrell to enrich itself and create great business. Ice has become a big trend in the South, and it's cheap. We won't turn it down just for an opinion of these fools, the Queen of Thorns commented. But how are we going to treat them? Even if they are rich, we can't simply treat them as if they were one of the most important houses, like this Red Wine or Hightower, Marjorie commented. He isn't a Stark bastard, she asked. You're right, my Marjorie, as always, very clever and will be an even smarter future queen, Olenna commented with a satisfied smile and continued. But that doesn't matter. After all, we may not treat them as a great house, but we will be quite accommodating and treat them well. Bastard or not, he brings wealth. He may be a bastard in lands that freeze any man's balls, but he is a rich bastard, she commented. What should we do when they are here? Marjorie asked again, as Olenna looked to Willis this time. Well, we'll treat them like any noble. Let's get along and welcome them, but I want you to pay attention to finding out everything about this Artica and even how they eliminated the pirates at sea. Seems quite useful. She commented and continued. Try to get closer. After all, he may be someone important in his land beyond the wall, but still is your age. Yes, Grandma, Marjorie responded. Yes, Willis said. Olenna nodded before continuing. I've heard that Arya Stark, who everyone said was kidnapped, is with an astonishing beauty. Let's see her first. Maybe a marriage or an engagement with the Starks isn't a bad idea, depending on what this Jon Snow is like. She said, though I wished it was the older Stark daughter, Sansa. After all, she has a great chance of marrying a prince, she commented, as Marjorie lowered her head and her grandmother touched her with her hand. Don't worry about that. You will be queen, no matter what happens. Even if we must eliminate whoever stands in our way, don't worry. She spoke with a smile, while her tone was firm, seeming determined to do what she was saying. So the small meeting had ended, as Willis went to the Maester and asked to write to Oakgarden, authorizing Jon Artica's coming, and went back to talk to the guests. After all, the archery competition would begin in a few days, and then the joust, the main event. A raven was sent again to Oakgarden, heading towards the coast for a few days until it arrived at the location, while Jon spent his days training with his men, but not leaving the ship since he had to wait a while to receive a response. However, he already had a good look at the tournament places, but with no games during these days. Today, the raven landed at the Florahart's mansion, and it didn't take long for a servant to approach the ship, calling Jon with some soldiers and informing about the response from the letter. Finally, Arya shouted, wanting to escape the boredom of the last few days. Yes, let's get ready. Men, attention, gather all the merchandise and supplies. Prepare for the trip. We're going to the capital of this kingdom. He spoke, while the trade ships moved at the same time, preparing to depart, while a part of the men would stay at the location to protect the merchandise of the ship. As the giants finally began to disembark at the port, leaving everyone stunned, now seeing giant for the first time on firm land. The curious only saw a glimpse of them walking through the ship, but seeing at least a dozen of them walking through the place made them wonder if they were dreaming seeing men of 4 meters armored, as happened in Dorne. They began to prepare large shipments with Artican products to offer to the people of this kingdom. Finally, we'll see these southerners. Tormund shouted joyfully. "Shut up, Tormund. Do you want to offend people here quickly?" Spoke a dwarf. Jon organized his entire trade company while mounting an extra wolf, which was among the animals, since he no longer had ghost to ride. He proceeded ahead along with his wife, sister, ministers, and royal guards, while all his people walked right behind with dwarves, giants, and Artican men. The whole city stopped to see the group passing through the place, starting to follow to the east of the city. Jon didn't even bother to say goodbye to the Florahart family, with Jon already knowing they were a bit hostile towards them. Despite the beautiful words of the woman, her eyes always shone, saying that they were welcome there. So, he left the city without greeting them. After conducting an initial inspection as soon as they left the city before hitting the road, the Artican group quickly organized themselves. A large line of Artican warriors with wagons was responsible for carrying their products in the middle of the group along the road. The giants were at the front of the group, and there was a set of mounted warriors behind them. They continued down the road for the rest of the day and were in a forest with the road as they began to emerge into large green fields with grass, fruit trees, and even vast plantations. They continued on this path for the next few days, stopping at convenient places for rest. On the road, they didn't have any problems. After all the men who encountered them on the road immediately became frightened, seeing giants with armor making the ground tremble in front of them, and began to run away, very scared. This wasn't what Jon wanted, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, people got scared and ran away as soon as they saw them. After a while, some local soldiers appeared. With some courage, they approached Jon, demanding their intentions. But Jon had letters from House Tyrell, presenting it because they were authorized to walk through the kingdom to Highgarden. The soldiers let them go after that, recognizing the seal, and a group like that, despite having creatures they had never seen, couldn't represent a danger with just that number to an entire kingdom. They continued on their way for another day until a vast city with vegetation all over the place, beautiful and impeccable, which made Serena and Arya be amazed, appear before them. "I must admit, it's not like Artica, but it certainly has its beauty," Jon commented, despite already being accustomed to this sight seen through his birds in the sky many days ago. He spoke again before tapping his wolf to keep it moving forward. "Now, let's move on. We have to meet some important families to negotiate," he said, and they started to move forward, circling around the city to not scare the people. After all, they didn't even have streets structured for the passage of giants like their wagons. "This is a tournament," Arya exclaimed next to him, pointing towards the distance where there were tents and a large place like an arena set up. "Yes," Jon confirmed. "Can we participate?" She exclaimed, wanting to participate immediately. "We'll see," Jon commented, as Serena smiled at Jon, since he hardly ever denied anything to his sister. The city of Highgarden was filled with joy due to the number of visitors in the area over the last week. Known for its inherent beauty, with lush gardens and rich farmland surrounding it, the city was in the midst of an extensive festival, attracting large crowds from all kingdoms. Due to Lord Mace Tyrell's birthday tournament marking 4 decades of life, a unique occasion, everyone made it a point to grace Highgarden with their presence. The city's economy was bustling at this time, with streets teeming with people. Not just nobles looking to make some money, but also bards, knights seeking gold from the justs, or people trying their luck, be it farmers' sons or minor nobles' sons hoping to stand out and catch the interest of a knight to become their squire. People came from all over, including some from Dorne, the West, and Stormland, primarily knights aiming to win some gold from the Tyrells. The city greatly benefited from this with a boost in local economic turnover, despite some downsides, such as overcrowding increased theft, and even some murders and more heinous crimes that the city guards had to handle. Overall, it was quite beneficial for most. After the melee, there were no more games. There was a pause for everyone to enjoy the place. The archery tournament would start in a few days, soon followed by the main event, the joust. People were still talking about the melee and composing new songs about the winner, none other than Mace Tyrell's own son, Garland Tyrell, who achieved a grand victory. However, this morning was somewhat different. Although they spent the entire morning celebrating and listening to bards while people shopped here and there, something happened this morning with people arriving in the city, announcing a group of monsters approaching. This left the people of Highgarden stunned, as the Arctic was not common knowledge to the common folk. I swear, I saw 4-meter-tall men in armor coming this way. What will our lord do about this? These comments began to surface in the city. Many people hitting the road encountered the Arctic group, fleeing immediately upon seeing a dozen giants marching with the group. Those who left the city returned running, and the same could be said for farmers heading to the tournament and encountering them on the road, making them gallop as fast as their horses could to escape the monsters. "You're lying," another mocked. 4-meter-tall men? You're drunk or something. Another citizen scoffed upon hearing such a thing in the middle of the crowd. "You really don't understand. There are many of them coming this way. I'm telling you, someone should do something. We should warn the guards." The man spoke a bit desperately. After all, he had left his farm to meet some friends in the city when he saw the group and sped his horse, quickly reaching the place a few hours before John's arrival. "Sir Guard, you have to protect the city." Someone finally went up to the guards. "The story of the 4-meter-tall men? You're the second with this delusion. Get out of here and don't bother us." The man spoke rudely to the citizen. "But I swear, you have to warn our lord about this." The citizen insisted. "Get out of here before we arrest you." A third guard spoke, making the one bothering them quickly leave in fear. "Do you believe this?" One of them said. "In 4-meter-tall men, they're joking with us," another spoke. "If a third one shows up, I swear I'll lock up with this damn joke." Another complained, and it didn't take long for the third to appear before these guards. And not just that, when the fourth and fifth came, they began to have some uncertainty about these events, and a doubt started to arise among them. As the city began to grow quite restless with not just the guards, but the citizens themselves forgetting the tournament, to talk only of the monsters arriving, as more and more people arrived in the city this morning saying they had seen the approach of the Arctic group. The guards had no choice but to report this to the castle to the Tyrells. A man quickly rode to the castle on his horse, approaching from a side where he wouldn't disrupt the flow of nobles entering the castle, as he could possibly be killed for causing trouble there. He finally approached the guards at the gate, who looked at him suspiciously. "I need to report something that's happening in the city," he said, dismounting his horse and approaching the men. "What is it?" the castle guard asked calmly. "There are rumors of a group of giant men approaching the city. My captain wants to send a squad to confront them and find out who they are or their intentions," he said. The guards looked at each other upon hearing this, and one of them spoke. "They are the company from the north. Our lord has informed us about the arrival of these giants along with the group, although it's hard to believe in giants. But it seems there are many witnesses." The man spoke, murmuring the last part. After all, they had heard that a quite peculiar group was going to appear, although they were skeptical. Now they seemed more willing to believe after hearing this guard. "Leave this with us as soon as we pass the information to our captain. We will approach them. Just say they are a group coming from the north of Westeros, and apparently, giants exist," he said. The existence of giants would eventually spread from Dorne to all of Westeros soon, through bards and merchants. However, this would take a long time, and as Jon had just left Dorne, the existence of giants was still something almost no one could believe. Despite some appearing in Winterfell years ago, most of those who received this information in the south took it as a delusion of the wildlings from the north. "Also tell the city commander not to mess with them. We will handle the matter," the castle guard said, heading inside the castle while the city guard returned to his horse as he went to inform his companions about the situation and try to keep the city calm. One of the castle soldiers left the place after seeing the man go away and went to inform his superior. "Giants approaching, so they will be here soon." the man said, and asked for the man to return to his position and headed towards the castle to speak with the Tyrell family. The rumor of the giants was not limited to the city. After all, the nobles also began to hear it, remaining quite skeptical about it. Not in the castle, but in the tents where the houses were staying began to talk to each other. "What's this story about a giant coming here?" A local noble asked a known acquaintance who always had more reliable information. "Lord Shermer, so you've heard about the giants?" The man spoke. "Lord Huey, everyone is talking about giants, those who were said to live thousands of years ago, coming here." The man spoke, waiting for some clarification on this absurdity. Lord X sighed and began to talk about what he knew. "I heard that a group from the north is coming here, and it's about that bastard son of Eduardo Stark." Lord Huey commented to his acquaintance. "Bastard son of the Starks? I've never heard of that." Lord Shermer looked confused after hearing this. After all, although it was a delicate subject for many nobles in certain kingdoms, not everyone was aware. Moreover, it was a matter in the Kingdom of the North that could only affect beyond the North itself, the Vale and the Riverlands. However, the Reach, the West, Dorne, and the Stormlands was not a topic much discussed among lesser nobles, only the more well-known ones, those who like to keep an eye on everything. The rest care more about their own lives and lands. "Well, it seems you didn't know, but many years ago, a Stark stole his own sister from Winterfell and took her beyond the wall," Lord Huey clarified. "What are you talking about?" The man looked strangely at the absurd story. "A bastard stealing his own sister," he murmured. "I'm telling the truth," Lord X spoke calmly. "This story is famous. Are you going to tell me you also don't know the Stark family?" He mocked. "Of course I know. Who doesn't know the main families of all the kingdoms? That's basic etiquette for any noble," he said. "Besides, there was that absurdity years ago of Prince Targaryen stealing Lyanna Stark. I was a child at the time, but I still remember my grandfather talking about it. But the thing is, I've never heard of this story of the bastard, and it's quite absurd, though I expect such behavior from a bastard, even more a wildling from the north." Lord Shermer commented, "I understand you, but his story becomes even more absurd, for rumors say he made a land in the icy desert, which is what I heard from the conversation between the Reds and Lord Hightower at last night's banquet, saying they were coming here." "Do you believe that?" he said, still remembering overhearing the conversation of the great houses. "A bastard creating a kingdom beyond the wall? I heard it's a frozen desert for my maester. What nonsense is this?" The man scoffed. "They say he found gold mines in those lands, and even manages to transport ice. Our lord was saying he's selling ice to the Dornish in the south." He said intriguingly, "You can't be serious." Lord Shermer didn't believe it. "Yes, it's true. Anyway, we'll soon see if this story is actually true or not," he reaffirmed. This type of conversation started among all the nobles and began to spread. With most not having much information, people were left with only the rumor of a group from the north coming with giants from beyond the wall. The castle commander finally went to inform his lords as he entered the place unimpeded, until he reached the room where the Tyrells were having their meal quietly among their own family. "Come in." The commander entered and greeted the family, addressing primarily Olenna, as no one doubted that she was the head of the family. "Speak," Olenna said calmly. The table was filled with Willis, Garland, Marjorie, Mace, and Allery, in addition to Olenna herself, using this time to stay among themselves to talk about the tournament and how things were going. "My lady, we have spotted the group of giants with a large company with carts arriving in the next town," the man said, leaving some at the table surprised. "That's good. It seems they have finally arrived." "What do you mean by that, mother? Giants, what story is this?" Mace stood up from the table with his huge body stunned. "Have you not been paying attention to the latest news from the south?" Olenna asked with a raised eyebrow to her son. "No," he said, trying to remember something important, but nothing came to mind. After all, he had been focused on other things in the last moons like his own birthday tournament. Olenna sighed and first turned back to the commander. "Send a group to receive them. This will not let chaos arise over possibly giant men attacking the city, although I would like to see some of these annoying nobles running like chickens." She spoke, while the man nodded and began to leave the room. Olenna saw this and turned back to her foolish son. We have important guests arriving. Ned Stark's son, who is known as Jon Snow, is coming with his giants and his wealth to us, and we will not dismiss the same opportunity that the Martells had. She spoke with her hand on her chin. Jon Snow, the bastard who kidnapped his own sister. Mace asked, surprised, while his children looked at him, surprised by this outburst. You remember that, but you haven't heard of the giants that appeared in Winterfell years ago. She asked, wanting to slap her son. But that was a lie. Giants don't exist. He exclaimed. Well, you fool. We have half a dozen of them coming here. There are also dwarves, but not imps as we know them. They seem to be a unique race. So let's not risk offending our guests, understood? Olenna spoke to her son. But Mace was at a loss for words to argue with his mother. He cannot be received at the castle. He is a bastard. How will it look receiving a bastard who kidnaps his own sister? Mace commented incredulously at what his mother was doing. Father, I heard that his sister, Arya Stark, is doing very well. Didn't you hear what happened in the South? Willis did not fail to ask. In the South, Mace looked strangely at his son. He remembered that someone tried to deliver information from the South, but he said he didn't want to hear it, since his mother took care of all that matter. If Olenna already wanted to slap him, that urge reached its peak at this moment, but Garland responded even faster than her at that moment. I heard that Jon Artica fought Oberyn Martell himself and almost killed him, though I've heard other strange things too. Garland spoke calmly. I would like to fight him, if possible. Jon Artica? His mother asked. That's his name now. He has become a foreign monarch. Marjorie said. Isn't that absurd? Mace turned to his daughter, finding the story increasingly strange. Think what you want, my foolish son. Olenna didn't hold back in scolding Mace and continued. We will welcome them into our house, no matter what others think, while we will be enriching ourselves from it, she said. No need to treat them like our family, but certainly do not offend them. I don't want to make the same mistakes as Doran Martell. After all, he had to pay for all his offenses to not lose the business with the Articans, she spoke calmly. Even so, Mace continued, although he was happy someone kicked the butt of the man who had made his oldest son a cripple, he was not sure about accepting a bastard into his home. Father, I heard he has unique products. He sells ice. Do you know what a craze this could become in our kingdom? Willis gave his opinion. Before Mace could ask, stunned because he was unaware of the ice selling, his mother spoke. No matter what Mace says, we will be receiving them and opening business with Eddard Stark's son, she said. Mace finally asked about the ice, wanting to know more about it right after. While on the road, as Jon could see the city at a distance, wanting to take a shortcut through a different place. Soon a group of soldiers was spotted approaching, at least a cavalry with 30 of them, raising a white flag as a sign of peace, with the castle's guard commander coming as his lady had asked to approach them. Jon on his wolf, darker gray than Arya's, raised his hand, making his men stop marching and wait for the group to approach. They stopped 20 meters away, while they analyzed the Artican group, stunned and cautious, seeing those giants in Elda metal armors. It could be noted some were riding giant wolves instead of horses. Are you Jon Artica? The man leading the group asked. Yes, who am I speaking with? Sir. Jon stepped forward with his wolf and asked. I am Sir William Flor, he said. After all, he was a bastard who had made a career, becoming a knight and still working with the Tyrells as their guard commander. Jon looked at the man, who must have been in his 40s, and nodded. Will the Tyrells receive us? Jon asked. Yes, my lord asked that we escort you to avoid confusion with these giants, he said, swallowing dryly. Looking still skeptical like his men, he also used Mace Tyrell as the mandator. Even though his mother was in command, it was good to maintain appearances that he had control, although many knew the truth. That is good, Jon said. Then please show the way, Jon said as he nodded and asked his men to turn at that moment. Jon's group soon followed his men toward the path that cut through the city, but this did not stop many people from starting to look incredulously at the group being led by Tyrell soldiers. Jon rode on his wolf, passing through the city while his men followed closely behind. They could see crowds gathering at the sides of the city, watching them as if they were beings from another world. Jon kept his smoker outfit on this journey as he had throughout, perched atop his wolf in such attire, with his wife wearing a black dress to match him, riding a horse beside him when she was not in the carriage. "I suppose this is a common sight for you," Jon said to the commander of the guard who had struck up a conversation while helping them reach the castle. "Sir William Flor, correct?" Jon asked. "Yes, my lord," he replied, instructed to be respectful to Jon. Although he could not be treated like a monarch, he still had to call him lord, despite having the same origins. "You might say that people always look at us with surprise, though sometimes it's fun to see their faces when they see the giants or the wolves," Jon said. The man nodded. "I heard you come from north of the wall. It's hard to believe you come from such a place, since all the wildlings live there," he said. "That's true, but the free folk mostly aren't as you know them here in the south. There's really just a small part that invades the south, but they're like any people living in precarious situations. We've even found other races and forged an alliance among us," Jon explained. "You seem like a good lad. Lord Articano, I thought I was doing well seeing my origins while I became an important man for the protection of the finest houses in Westeros. But you surpass me in that," he said. Having lived a life as a bastard, he had experienced many things that Jon had in a kingdom like this, where they're strong in faith, and, as faith has a lot of prejudice against bastardy. William had not had an easy childhood in his biological father's house with his stepmother decades ago. Jon understood what he meant. "I once believed I could become the master of arms at Winterfell," Jon began, as he remembered times almost erased from his memory when he played with Robb at Winterfell before the arrival of the Squid, where he wanted to be someone and help his brother. "You seem to have become much more than that. I'm happy for you," the man said sincerely. After all, it's not often that a boy of bastard origins achieves so much. "Thank you, sir. I also congratulate you on your achievements. I hope we can meet and exchange some sparrings," Jon said. "It would be an honor for me. Ser Garland is equally eager to fight with you," he said. "Garland Tyrell's son? Speaking of which, how is the tournament going?" Jon asked curiously. They continued walking as they talked and passed through the middle of the city, with one corner gathering a crowd as there were people with feathers and papers, either drawing the group or making music. His group followed close behind, walking while Jon led the way, his wife and Arya a few meters behind watching Jon converse with the man. "Yes, Lord Mace's son. The first phase has passed, which was the melee, and Ser Garland won the contest, making my lord very happy," he said. "Interesting. So how is the rest of the tournament schedule?" Jon asked curiously, since tournaments could operate differently from one another, depending on who organizes them. "Archery will take place in 2 days. Jousting will start in 3 days," he said, since archery was the least popular event, so they would move on to jousting the next day. "I see. That sounds interesting. Is there anything else I should know?" Jon asked the man. The man seemed thoughtful and a bit hesitant, but decided to speak. "Lord Articano, you will notice this eventually, but the Tyrell family is led by Olenna Tyrell. If you want to discuss important matters, she is the one you need to talk to," he said, and Jon nodded. "I understand. I've heard a bit about the reputation of the Queen of Thorns. It would be an honor to meet her," Jon said. "Be careful with your ears. After all, she tends to be quite sarcastic and has many thorns in her tongue, so don't be surprised," he warned him once more. "Huh, that sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting her," Jon admitted with an amused smile. The man nodded. None of his men had interfered in their conversation. "One more thing, Lord Articano," the man spoke again after some thought. Jon looked at him. "There are many rumors about you kidnapping your sister. Some do not have a favorable opinion about it, though for what I see, your sister seems very well, but be careful. Such events tend to attract many people, and some might try to provoke you," he said. "Don't worry. My sister was where she was supposed to be, and I have no regrets about that. About the provocations, should I be expecting them? Can I act accordingly?" Jon asked. "I recommend being cautious. Nobles are proud people. You should know that," he advised. And although Jon might not agree with him, he could understand the man's thinking given his position. "Then I promise not to cause too much trouble for the castle guard," Jon said with a smile, while the man nodded, albeit wanting to disagree with that statement, as he did not want to have to deal with fights among nobles in the middle of the tournament. They remained silent after that, having passed the side of the city as they approached closer to the Tyrell castle. It's so big. Arya couldn't help but be amazed by it. It really is a giant garden. As the name suggests, she commented, while looking at the layers of the place with flowers. Jon said nothing, and they continued approaching the entrance. I will go ahead with my men to organize the place, Sir William said, and Jon nodded. You gathered a lot of information from him. As expected, Serena appeared beside Jon, commenting on the conversation he had with the man. Yes, it seems there are some interesting things. Jon spoke, having quickly learned how the Tyrell family operates, with Olenna being the head and her reputation among the nobles along with the tournament, so he wouldn't be too surprised. The place was also teeming with people, especially nobles, with the news that Jon's group was approaching after hearing all the rumors from the city and the group of guards coming out of Highgarden. Many nobles were looking at the group with astonished eyes, while more joined, some swallowing hard at the sight. Do you see what I am seeing? One of the nobles couldn't help but murmur, looking at those giants in armor coming behind the group. To think that I lived to see such a thing, by the gods. Could anyone face those creatures? Another murmured. Just look at those giant armors for those things. How can they create such a thing? Imagine, these creatures would almost be unbeatable on a battlefield. Could our cavalry destroy them? Another commented, astounded. I believe so. They must be slow. Our archers could fight them if we find gaps in the armor, another knight said. You talk as if there are many gaps there. Look closely and see if you can find one. There's only the eye openings of the giants. Even so, you need a lot of luck to hit their eyes, and not to mention they have giant shields. They could stop the advance of cavalry with their weight, the man said. After all, giants were heavy, and this increased with their armor, while they could even be considered an unbeatable wall. I hope we do not have to test something like that. After all, even the horses would be scared by it, and our knights certainly wouldn't have very high morale, since it would take many to bring down just one of those creatures. And there are 12 of them coming. I hope they don't have more. Another man spoke with a bit of caution. Can you feel the ground shaking slightly? Gods, to think that they were hidden in the frozen north. A noble commented with a tone of recognition. Yes, there were giants before, but we didn't think we'd actually see them in the flesh in these times beyond the old stories. A wise noble commented. Father, can we face such a thing? A young man asked with a bit of caution. Dickon, there's nothing a good strategy can't beat. Remember that. Randall Tarley said with an analytical gaze in the distance, his family around him. His gaze then returned to another young man trembling beside him. Tisk. He clicked his tongue in disgust, seeing his eldest son trembling like a chicken, unfit to be his heir, trying to find a way to get rid of him. Some ladies watching the group couldn't help but gaze at the leader at the front, riding his wolf. Who is that? A young man asked, staring intently. He's the leader of the group. I heard he calls himself the king of the lands beyond the wall, another lady said. He's as chivalrous as in the stories, but riding a wolf. One of the ladies spoke dreamily in her own delusions. He's a bastard from what I've heard. His birth is very low. Another woman murmured with disdain. After all, she wanted to marry into a great house. Look at him. Who cares if he was born a bastard? I'll talk to my father, another young woman said. He's married, from what I know, to 2 women, which is an affront to the 7, another exclaimed to her friend. He's so handsome. Will I see him at the jousting tournament? Another spoke. What is that outfit he's wearing? I've never seen it, and it looks elegant. Is that his wife? Riding a horse? Another murmured with disdain. The nobles also noticed the conversations of their young daughters and began to shift their focus from the giants to Jon walking with his wolf and wearing his strange attire for them. So that's Jon Arctic? Well, he's on top of a wolf and leading the group, an old man said thoughtfully. It seems true when they say the Starks had their own giant wolves. The boy really achieved something we haven't heard of in centuries. Another man, knowledgeable about the history of Westeros and how some houses had lost their exotic creatures like the Targaryens themselves, said. Well, anyway, this boy is only 15 years old. I still wonder how he could create such a thing beyond the wall and lead this group, a man said. Do you really believe that? I think the boy had help, or he's someone's puppet. Another spoke with disdain, not believing the stories. Still, he's certainly someone worth knowing, another noble replied. You fool! He's a bastard, one who kidnapped his own sister, and he took her to the frozen north, another complained. Well, if you notice, she seems very well. Another pointed to the girl, next to Jon on top of his wolf. It seems there's more to the boy than we thought. She looks very well for someone who was kidnapped. A man in his 30s commented, seeing that Arya appeared very proud as she passed by them. Anyway, I want to negotiate with this group. I've never seen this armor or metal. It would be good to buy something for myself. Another exclaimed as the others nodded in agreement. After all, they could see that this armor was more beautiful than any other in this kingdom. As Jon approached the gate, the city crowd turned toward that side, still wanting to see the giants. Meanwhile, the crowd of nobles filled the space in front of the tent area more, with some of the more important ones looking towards the castle entrance, but not blocking the gate entrance, due to the Tyrell's own request to receive their peculiar guests. So it's them. Lord Hightower commented with a calculating gaze. After all, he had to attract them to Old Town. Can we fight them, father? His eldest son asked beside him. We can. As soon as we draw a small group into the city, we can't do anything here, he spoke, his mind calculating all scenarios. While other ladies crowded the castle windows, gazing at the entire group with admiration, Jon continued through the portal and finally entered the castle, passing by the crowd that watched and murmured things, some admiring, others not hiding their disdain for him. Jon didn't care. He just kept moving forward, noticing that he had garnered more honors than he had anticipated as he saw the Targaryen family gathered to welcome him at the front of the castle, or at least most of them. He could see their astonished faces, a sentiment shared by all at that moment, as they admired each unique aspect of his group, be it the giant clad in Elda metal armor, his massive wolf, or even the synchrony of his men with dwarves holding strong hammers, ready to protect the carriages with goods. The commander of the site, William Flower, was in front, his men dispersing as they dismounted their horses and formed up. Jon approached close enough for most of his group to enter the premises. He then maintained a safe distance from the nobles, who clearly were not comfortable with the 2-meter-tall wolves. Jon began to dismount, his wife and sister following behind. As per noble etiquette, they would be received as the main members before even their ministers initially. Despite the Tyrell family's discomfort with the 2 giant wolves that could kill anyone in seconds, they did not protest. Olenna had instructed them to keep quiet about it, especially her foolish son, because the wolf had never shown any aggression in Dorne, and they did not want to offend the guest. However, Willis, who loved keeping and caring for horses and other animals like dogs, couldn't help but be amazed by the sight of those wolves. Seeing that they seemed a bit more comfortable now, Jon approached the family with his wife by his side, her hand on his arm, and his sister right by his opposite side. He maintained his confidence under the gaze of hundreds as he gently approached the Tyrell family. Mace Tyrell was conflicted at this moment. If he wasn't impressed by this young man approaching, he would be lying, but he also maintained a certain disdain and prejudice after hearing everything about Jon Snow. So much so that his mother had forced him to come out to greet the boy, which he didn't want at all, as it was embarrassing for him and beneath him. Yet, he couldn't help but gape as he saw Jon approaching, his wife squeezing his hand beside him. Jon noticed Willis Tyrell, who looked like a wise man, waiting for him. Willis, standing next to him, quite admired as well, held a significant position beside his father as the official heir of the house, leaning on his cane. Next to Willis stood Garland Tyrell. He noticed his brother's posture as that of an experienced warrior. It was no surprise that the man had won the melee combat. He held a proud look, his head held high, not taking his eyes off as Jon approached. The young woman at the end, Marjorie Tyrell, was very beautiful in Jon's opinion, her eyes also fixed on Jon. She had to admit that Jon was very different from what she expected, or at least she didn't expect to see perhaps the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life, with gray-green eyes and black hair, gallant with a monarch's posture, something she expected from her future husband in King's Landing. Jon also noticed the absence of the family matriarch, but it wasn't hard to find her at one of the castle windows, seated and staring intently at them like an eagle. He wasn't bothered by this, knowing she was just studying them and might use her age as an excuse, not that Jon wanted her there by force. He then turned his attention back to the members in front of him, and, with a smile and confidence, he began to introduce himself. Jon approached calmly and stopped in front of the family. A silence seemed to envelop the atmosphere for a few seconds, while both parties assessed each other. Mace Tyrell, as the official representative of Hightower, should have initiated the introductions as the host, but he remained staring at the boy from the north with his mouth slightly open. After all, Mace had not expected anything he had heard, aside from some rumors. Even the boy's strange attire caught his attention, having never seen anything like it, with Jon choosing neutral colors with his black and white outfit. Much like his wife beside him, unlike the colorful garments that all the nobles of Westeros liked to wear. After all, colors signify beauty among the nobility. Willis, seeing the silence, decided to take the initiative to introduce instead of his father. Although it was a breach of decorum, he had to start, and being the heir of Highgarden, it would not be a problem. Clearing his throat, he addressed Jon. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Artican," he began, looking at Jon with a respectful nod. "My name is Willis Tyrell, heir of Highgarden. It is an honor to have a man like you, who has lately been making news throughout Westeros." He spoke calmly, and then continued after the initial greeting, pointing his hand towards his brother beside him. "This is my brother, Garland Tyrell, also a brave knight, who incidentally won the current melee combat in our tournament, bringing honors to our house and to my father." He spoke, while Garland himself nodded with a slight movement of his head, looking at Jon with a calm and even calculative glance. Jon responded in kind. Willis did not stop there, pointing to the girl at the other end of the line. "This is my sister," Willis began, "Lady Margaery Tyrell, the flower of the family." He introduced her, as the girl picked up her dress from side to side and raised it with a light curtsy and a smile, keeping her eyes fixed on Jon's. Jon also nodded to her. Willis had to turn his attention back to his parents due to Mace's stalling, with a bit of embarrassment. After all, this was a huge breach of decorum. "These are my mother, Allery Tyrell, and my father, the patriarch of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell," Willis said. Mace heard that and finally snapped out of his daze, clearing his throat a bit more formally. Yes, that's right. "Well, it's a pleasure," he said, ending with a bit of a stumble. Jon nodded and decided to speak for the first time. "It is a pleasure to meet you all, Lord Willis, Lord Garland, Lady Margaery, Lady Allery, and Lord of Hightower, Mace Tyrell." He introduced himself and began to introduce the people behind him. "I am Jon Artica, Sovereign King of Artica." Jon spoke without hesitation. After all, he was a monarch, and, even though others called him Lord, he could not deny that he was one. What kind of king would he be if he hesitated to say that he was responsible for an entire kingdom? It was somewhat amusing to see how the people in front of him frowned or were surprised to hear this. But without dwelling on it more, Jon continued, trying to be polite and rational. "Even as a king, I may be a king, but you can still consider me Lord Artican. After all, these lands are not my domain, and I am here on business, not to prove things that I consider important only for my people." Jon spoke. "Now let me introduce my ladies beside me. This is my first wife, Serena Artica, and beside her, as many of you must know, is my sister, Arya Stark." He introduced. "How beautiful!" Lady Allery couldn't help commenting in front of these two women. "Thank you for coming to us, my lord." Willis spoke again, while his father still frowned. "I would like to take you to a place where we can have a private conversation. After all, we are interested in your business in Westeros." He spoke. "All right, but I'd like to organize my men so they're not just standing around at the entrance of the castle, if possible," Jon said. "Yes, my lord, we will see to that immediately," he said, and spoke to a steward who approached and whispered about the areas where they could settle in during their visit. "We have an open space near the tent area, but a bit away from the tournament," Willis said. After all the best spots were taken by the main nobles, and it would not be wise to mix this foreign company with the kingdom's nobles. "I understand. Can you lead my men to the spot?" Jon asked as he called a royal guard. "Take them to the spot," Willis said as the steward nodded. "Yes, my lord," he said, looking cautiously at the group. "Escort our men to the spot. Just leave the wagon with goods," Jon told a royal guard, who nodded, as he could handle any confusion or problem that might arise while settling in. "That's great. Let's proceed then," Willis said, and Jon nodded as they headed towards the castle. While only the ministers would accompany Jon with 4 royal guards, plus some soldiers with the merchandise. Meanwhile, the Artican group began to turn and move towards the opposite side of the castle, and this did not go unnoticed by everyone. After all, there were hundreds or even thousands of eyes as they made their way into the middle of the courtyard, with everyone watching. And so, the commotion began anew as the Artican company again passed through the gate. The giants were making the ground tremble again, and people continued to look on in admiration, seeing those creatures passing through the gate that hardly seemed to contain them. While Jon was accompanying the Tyrells, introducing them inside Highgarden, people began to disperse, starting their tasks. After all, the Tyrells had also issued orders to assist their new guests as guests to make a good impression. Meanwhile, the soldiers performed a choreography, leaving the area, and the servants began to work, heading to the kitchen to prepare some food and stay attentive to any orders from their lords. The Artican soldiers began to head towards the crowd of nobles in front of the encampment. The steward of Highgarden was accompanied by Tyrell soldiers as they began to lead the group through the crowd among the houses, which quickly began to make way for them to go towards the area designated to them. They finally arrived at a spot a little distant from the rest of the tents, heading toward the corner a bit further from the event area, but the terrain was good with trimmed grass and flat. "So, is this the area?" the royal guard asked. The steward nodded. "Yes, sir," he spoke respectfully. "I'm not a sir." Ziller, the royal knight obeying Jon, spoke and continued. "After all, we do not have knights in our religion. Just call me Ziller," he clarified, since Artica never produced a knight and perhaps never will, unlike the southern culture, and almost no knights are named in the north. "I heard the war games are over. It's a shame we can't kick the southerners' butts yet." Suddenly Tormund's voice was heard, causing the steward to frown with the Tyrell soldiers beside him, and Ziller looked at the rough man. "You have to be respectful, Tormund," Ziller spoke sternly. All right, I get it. Is it true that people call themselves flowers here? But that seems so weak. What would a flower do? If they are a flower, then I'm a block of ice. No, I am an iceberg." He began to speak again, laughing, while the royal guard started to get annoyed with his tongue. "Can you keep quiet for a bit, Tormund? Don't you see we are in foreign lands?" He warned sternly. "Whatever, let's start setting up the camp," Tormund said and looked at a giant. "Hey, can I have one of your tents?" "They are quite spacious," he clamored to the armored giant, who moved his head and shook it no. After all, he did not want to give his tent to the talkative, red-haired man. "Damn, I'm going to ask our king for one next time I see him," Tormund murmured. "How about you take one of mine, you supposed giant's teat sucker?" A dwarf teased as he approached. "Hey, do I look like a dog to you?" He complained. "Do you want to get hit again, don't you?" the dwarf threatened. "Do you want to feel the fear of my axe?" Tormund challenged. "Haha, you talk as if you could beat us," the dwarf retorted. What a pain. Ziller was already getting a headache from dealing with these people. Meanwhile, they began to set up the giant tents, pulling their enormous dwellings from the wagons while others did the same, organizing the area where the horses and all the supplies would stay. Many people looked on. Even children tried to approach the site. The camp was soon erected quite quickly, even displaying much of the Artican wealth, as their white tents with fabric patched in the north were raised, and the proud Artican flag flew in the wind at that moment. "Hey, look at that. What material is that? It looks so luxurious. They sleep in places like this," someone murmured, looking at the quality of the tents. "It's not just that. Look where the giants sleep. I thought they would sleep on the street." Another said, "They're so rich. We can benefit from this, can't we?" Another spoke. "Of course we can. Besides, they are from the north. We can rob them, and they won't be able to do anything." Someone said, already hoping to have a chance to grab their weapons with the greenish metal. At the same time, Jon entered the castle with the Tyrells leading them, finding the place quite pleasant before his eyes. After all, the Tyrells were not poor, and they really knew how to decorate the place with flowers and plants all over being well-maintained while the pleasant and fragrant smell filled the air. They continued until they reached a room that, undoubtedly, looked like an audience hall, but was certainly empty, except for a few people that Jon was not surprised to find. At least not the case of the lady sitting on one of the benches, the famous Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, sitting obediently waiting for them. You finally arrived. I was already starting to get a pain in my ass from the delay. As a sarcastic woman, Olenna didn't waste time and spoke in this tone. While Arya next to Jon grimaced, his wife looked at Jon with furrowed brows and Jon raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this woman, but never imagined encountering something like this. Mom, don't talk like that to the guests. Mace Tyrell, already accustomed to Jon, said. Don't be boring, Mace. I'm sure the guests can very well understand the pains of an old woman. Olenna spoke without any shame as they looked at Jon. Well, let me introduce our grandmother, Willis said, trying to regain a bit of dignity after Olenna's indelicate words. Oh, don't be like that, Willis, she spoke before he could finish. I'm sure our guests wouldn't mind it. I'm sure they're used to a bit of harshness. After all, they come from that frozen desert. Have you ever seen anyone like that? I'm seeing it for the first time now. It's certainly a slap in the face of most of these nobles who thought only savages lived there. But compared to our guests, they look like mere peasants. She commented sarcastically as Jon didn't even know what to say about this woman. After all, she was quite bold. Haha, it was funny to see their faces as you arrived. It's worth a few years at the end of mine here. So thank you for giving this old lady a bit of fun. She looked at Jon's clothes. Your fashion is quite peculiar. I've never seen anyone in clothes so tight to the body, but it's quite stylish. Look at this, Willis. You could learn something from this Jon Artica. She smiled and turned back to the woman beside Jon. And to think you would bring a winter rose, one so beautiful it could make all the ladies of Westeros jealous. You found this rare gem in that desert. Maybe I should take some vacation in this Artica. I might even improve my skin and get a bit younger. Maybe Mace could get stepfather. She commented, leaving everyone embarrassed, especially Mace, who looked incredulously at his mother. State your name, my girl, she asked Serena. Serena Artica. Serena responded cautiously. Serena? A good name. You are expecting a child from the king of Artica, possibly the heir, she commented, looking at the swell of Serena's belly, leaving her speechless with the lady's remarks. And the other woman, are you really a Stark? Your father is so ugly. No offense, but I hope you take after your mother. No, you are much more beautiful than that since I last saw a Tully, she said, leaving Arya equally speechless, which was hard to do. But this woman was as thorny as her rumors suggested. I never imagined hearing a Stark described as beautiful as I'm seeing now. Perhaps many years ago when Rhaegar had taken Lyanna Stark. After all, for a prince of the realm to take a northern woman, I cannot describe her beauty. It's a shame I didn't pay much attention to her at the Harrenhal tournament, she commented, causing everyone to frown, as this was a delicate subject, and she seemed not to care about speaking so lightly. Grandmother, Willis had to call her attention, fearing that Jon might be offended by her words. Oh, sorry, she spoke as if she had just realized her words. Now, returning to our king from beyond the wall, you certainly are handsome. Perhaps unlike Arya Stark, you certainly take after your father. Very handsome, she said with a knowing look. Jon did not respond. Despite feeling there was much more to her words, he sensed how this woman liked to act and how truly dangerous she was just by listening to her at this moment. Oh, where are my manners? She continued, looking at two other men who were near her, frowning just like the others after all her speeches. Well, as you can see, here are Lord Paxter Redwine and Lord Leighton Hightower, who will also participate in the meeting. I hope this does not offend you. After all, we are in a negotiation that could create a big deal in the realm, she said with a forced smile. Willis heard his grandmother finally stop speaking and sighed, turning his attention back to Jon. I hope it's not a problem, and that you weren't offended by my grandmother's words. He said to Jon at the entrance with his group. No problems. Jon spoke, looking at Lord Redwine and Lord Hightower, nodding his head as they did the same. He was considering that the lords would be important for his business. Unlike Dorne, there were many important lords here, although Dorne sent some members from powerful families once they knew about the negotiations happening in Sunspear. Here there was a tournament, so certainly the most important ones would not miss this meeting and would even push to be in it, guessing also that many of them even tried, but in the end did not make it, giving importance only to the main members. And no offense was taken, Lord Willis, he said regarding Lady Olenna's comments, which even left him speechless and disconcerted at times, not finding anyone with such a sharp tongue. There were many venomous tongues in his path, Oberyn, Cersei, and other council members in King's Landing, but this woman knew how to be non-offensive and offensive at the same time, trying to disconcert her listener. This could be said of his sister, and even Serena. Jon really frowned, but tried to stay firm against this woman's words. Taking his eyes off the lords who looked at them with interest, like all others being greatly surprised by the aspect of the Artican group, Jon turned his attention back to the lady. Clearly she was the one commanding this meeting, at least his future clients, and waited for her to continue. Olenna maintained the tight smile, still looking at Jon with interest. "Well, let's get this started." Olenna spoke again with sarcasm. "Before my spine starts to rot if you make me wait too long." The room fell silent for a while. Jon did not want to interrupt his hosts, even though the situation seemed quite odd at that moment. Arya looked at Jon for answers, while he just sighed and looked toward Willis, who was the most talkative. But before he could respond, his grandmother interrupted again. "Well, all right then. We've heard about your business, and we would like to hear it." Olenna turned to Jon again with a knowing look. "All right," Jon said as everyone settled in. There were a few chairs, and Mace ended up sitting in the main one, but without saying much, looking just like a puppet to fill the image of the place as a lord. Joe remained standing at the entrance, looking at everyone waiting for him to start. He took a step forward and began. "Well, let's begin then. As you know, my name is Jon Artica, and I come from a kingdom beyond this one, built in the north of the wall, and I am here for business. We've heard a lot about it. It's impressive, especially what we've heard about what you trade, mainly your ice sails. That's quite interesting. But I heard some rumors about you having strange boxes to be able to transport them. Being the only one who can do so, Lord Hightower asked immediately. After all, it was good to know if they could copy this business, and Jon knew very well of their intentions, as he came to Westeros knowing he would encounter greedy people everywhere. "Don't be so hasty, Lord Hightower. Let the boy speak for his own products." Olenna intervened, although she seemed to provoke Jon by calling him a boy. Jon could not take it as an offense. After all, she did not call him a bastard and did not seem to have the look that the other lords had towards him. And with his age, it could justify her calling him that due to their age differences. "Well, we have unique boxes, and you might consider them a magical item." Jon spoke calmly, looking at the man who looked at him surprised. "Only we can undertake this venture, as these boxes can only be recharged in Artica. After all, without the magic, they would become useless after a while," Jon said, making Hightower furrow his brow at the word magic, while the others raised an eyebrow, as many there found it a bit absurd. Jon did not hide this. Everyone present would soon see the boxes and realize that they could not use them as Jon did. Therefore, he was very confident that he could monopolize the ice. After all, he already counted on many thefts of his own lots trying to copy his business. But it was impossible without having the great weirwood tree in Artica, since, as he said, the boxes that carry ice can only be recharged through its roots. "Well, anyway," Jon continued, "selling ice is our main business currently, but we have other things that I ask you, gentlemen. Are you interested in seeing our products?" Jon asked. "No. Please, we would like to see your entire portfolio," Willis said. "All right," Jon said, and looked at one of his royal soldiers who was with him, coming in with a box, approaching in front of the seated group, and opening it for everyone. The box was finally shown to everyone, and they saw samples of various Artican products, among them cigars, other alcoholic beverages, and textiles and other items made by the Ice Spiders, among other things that Artica has been trading. The Minister of Commerce from Artica stepped forward. As he did with Dorne, he began to present the products in place of Jon. A drink beyond wine. May seemed to express interest for the first time, seeing something that interested him. Vodka, whiskey, and even sake from ET. Minister Junley began to answer their questions, while the products were seen in the hands of the lords. "I've never heard about these drinks, but sake from ET? If you allow me, can you tell me about these drinks and how you got a product from the other side of Essos? Lord Redwine asked. Vodka is a cheap drink, good for warming up in the cold, although we believe it will not be popular in this part of Westeros. Whiskey, a more premium product, is preserved for 5 years in Artica. We intend to have stock of 12, 20, and 30 years in the future. The longer it is stored, the better the taste. Junli commented and turned back to the sake. It's not an imported product from ET, but we've taken the recipe and are producing it in Artica. It's also a low-cost product, aimed at the common folk, selling it in inns, he concluded. I'm curious how you could have such a recipe. Willis asked, intrigued. We got it through some contacts. The minister spoke openly, but hid the true reason for having it. After all, it was his king who introduced it, and John got it through Greensight, watching various alcoholic beverage manufacturers in those eastern lands. You have some secrets. I like that. Maybe in the future, you could even take the glass recipe from here. It would be quite useful to buy cheaper glass than to buy from Essos, I believe. Olenna spoke again, not without her usual sarcasm. This woman knows we take large amounts of sand, and she imagines that it will be used for glass production. After all, many know that Mir uses sand for their factories despite never discovering their recipe. John thought calmly. Anyway, try our whiskey with ice, John then suggested. They took the box with ice, showing it to everyone with considerable interest, distributing the best 5-year-old whiskey in a glass accompanied with ice. It's different. Garland took a sip and felt it much stronger than traditional wine. Really, but it's not bad. Willis commented as he drank beside him. Lord Redwine, Lord Hightower, and Lord Tyrell drank with some pleasure, although the latter almost choked on the first gulp. The two women, meanwhile, drank a glass of wine, preferring a softer drink, but with ice. After all, they wanted to experience what their drink would be like with it. My goodness, I must say in all my years, I've never experienced what a northerner would feel being in the ice, but this ice. It's fantastic, Olenna couldn't help but exclaim, feeling the pleasure of drinking a chilled beverage for the first time in her life. It's really refreshing, she commented. It's very good indeed, Grandma. Marjorie commented at her side, while turning her gaze back to John and the others. I'm quite excited to do business with you, Lord Artican, Lord Redwine commented, thinking about the profit it would entail. Thank you. As long as we stick to the policy of 40% of the final product, we will always have business, John spoke. After all, he would not be different from the cost in Dorne. Even if the journey was longer, there were plans to create a port in the region beyond the Fist of the First Men, in the western region beyond the Wall. This would facilitate the journey between the west coast of the kingdom. What is this thing? Mace asked, looking at the box and picking up a cigar. This is a cigar, a product for you to relax and enjoy the taste, something with a high price. Junli presented again in place of John. Interesting. I heard that in Essos people smoke in some sects, Willis said. It's not for religious acts. It's something you use like the wine you drink, something to relax, John replied, taking a cigar out of his pocket. It is used in this way. He took it and lit it before beginning to draw in the smoke and release it, surprising the people beside him. This seems harmful. Garland couldn't help but comment. Actually, no. We use natural herbs and even give flavors. You can taste strawberry, orange, apple among other flavors, John said. Let me try, Mace exclaimed while his wife looked a little worried beside her father. After all, she was a Hightower, daughter of Lord Leighton Hightower himself. The man looked at the burning cigar and took a puff, only to start coughing like a dragon the next moment. Are you okay? Allery approached, asking worriedly for her husband. That Mace, you're embarrassing us. If you don't know how to use a product, don't do it in front of everyone. Olenna had to grumble. The man coughed like a condemned man before calming down. This is good, but I can't stop coughing, he complained. The Articans behind had their mouths glued shut to not laugh at the man in such a miserable state. This is common for the first tries. My men were in the same state. John spoke, and he didn't fail to look at his men with a severe gaze, so no one would laugh. After all, we're in business, and although he wanted respect, he also respected the other party. You're not going to end up dying before me, are you, you idiot? Olenna spoke again in her way, She did not seem to hesitate in front of everyone, even if it embarrassed her son. "Mother, don't speak like that," he said as he calmed down and gave up on continuing to smoke the cigar, realizing that he would have to do this alone to avoid embarrassment until he learned. He looked at Jon smoking his cigar and seemed to want to mimic that behavior. Meanwhile, Lord Redwine looked at Jon with genuine interest. "Well, I see that you have many products, but is that type of armor that you are not for sale?" he asked, curious. After all, the armor of the Artican soldiers was a dream for many, far beyond ordinary metal, perhaps not as much as Valyrian, but certainly beautiful, not to mention designed by dwarf smiths as art or even by Jon, to make the main armors for himself and his wives, which were certainly designed by artists, envied by anyone there. "Well, the armors are not for sale. We are not trading that type of item, keeping them exclusively for ourselves," Jon said despite the disapproval in the older men's gazes. Meanwhile, Olenna looked at Jon more than anyone else, her eyes fixed on him, even letting people notice. Jon, although a bit surprised by the intense look of the lady, remained calm without letting it shake him. "I understand, we like the products you brought us, but do you have something more?" Olenna asked directly to Jon, as there was a box they had not yet touched. "Yes, we have a few more," Jon said, and asked a royal guard to bring the last box. "As we want to negotiate with you, we brought exclusive products especially for you," Jon said as the box was opened. "For people of the Reach, we brought flowers and perfumes." Jon showed flowers that were not found in this region because they were very rare, but also could survive and thrive in this climate. Marjorie was immediately enchanted by what she was seeing. "What is this?" She approached a special type of blue sunflower. "This is a moon sunflower, found in some regions of Sithorios. You don't need to worry about diseases from the place, as these flowers were bred in Artica many years ago," Jon said, as he had taken all the seed from that grove he found many years after leaving Winterfell and started cultivating everything in Artica. There was a region in the farm area dedicated to plants and flowers. "Sithorios? This seems really incredible." Olenna had a look of fascination, like a high-tower flower. Her youth always involved tending to the castle roses in her leisure times. "Are there perfumes like those of Lady Serena and Lady Arya?" Allery approached with an enchanted look, still remembering how the perfumes of both ladies had a pleasant and distinct smell. "Yes, we produce perfumes with our wide variety of plants and flowers," Jon said, and both the mother and daughter seemed enchanted by this, picking up the products and spraying them on their wrists to smell the pleasant scent. "This is certainly very good," Willis said, seeing the products. He was not as fascinated by flowers as his younger sister, preferring horse breeds and even dogs, but it would certainly be very good for High Garden with these acquisitions. "We will leave the products for you to try all our samples. I know we need some time for you to get familiar with them before we start our business," Jon said, looking at Olenna this time. The lady cracked a small smile with her mouth closed and nodded. "Very well, let's start our business from tomorrow. We have prepared some rooms for you at the castle," she said, but Jon shook his head. "I am very honored by the hospitality, but I cannot accept. I will stay with my people in the camp that is being set up if that does not offend you," Jon said, for several reasonable reasons. First, he did not quite like doing this in Sunspear. Second, he did not trust the maesters and did not like how the Lord of the Citadel looked at him. Third, he knew it could bring dissatisfaction among the nobles in the camps outside the castle. After all, a foreigner took a place that in their minds should be theirs, even with the promise of good trade for the kingdom. Jon knew how petty people could be, and although he was not afraid of them, he certainly did not want more headaches than he would already have in this place in the coming days. "This is certainly no offense, Lord Artican," Willis said respectfully. "Let's take a closer look at your products. I would certainly like to have a meeting with you later," Lord Redwine spoke, although Olenna did not like how her blood family had become greedy, proposing a meeting before even the Tyrells. After all, everyone there was greedy. If someone could make a large amount of money from this, of course they would act on their own. "I will be in my camp, so if you need anything from me, moreover, it was an honor and I hope for fruitful outcomes from this first meeting." Jon took the lead and spoke diplomatically while the nobles nodded. "Willis, could you accompany our newest trading partner to the camp?" Olenna asked. After all, she had to give importance to Jon and also looked at him with a peculiar gaze, searching for something on Jon's face. Yes, Grandma, he said and asked Jon to follow him, with Jon holding his wife and sister, as they followed behind Lord Tyrell. Once the last of the Articans had left the area, only Lord Paxter Redwine, Lord Leighton Hightower, Olenna, Mace, Allery, Garland, and Marjorie Tyrell remained. They looked at the products in front of them with some interest. What do you think of our guest? Garland asked Olenna curiously. A big surprise, Olenna simply said. Surprise? I thought you were already aware of his products, Leighton Hightower said, intrigued. It's not that, you idiot, she spoke without caring to offend the noble who looked at her frowning, though familiar with her personality. Other things, she said mysteriously, while no one knew exactly what she was talking about. This whiskey is strong, but it's very good, Mace said, drinking the beverage. I must agree with Lord Mace. Although the drink vodka is intended to be a beverage for the common people, the taste is very strong and not pleasant, Lord Redwine commented. The products are very good, so it's a business opportunity, Lord Hightower commented. Look at this fabric, daughter. You would look beautiful in this color. Let me make a dress for you, Allery commented, picking up the sky blue fabric made from ice spiders. Yes, it's a very good material, made by ice spiders. I never imagined they actually existed, Olenna commented as her granddaughter examined the soft fabric. I never said I would see giants, and look at our lands, full of their footprints with their enormous bodies. She also couldn't help but grumble. And the flowers, let's put them in our garden immediately, Marjorie exclaimed, picking up some that Jon had brought. Ah, many seeds here. This is good for enhancing our collection. Product from Sithorios are rare, even more so one that is clean of disease, Garland spoke and went back to thinking. This makes me wonder, how can they cultivate such things beyond the wall? It shouldn't be a temperature that any plant could survive, Garland said. This makes Jon Artica all the more mysterious. I must admit that the boy really knows how to behave. He acts as he says he is, Olenna spoke. He is a bastard, Hightower commented. Yes, born a bastard. But don't forget that he commands creatures that could destroy any of your warriors, Lord Hightower. We must be careful not to offend him. After all, I still want to enrich myself with what he can offer, Olenna warned. But what about the other nobles? Garland asked, knowing that Jon and his group would not be very well received. Let's put some Tyrell soldiers to keep the situation under control around his camp. I want you to invite him whenever you can. Marjorie, I really liked Arya Stark. The girl has really become a beautiful woman. Invite her to talk and bring her to me. I also want Serena Artica, Olenna requested immediately, her mind beginning to work on everything she saw and heard. This visit is becoming more interesting than I initially thought. You may surprise me even more, Targaryen bastard, she murmured, imagining that Jon was the result of an illicit relationship initially. After all, he had no idea that there were documents saying otherwise. Jon followed his men outside, with Willis leading them out of the castle, passing once again through a crowd of curious onlookers as they headed out of the gate and towards the camp, which was still being set up, given that the meeting had lasted no more than 2 hours, while a crowd of curious spectators watched them from all sides. This is incredible. These giants. I mean, I never imagined I would see this in my life, Willis commented from beside him. He was on horseback with a special saddle, while Jon rode his wolf alongside. I used to think the same thing when I met the first ones in the forest near Winterfell. Jon spoke with a nostalgic memory. Serena looked at him at that moment. After all, they had met in this place. So those stories were true. You really, with 8 named days, fought against bandits at the small farm? Willis asked curiously, while both Serena and Arya looked at Jon, since neither had been there at that time. Well, it might not have been as heroic as they said, or I almost died in that conflict, but yes, I fought that battle and won by some luck, Jon said. After all, he could have died back then and had more luck than sense. Speaking of which, I really want to revisit that farm, see how the people of Ice Hill are doing. After all, they were the first people who welcomed me into this world. Jon couldn't help but have a melancholic thought about this. Understand, my sister or my brother Loras would love to hear this. After all, They loved your ballad when you arrived in this realm. I must admit I didn't believe it, but seeing your group, I can't help but see that I was indeed a fool. Willis admitted. No, don't put it that way. I can understand how hard it sounds that a child could do so many things, but I was never alone, which is what made me succeed in unfavorable situations. Jon spoke calmly. They finally entered the camp. The people began to greet Jon as soon as he returned with the group. Willis turned to Jon. After all, he would have to return to the castle to talk to his family about the next procedures both for the tournament and for Jon and his trade agreements. I must apologize for having to leave at this moment, he said, referring to Jon. It's all right. I will take over my camp at this moment. Jon spoke and Willis nodded, saying goodbye. As soon as Willis began to withdraw with some guards, Jon returned to his camp, asking Ziller how things were going. My king, everything is going as planned. Your tent is ready, and you can leave the rest of us while you rest, he said. That's good, but I want you to set up the meeting tent. After all, we have to talk about our stay here. Jon ordered and the man nodded, calling the giants. They quickly heard the order, and a tent larger than all the others, including the giant's tent, which was still larger than Jon's, as he and his wife did not need as much space as men of 4 meters, was erected quickly. 5 minutes later, it was ready for use. That's great. Now, let's first talk, Jon said, and all the main members of the camp nodded and went to meet Jon, waiting for him. The meeting was a way for them to plan their stay. Jon knew he would not have a time of peace for long in foreign lands. He had to keep his men alert and plan for possible exits from some conflicts that might arise. The place was filled by all his royal guards, some giants, dwarves, and Artican soldiers, leaders of platoons within an Arterian as subdivisions. As you know, Jon began, standing beside his wife and sister as usual. We have some not very pleasant looks from the rest of those regional nobles, Jon said. Do we need to be careful with them? We can simply crush them. Tormund suddenly exclaimed. You speak as if they were so easy in these lands, Tormund. Ziller spoke, already knowing the personality of the northern man. Who cares about that? We can simply defeat them. We are stronger, Tormund insisted. Jon heard this and could already imagine how this guy could be a headache regarding the Southerners in the coming days. Yes, we could do that, Tormund. However, we are here on business. We can't simply start conflicts with all the regional nobles so easily, Jon said. But it's not as if he would forgive any attack on his group and would deal with anyone who tried. However, he also couldn't be aggressive in foreign lands, so he would have to act politically. Jon said his last words while everyone nodded before he continued. I'm not saying that we won't act if that happens. I want you to act and catch everyone who tries something, no matter who they are. Jon made it clear. However, if there are no attempts on our lives, do not kill, just arrest them, and we will take it to the courts of Highgarden, hoping they resolve it. After all, they were interested in our proposals, so we are not alone here, and they will do something. Jon concluded his reasoning. Can we break a few noses then? Arya raised her voice and asked beside Jon, while some laughed around them. We'll see, Jon murmured to his sister. And can we participate in the tournament? She spoke again, for the 4th time, asking the same question. I don't think that's possible, Jon responded. He had said before that he would have to see if it was really possible. There are only 2 categories, the Archers Tournament and the Justs, just are out of the question because they are for knights, and we don't have that in Artica. Jon spoke. He could perhaps enter the archery, but he wasn't in the mood to participate in that. If you want to participate in the next archery event, and if it is allowed, I will not deny anyone. He said finally, there are many soldiers around our camp with the Tyrell symbol. What should we do with them? A royal soldier asked. Leave them as they are. After all, it seems that old ladies sent them to check if everything was okay, Jon commented, as this could prevent any other noble from approaching the camp with bad intentions, which would give more security. His wife, beside him, looked at that moment. That woman was looking at you strangely, as if she wanted to recognize you all the time, and the way she smiled was not normal. She wasn't looking at anyone else at the meeting. Serena commented quietly, I know it's strange. We'll talk more about this later, Jon said, turning his attention back to his men. I also don't like the way that Lord Hightower was looking at you. Arya commented. Jon put his hand on her shoulder. We'll talk about this later. Jon wanted to have a more private meeting with them. Turning back to everyone, Jon spoke again. Anyway, let's stay alert. I want all the wards with the animals we brought, roaming around the camp, or even watching our neighbors. I want to know what they think about us, and if they're planning anything, Jon said, looking at the whole group as they nodded their heads. After all, no one there was foolish enough not to recognize the malice in some of the looks they received as they passed by and set the camp. Lord Redwine was very interested in our armor. One of the ministers spoke. The minister said near the king, "Yes, it's true. I'm not surprised. After all, no one in these lands has anything beyond a few Valyrian steel swords. That's why Elven metal will be quite coveted during our stay, which can also protect us from many attempts to steal, with this metal being exclusively ours. No one else could show it." Jon reasoned. This was the same with Valyrian steel swords. There were at least nearly 200 throughout Westeros, but no one could steal them due to their exclusivity. But there's a chance they might come after your sword, and if they try to do anything to get it. Someone said, looking at Darksister, "I doubt it, at least not the Tyrells. They might even demand, however, we can settle this in a duel." Jon spoke calmly. After all, the nobles of Westeros operated with greed, vengeance, or love, and Jon could give them a taste of his sword if they tried something. The meeting continued. Jon was talking about aspects more related to the camp, and even concerning the fleet at sea, setting up some ravens to communicate, and even some animals from the fleet at the camp awaiting any orders from him. Having a great advantage in decision-making, being instantaneous. Despite the fleet being very far away, they would act quickly in case of conflict. Have products ready to be placed at the next parties, and, as the Tyrells request for the castle, and keep an eye on everything that happens. Inform me, or any of your commanders, as soon as something strange happens. Jon concluded before the last point. This tent will also be used as the hall for everyone to eat, plus a few more leadership meetings. I hope everyone can enjoy our stay. And remember, once again, stay alert to everything, Jon said, ending the meeting as everyone began to withdraw. "Let's drink." Tormund couldn't help but exclaim as some dwarves grumbled while leaving the place. Only Jon, Serena, Arya, and a few royal guards remained. After all, they were the most trusted people, sworn to give their lives to protect them before their gods. Jon sighed. "What do you think? Why do you think Lady Olenna looked at me that way? It's strange, isn't it?" Jon commented with some things on his mind, but he kept those thoughts to himself. Maybe she could have recognized you as your father from the north. After all, many say that you were a spitting image of him many years ago. Or maybe that woman from the south who you suspect is your wife. Serena commented. Jon was silent for a while. After all, there was more there than just that. She spoke of Arya's father, but when she spoke of mine, it seemed like she was talking about two different people. What did that mean? Jon asked himself, though some thoughts inside him already suggested the contrary. But he still didn't want to see it, not at this moment. "I'll talk to Aemon in Artica." He turned his attention back to Arya, leaving that subject for another time. "Lord Hightower is not to be trusted," he finally said. "As you know, we should not trust any maester either. Both you," Jon continued looking at his sister, "and Serena, be careful and do not accept anything suspicious from those men. I don't know what will happen, but for sure, the Tyrells will invite you to tea or something. I will be watching, but I want you both to be very careful," he warned. Serena and Arya nodded, while the royal guards, hearing this, would also be alert to anyone trying to harm them. Another thing, they cleared almost all the animals from the castle for what I could sense, which means they're not so foolish. Surely they received information about what happened in Dorne. Although I can assume some still live hidden, I doubt I can overhear any important meeting this time. Still, we can prepare and stay alert. Jon again reported the same issue, as he wanted everything to go well. "Yes, I will stay alert," Serena confirmed. "Our stay will be quite tense, maybe more than in Dorne, but nothing we can't overcome," Jon said, concluding the conversation, and continued. "Now, let's rest a bit. It will be a long day starting tomorrow, and I want to settle into my tent with my son's hand," Jon said, and Serena nodded, touching her belly, also wanting to lie down a bit. After all, she wanted the baby to rest as well. They began to leave the large tent, heading to the main tent where their accommodation was. Jon walked to his tent while Arya, who was by his side, said, "I'm going to train a bit." She then went to the dwarves. Jon nodded, letting the girl do her things within the camp. Entering the place, he surveyed the area with every kind of leisure a king could ask for, especially for his queen expecting their child. Jon watched the royal guards stay at the door while his giant wolf laid down in a corner of the tent, a great animal that could serve as protection for him and Serena. He petted the animal, which, although not ghost, still had a strong bond. He turned to the bed with his wife as they laid down beside it, pampering her belly. At the castle, Willis was returning to the meeting room after a brief conversation. Olenna looked at Lord Redwine and Lord Hightower. "Well, you've heard enough. Now you may leave us," she said, and then turned to her son. "Mace, escort them out with your wife," she instructed, since Mace wasn't crucial for this type of meeting or even capable of participating with his mind wandering, according to his own mother. Willis entered as soon as they had left, leaving only Olenna, Marjorie, Garland, and Willis. "You finally arrived, my grandson. Now let's talk a bit about our guests," she said. Her gaze returned to everyone. "First, we are in a secluded room. We can't have any animals overhearing our conversations. After all, we've heard that our guest, Lord Artican, is a sorcerer who can listen through these animals, as well as control them," she stated. "Grandmother, do you really believe that?" Garland couldn't help but comment. "Oh, my grandson, sometimes the most absurd things are the true ones. We must be cautious. After all, there were hundreds of witnesses who saw such things in Dorne, so we cannot simply ignore them," she remarked, though she didn't seem overly concerned about the absurdity. Garland just nodded and Marjorie approached. "Grandma, you were looking at Lord Artican with a strange look," she said. "My dear, there's something very interesting I saw in that face. The boy is so handsome, isn't he? He looks like his father. No, he even surpasses him." She spoke after observing him closely. Despite not having the same eye color, it was still very similar. In his face, she saw some features she hadn't seen in many years and wondered if Doran had also noticed this, but it didn't seem to be the case. Knowing something like this, it will put us far ahead of our enemies with a fine card up our sleeve. One day we might use it to our advantage, she thought calmly. A Stark hiding a progeny of the king's greatest enemy. It seems he didn't just leave a knife at his neck, but we can use this in the future if no one else recognizes it. After all, we can coerce the Starks this way. She continued thinking, imagining what the king's face would look like discovering that his best friend had harbored Rhaegar's son all these years. Olenna chuckled in her mind at this moment. She snapped out of her thoughts and returned her attention to her grandson. "We have a weapon to remove any obstacles to your ascension as queen, my dear," she said while Marjorie didn't understand what she meant. "What do you mean by that, Grandma?" She couldn't help but ask. "Let's just say I found something very interesting," she spoke mysteriously. She didn't want to reveal this to her grandchildren. Not yet. "What are the plans?" Willis asked, approaching while tapping his cane on the floor. "Now, where's the camp of our guest?" she asked him. "Everything is being set up quickly. Those giants are certainly useful," he said, still with the images of the giants in his head, and continued. "But about the nobles, some looks are not very favorable towards their camp," Willis commented. "There are those fools, unfortunately, will have that because it's out of our control," Olenna said, referring to the possible conflicts that might occur. "And what shall we do? We know how the nobles of this kingdom are," Garland commented. "We'll follow the normal schedule of the camp. We'll invite them to all events," she said. "And not just that. If something happens, we'll have a fair tribunal. After all, we don't want to treat our guests who could make us rich unfairly. I'm concerned about that sword that young king carries," she said. "That sword?" Marjorie asked, not knowing or noticing the weapon. "The Dark Sister, lost for many years beyond the wall. Jon Artica found it. In a way, he might have the sword with the end of the Targaryen house, but might also attract many eyes to him in this way too," Garland commented. "We'll deal with it as problems arise." Olenna interrupted them, showing a letter in her hands. "I received this letter yesterday. I didn't mention anything, After all, I wanted to save it for this moment. It seems we'll have important guests soon, which will make this tournament even more interesting, she said with a faint smile at the letter.